Chapter 142. A Perfect Exchange of Ores. Lin Nanshan, since you lied to us, our ancient race's Jiang family will not let you off. The second-generation disciple spat out blood in anger. Lin Ling shook his head. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that moment. However, I am a kind person and have never killed anyone. You are the first. Do you want to live or die? I want to die. This is a grudge between the ancient races, but it does not include our personal conflicts. If you let me live, I will owe you a favor. The second-generation disciple hesitated for a long time, but in the end he was unwilling to die. Fine, I will give you a chance. When you return to our ancient race, you will tell us everything that happened between the Great Elder and your ancient race's Jiang family. Let us be witnesses and show that our Great Elder has put in a lot of effort to make our clansmen love him even more. After you tell us, I will let you live. Lin Ling smiled. Good. Yes. The second-generation disciple nodded. Great Elder Lin Nanshan had already betrayed them, so there was nothing to hide. If he told them he could still live. When he returned to the ancient race's Jiang family, he could also tell them the whole story and let them take revenge on Great Elder Lin Nanshan. Lin Ling, there are more ores here than our mine. Why don't we take them all? Yes. A moment later, Lin Aofing and the rest returned excitedly. Why do we need so much? It's good as long as we can get all the ores. Taking the rest is a burden. Now let's go. Yes. Lin Ling raised his fist. Everyone rode on their horses in high spirits as they advanced along the mountain range. After looting the snake coiling mountain mine, not only had they collected enough black iron, they had also made a small fortune and found many other useful items in the mine. Along the way there was no one to stop them. The two major powers of the West Demon Mountain, the ancient Yin clan and the ancient Zhang clan, were focused on Lin Tang's caravan. As for the other ancient clans, they were too lazy to make a move. They were completely unaware that Lin Ling's caravan was heading towards Duan Wang Mansion with the real dark steel iron. At this moment, on Lin Tang's side, they were facing an unprecedented enemy. The ancient clan's Zhang family knew the importance of Lin Tang's group. Therefore, everyone in the mine was mobilized. Even if they couldn't snatch the mine from Lin Tang's group, they still had to destroy it. As long as the Fire Ancient clan couldn't hand over the mine, it would be fine. Zhang Wuing, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. The chaotic battle broke out in a mountain range. Lin Tang glared at the members of the Zhang family and roared in rage. The people from the mine had split into two groups, resulting in Lin Tang's side being weaker than the ancient race's Zhang family. The battle was one-sided from the start. Haha, Lin Tang, oh Lin Tang, you'd better think about how to deal with the anger of the ancient races when you return. If you fail to hand over the mine, you'll be the sinner of the Fire Ancient clan. On the other side, an old man laughed proudly. He looked at the situation and waved his hand. Small sect, take away the ores if you can. Destroy the rest if you can't. You've done a great service today. Wait for your reward when you return to the ancient races. Yes. Yes. Fifth Elder. Yes. Let's go. Yes. The people of the Zhang family left in high spirits. Before the old man left, he said with a smile, Lin Tang, I know you must be furious right now. Unfortunately, you have nowhere to vent your anger. But I really enjoy seeing you sulk. Ah. Ha-ha. Zhang Wuing. Ha-ha. Lin Tang roared. He was so angry that his face was flushed red. Unfortunately, the old man waved his sleeve and left arrogantly. However, he didn't know that he was the one who was truly furious when he returned to the snake coiling mountain mine. Sixth Elder, what should we do now? Sixth Elder. After the Zhang family left, the remaining members of the Fire Ancient clan couldn't help but feel discouraged as they looked at the destroyed dark steel ores. After this, we'll be the sinners of the Fire Ancient clan. Sixth Elder. Lin Tang said dispiritedly. He knew why Zhang Wuing didn't kill them. It was because there was no need to. Once they returned to the Fire Ancient clan, they wouldn't be able to escape the punishment of the entire clan. Compared to being a sinner, he preferred to die in battle. Unfortunately, he still had to return to report the completion of his mission. On the other side, in the luxurious Duan Mansion in Ocean of Cloud City. I wonder if the dark steel ores are satisfactory. Lin Ling gazed at a middle-aged man who wore luxurious clothes. That middle-aged man was around 40 years old. He was handsome like jade and possessed an extraordinary aura. He sat there silently like a monarch overlooking the world. At this moment he was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Was King Duan. Originally, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to meet him with his status. However, he'd received news that the dark steel ores that the Fire Ancient clan wanted to hand over had been intercepted by 2 other ancient clans. So, it should be very difficult to hand over the ores. Unexpectedly, a group from the Fire Ancient clan had arrived on the last day. Moreover, the leader of the group was a 16-year-old youth. He couldn't help but feel curious. Such a young man had actually been able to break through the layers of encirclement and hand over the ores on time. It was an extremely rare sight. So, he'd lowered his status and met the young man in person. The dark steel ores are sufficient and there's even more. However, I'm very surprised that the Fire Ancient clan was able to complete this mission. As expected of the Fire Ancient clan that I chose. The middle-aged man said with a smile. His smile was kind and amiable like a spring breeze. However, Lin Ling felt an inviolable pressure from that smile. It was as if that smile and that gaze could see through him. Tell me, how did you break through the encirclement and hand over the ores on time? If I remember correctly, the person in charge of the mine this time should be your 6th elder, Lin Tang. The middle-aged man said with a smile as he took a sip of wine. Lin Ling also smiled and slowly told the story from beginning to end. When he reached the end, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he carefully sized up Lin Ling. Heroes come from the youth, and the student surpasses the master. You're more outstanding than Lin Tang. If the Fire Ancient clan can continue like this, I'm very optimistic about it. Praise. The middle-aged man praised. His last sentence was of great significance. If Patriarch Extreme Flame were to hear it, he would be incomparably happy. I'm very optimistic about it. This also meant that King Duan's mansion thought highly of the Fire Ancient clan and might become the force behind the Fire Ancient clan. Your Highness, you flatter me. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he bowed respectfully. You're Lin Ling, right? Alright, I'll remember it. Yes. The two of them chatted for a while and before long, Lin Ling left with Lin Aofing and the others. On the other hand, the middle-aged man quietly drank his wine with an indescribable smile on his face. Your Highness, what do you think of this kid? Yes. An old man with white hair and a youthful face smiled at the side. Not bad. He's the new genius of the Fire Ancient clan. This kid isn't simple. If he represents the Fire Ancient clan, I'm very optimistic about him. In a place like Cloud Sea City where experts are as common as clouds, talents are extremely important. I hope he can become my right-hand man. The middle-aged man was clearly in a good mood as he spoke without stopping. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness. The old man cupped his hands and said, Presently there are 4 king mansions and the other king mansions are filled with talents. If this young man is able to stand out, then he'll definitely shock Cloud Sea City in the future. However, he's still young and he still needs to temper himself. Your Highness. Chapter 143. The Sinners of the Ancient Clans. At this moment, everyone within the enormous volcano within the Fire Ancient clan had solemn expressions on their faces. The disciples and elders who were working outside had returned as well. They knew that the Fire Ancient clan had caused trouble for themselves. Not delivering the goods on time was equivalent to breaching the contract and offending King Duan's mansion. King Duan's mansion was one of the 4 king mansions in Cloud Sea City. It was a colossus that the Fire Ancient clan couldn't afford to offend. Lin Tang, do you admit to your crimes? It was the Grand Elder Lin Nanshan. Among the crowd, Lin Tang and everyone else in the mine knelt there with their heads lowered in silence. They hadn't completed their mission and caused the Fire Ancient clan to offend a formidable enemy. They were guilty indeed. You were in charge of the mine. Now that something has happened, you should take full responsibility for it. Lin Nanshan spoke again, and then he gazed at Ancestor Tai Yen. Ancestor, I suggest that Lin Tang be removed from his position as the 6th elder and be punished to face the wall on Fire Spirit Mountain for 50 years. It was a very heavy punishment. After 50 years of facing the wall, the world would have changed. Perhaps Lin Tang would be depressed for the rest of his life and die alone on Fire Spirit Mountain. Ancestor Tai Yen frowned. He knew that Lin Tang's mission was very difficult, so he didn't want to punish him too much even if he failed. However, Lin Nanshan had spoken about it in public. Even if he wanted to be lenient, it would be difficult for him to appease the crowd. Also, where's Lin Ling? Has he fled to avoid punishment? He can't escape responsibility for this. Moreover, he didn't contribute anything to the Fire Ancient clan and even implicated it. I think he should be removed from his position as a genius. Also, he should face the wall on Fire Spirit Mountain for 100 years. 100 years. Many gasped. That was equivalent to facing the wall for the rest of his life. Grand Elder, this has nothing to do with Little Ling. I was in charge of the mine, so I take full responsibility. Lin Tang stared coldly at Lin Nanshan and said through gritted teeth. You indeed have to take full responsibility, but Lin Ling can't escape responsibility either. Lin Nanshan snorted coldly. That's right. Lin Ling is a heaven's pride of heaven, but he hasn't made any contributions. Now he has even implicated the ancient race. He should face the wall for 100 years. Unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. I agree with Grand Elder's decision. Many people voiced their support for Great Elder. Upon closer inspection, they were all Great Elder's people. The others were silent. Although many people knew that the Great Elder was using this as a pretext to make a fuss, it was undeniable that Lin Ling and Lin Tang had indeed made a mistake. Moreover, it was a grave mistake. Even if many people wanted to offend them, they couldn't find a good explanation. At this moment, several figures walked over from afar. Many people glanced at them. It's Lin Ling. They're back. Voices sounded one after another. Everyone's expression was complicated. Lin Nanshan sneered coldly. You bunch of trash, you're finally back? I thought that you guys had fled to avoid punishment. I was just about to issue a warrant for your arrest. Lin Ling and the others walked back. However, their expressions were calm. They knew that the Fire Ancient clan thought that they had failed to hand over the mine. Currently, the Fire Ancient clan had offended King Duan's residence. No one knew that their team had not only completed their mission, but they had also found the spy hidden in the ancient race. Yo, you guys think you're the ancestor. We just came back and you're already convicting us. Lin Changqiang was impatient. He immediately mocked them with cold words. This was because he knew that the real culprit was Lin Nanshan. Now this old man even dared to bite back. He was really cunning. How dare you? Great Elder Lin Nanshan shouted. He turned to look at Ancestor Tai Yen. Ancestor, these people not only made a big mistake but they're also stubborn. I think they should be executed. Ancestor Tai Yen frowned. He was a little unhappy. This Lin Nanshan was using this as an excuse to make a fuss. He was getting worse. Lin Nanshan, are you still human? They're also working hard, but things aren't under our control. Who knew that our route would be known to the enemy, causing the Black Iron Mine to be robbed? This has nothing to do with them. Lin Tang shouted angrily. He couldn't stand it anymore. Don't find excuses. A failure is a failure. Lin Nanshan sneered. Then he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're a genius. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling had been watching Lin Nanshan jump around like a clown. Only when Lin Nanshan asked him did he calmly smile. I don't know why you're so proud, as if you've encountered something happy. However, you said I made a big mistake. Where did I go wrong? As an elder, you have to pay the price for slandering others. Don't mislead others. Lin Nanshan's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling said he was happy. In fact, he was in a good mood. However, how could he show this in front of everyone? After all, the ancient race was in trouble. If he was the only one who was happy, how would others see him? They would definitely think that a grand elder like him was looking forward to something happening to the ancient race. Therefore, Lin Ling's casual words immediately made Lin Nanshan gnash his teeth. You said you didn't make a mistake? You went to the mine to assist Lin Tang and handed over the ores on time, but you failed. You let down the ancient race's expectations of you and even made the ancient race offend a great enemy. Your mistake is simply infuriating. Lin Nanshan adjusted his attitude and said coldly. You're punishing me because of this? However, where did you get the confidence to think that I didn't hand over the ores on time? Or are you slandering me? I'm the pride of this generation. Slandering me is equivalent to slandering the ancient race. Can you bear the consequences? Lin Ling coldly snorted. Haha, slandering? Haha. Lin Nanshan laughed loudly. He really couldn't understand why Lin Ling still wanted to shirk responsibility at this time. However, was this possible? Everyone knew that the black iron ore in the mine had been stolen. If I slandered you, I'll kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to you. However, if this is the truth, you won't be able to escape the ancient race's most severe punishment, death. Lin Nanshan shouted loudly. He had full confidence in himself. Good, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Yes. Lin Ling nodded heroically. What? Lin Ling is crazy. Yes. The crowd was shocked. At this juncture, Lin Ling still wanted to show off and even agreed to apologize with death. Could it be that he didn't want to admit his mistake even if he was beaten to death? Unfortunately, the truth was already a foregone conclusion. The ores in the mine had already been stolen. This was something that many people had seen. Little Lin Tang was also stunned. He couldn't understand it all. Ah, looks like I came at the right time. Haha. Just at this moment, a soft chuckle rang out from the crowd. A scholarly middle-aged man slowly walked over. He had his hands behind his back like a wise man. His calm demeanor caused everyone to be stunned. Ancestor Taiyan, listen to my orders. I'm here on behalf of Duke Duan to present a banner. In this transaction, the Fire Ancient clan has completed the shortage of weapons and contributed enough black iron ores. The Fire Ancient clan will record this merit. This is the banner. At the same time, the Duke's boundless kindness is rewarded with 3,000 spiritual crystals. Haha. After the scholarly middle-aged man smiled, he slowly said, Haha. Everyone in the Fire Ancient clan widened their eyes as if they were afraid of seeing the wrong person. Chapter 144. Who was the spy? What? Would old Ancestor Tian not give face to the silk banner personally gifted by the prince? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. I wouldn't dare. Ancestor Extreme Flame let out a startled roar. He leaped up and quickly arrived in front of the scholarly middle-aged man. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully received the banner. This banner looked like a piece of cloth, but it had an extraordinary meaning. It symbolized King Duan's residence and King Duan's face. If the Fire Ancient clan were to be exterminated, this flag might even be able to save the entire clan. All sorts of powers gathered in Ocean of Cloud City. Not to mention those that were far away, just the nearby powers were on par with the Fire Ancient clan. So, if other powers intended to encroach on the Extreme Flame Ancient clan, then they had no choice but to give face to King Duan's estate. The colossus that was the Duan King's estate was only inferior to the imperial family of the Ocean of Clouds, and only the other 3 kings' estates could rival it. The 4 emperors ruled the world and bowed their heads to the Sea of Clouds. This was a well-known saying in the Cloud Sea City. It meant that when the 4 sovereigns ruled the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they would only bow down to the Cloud Sea King. Now, having a silk banner was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman from King Duan's mansion. Duan Wuxia also said that Lin Ling is not bad. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. At this moment they were confused. It was as if the sky was not blue at this moment but black. It was extremely illusory, as if they were dreaming. Lin Ling had actually received Duke Duan's praise. After all, there were countless experts in Ocean of Cloud City, and it was extremely rare for someone to enter King Duan's eyes. Moreover, it was even rarer for someone to be praised by King Duan. But now, one of the 4 emperors was actually praising Lin Ling. Was he dreaming? The silk banner has been handed over, and the crystals will be delivered tomorrow. My mission has been completed, and I will go back to report. The scholarly man produced a white jade fan, which he gently fanned, then turned and left. As he did, he gave Lin Ling a deep look. He knew that Duke Duan had personally praised that young man because Duke Duan knew the situation at that time. It was very difficult for the Fire Ancient clan to hand over the ores, but that young man had completed the task. Even Duke Duan was surprised, so Duke Duan praised him. After the scholarly middle-aged man left, the volcano remained silent. Numerous gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng and Lin Xianxia. Lin Aofeng and Lin Xianxia puffed out their chests. At this moment they were filled with pride and honor. After all, not only had they completed the mission for the Fire Ancient clan, but they had also placed the Fire Ancient clan in Duke Duan's heart. This was something that very few people from the 8 great ancient clans could do. How is that possible? Xiaoling, wasn't the black iron mine robbed? How could she give the mine to Duan Wuxia? After a moment of silence, Lin Tang was the first to ask the question in his heart. Lin Ling, let me say this. It's rare for me to be in the limelight, so let me win. Lin Ling was about to speak, but Lin Feng immediately interrupted, causing Lin Ling to smile helplessly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a face full of pride as he told the whole story. So that's how it is. Fuck, even I, 6th uncle, was used as a chess piece by you. Lin Tang laughed loudly. His laughter was gratified. True and false, false and true. Everyone thought that I was the real horse team and you were the fake one. In reality, you were the real horse team and our horse team was the bait. Many people understood the whole story, and their gazes towards Lin Ling were filled with admiration. It had to be said that this move was extremely godly. Back then, Lin Chen shocked Cloud Sea City with his potential, but his son didn't have that potential. However, he shocked the ancient clans with his wit. Like father, like son. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed loudly as well, and his face was filled with gratification. The other ancient clans heaved sighs of relief. No matter what, the ancient clans had escaped disaster today. As for Grand Elder Lin Nanshan, his face was livid. He had calculated everything, but he had overlooked Lin Ling. He had underestimated Lin Ling too much, causing his plan to fail completely. Lin Nanshan, why are you so strange? Earlier, everyone thought that the ancient clans were doomed, but you seemed very excited. Now that the ancient clans crisis has been averted, you seem very sad. Could it be that you want something to happen to the ancient clans? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Lin Nanshan. Lin Nanshan's expression changed and he forced a smile. Of course not. I'm too happy. As he said this, his heart was about to bleed. It would be strange if he was happy. If that's the case, then I was wrong about you. However, I was worried about the ancient clans, so if I offended you, I hope you won't forgive me. Lin Nanshan said again. Sorry, I'm a very petty person. I don't care if you're worried about the ancient clans, but you slandered me before. I'm in a very bad mood, so I hope you can do what you said before. Lin Ling did not give him any face at all. His words caused Lin Nanshan's expression to become unsightly. In the end, we're from the same bloodline and I'm your senior. With so many people watching, it's very unsightly. How about this, little Ling? After this, big uncle will pay a visit. Lin Nanshan revealed a smile. Sorry, I'm very petty. So today I want you to kneel. Lin Ling shook his head. Lin Nanshan's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He was a grand elder, but now he had to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to Lin Ling. Where would he put his face in the future? What angered him the most was that Lin Ling did not give him any face and wanted him to kneel in front of everyone. Nanshan, a gentleman keeps his word. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame said in a low voice. This matter was witnessed by everyone. As long as Lin Ling was unwilling to let it go, it would be difficult for Lin Nanshan to go back on his word. Moreover, Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven. His status was not much lower than an elder's. In addition, he had made a great contribution before. The ancient clan's hearts were now on Lin Ling's side. Lin Nanshan's expression constantly changed. He looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame, then looked at the surrounding clansmen. Finally his gaze fell on Lin Ling. His eyes were cold. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. He looked as if he couldn't see anything. He was clearly forcing Lin Nanshan to kneel. Fine, I'll kneel. Yes. Lin Nanshan clenched his teeth and knelt down. Then he knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The sound of his kowtowing caused the surroundings to become even more silent. Many people were secretly laughing. An ancient clan elder was actually kneeling to a junior. If this were to spread out, it would be enough for the elder to lose face for the rest of his life. To Lin Nanshan, these 3 kneels and 9 kowtows were like a century long. After a long time, Lin Nanshan stood up with a red face. He coldly snorted and was about to leave. Stop. I finished my business and now it's your turn. Lin Ling coldly looked at Lin Nanshan. What else do you want? Yes. Lin Nanshan's voice was extremely low. His previous kneeling made his killing intent towards Lin Ling unprecedentedly strong. There is one thing I haven't finished. Originally, handing over the mine was a very simple matter. The Jiang and ancient Yin clans didn't know where the real horse caravan was. However, someone in the Fire Ancient clan colluded with the enemy, causing the real horse caravan to be known to the enemy. In the end, the mine was stolen. Lin Ling said word by word. Chapter 145. Lost. Because there's a spy in our clan. Lin Ling continued. Great Elder Lin Nanshan's face darkened, feeling a little guilty. Great Elder, don't you think such a person should die to atone for his crime? Lin Ling asked with a faint smile. Lin Nanshan stammered. After a while, he forced a smile and said, Of course. That person almost made our clan our enemy. Even death is not enough to vent our anger. Fine. Lin Nanshan, you can die to atone for your crime. Lin Ling's face turned cold. What do you mean? Don't slander me. Lin Nanshan's eyes were filled with panic. Is Great Elder the one who colluded with the enemy? Everyone. The crowd started to discuss among themselves. They knew that someone was a spy, but Lin Ling seemed to have said that the Great Elder was the spy. You slandered me before. Now it's my turn to slander you. The difference is that you have no evidence to slander me, but I have enough evidence to slander you. Lin Aofing, bring out the Zhang clan's people. Lin Ling waved his hand. After a while, the captured Zhang clan's second-generation disciple was brought out. Lin Nanshan's eyes flashed with panic. He suddenly shouted, You're from the Zhang family of the ancient race. You almost made the ancient race our enemy. Now that I've seen you, how can I let you live? Go. After saying that, he immediately attacked. A bolt of lightning condensed from flames shot towards the Zhang clan's second-generation disciple. Obviously he wanted to silence him. Nanshan, why are you in such a hurry? Go. At this moment, Ancestor Tai Yan's low and angry roar rang out. He frowned, and a light screen of fire appeared around the second-generation disciple, protecting him firmly. Lin Nanshan's attack hit the light screen of fire like a stone sinking into the sea. Ancestor, I'm just anxious. Lin Nanshan was furious. He knew that it would be difficult to attack again, so he could only say helplessly, "You want to kill me to silence me?" Lin Ling smiled coldly and then nodded at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his right hand and the second-generation disciple of the Zhang family could speak. Lin Ling walked forward and pulled out 2 pieces of cloth from the second-generation disciple's ears before throwing them to the ground. Earlier he didn't want the second-generation disciple to hear too much, so he covered his ears. But now, when the second-generation disciple saw Lin Nanshan, he immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. It was this Lin Nanshan who had betrayed them, causing the Zhang family to fall short of success. Lin Nanshan, you're so treacherous. Where's the agreement with our Zhang clan? You said that you would assist us in the Fire Ancient clan and tell us everything about the Fire Ancient clan. But who would have thought that you would betray us at the crucial moment? What a good plan. The second-generation disciple continued to spout. He still didn't know that Lin Nanshan hadn't betrayed them at all. It was Lin Ling who had caused them to misunderstand Lin Nanshan. Don't slander me. Lin Nanshan was fuming with anger. You still want to renege on your debt? Last time when you found the 7-flower Lingji, it was you who notified us. That was how we managed to snatch it. You also took 10 spirit crystals as a reward. Also, when you sold the Earth Spirit pill in the market, it was you who gave us the pill formula. You let us refine the Earth Spirit pill and snatched back a portion of the business. You took 5 spirit crystals as a reward. The second-generation disciple spilled the beans. Lin Nanshan's expression became uglier and uglier. The surrounding ancient clan members stared at Lin Nanshan. They didn't expect Lin Nanshan to be a spy. Nanshan, what else do you have to say? Ancestor Extreme Flame's anger surged as he stared at Lin Nanshan. Only now did the second-generation disciple realize that something was wrong. It seemed that the Fire Ancient clan didn't reward Lin Nanshan. Instead, they seemed to treat Lin Nanshan as a sinner. What was going on? You did well. You helped us find the parasite. I will do what I promised you. I will let you go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and answered the second-generation disciple's doubts. Ah. The second-generation disciple opened his mouth wide. He seemed to have ruined a good situation. Ancestor, you handle this matter? Yes. Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and shook his head. Then he left with Lin Aofing and the others. He had already done what a prodigy should do. As for Lin Nanshan's fate, Ancestor Extreme Flame would deal with it. He believed that Ancestor Extreme Flame would give the ancient clan members a satisfactory answer. Lin Nanshan's face was ashen. He didn't dare to look at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Instead he stared at Lin Ling's back. His heart was filled with hatred. Back then, when Lin Chen was still alive, Lin Nanshan, didn't have a chance to shine. He thought that after Lin Chen died he would have a meteoric rise. In the end, Lin Chen's son came back and made him fall from heaven to hell. This son of Lin Chen was even more terrifying than Lin Chen. Lin Chen was strong in talent. Not only was Lin Chen's son talented, he was also intelligent. He had lost. He had lost to this father and son pair. At this moment, Lin Nanshan seemed to have aged even more. He suddenly felt a sense of conviction in his heart. The student had surpassed the master. Perhaps he had been too stubborn in his heart. Returning to his own courtyard, Lin Ling relaxed when he saw that Yu Yu and Hua Leiting were fine. Big brother Ling, they said that you made a big mistake and the ancient clan wants to punish you. Is that true? Yu Yu didn't know what had happened and was extremely worried. Little girl, don't worry. Your big brother Ling is very powerful. Now, not only is he not a criminal, but he is also a meritorious person of the ancient clan. The old ancestor even wants to reward him. Big brother Ling Lin Aofing and the others followed with a smile. Really? Big brother Ling. Yu Yu blinked her big eyes, filled with joy. Beside her, Hua Leiting also had a look of excitement. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Seeing his loved ones so happy made him feel like all the bitterness was over. All his efforts were worth it. You, there are guests. Go get some tea. Lin Ling said. Hearing this, Yu Yu left obediently, making Lin Aofing and the others jealous. Lin Ling, your servant is beautiful and gentle. You've really picked up a treasure. Sigh. I think you look more like her brother. How about we become in-laws? Let your servant marry me. I won't treat her unfairly and will call you brother in the future. Sigh. Lin Aofing and the others spoke one after another. Yu was tidying up the tea set in her room. When she heard these words, her heart pounded. She was very nervous, afraid that Lin Ling would really marry her to someone else. Although she wouldn't have any objections if Lin Ling really married her to someone else, she would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Don't have any ideas about her. She will follow me in this life and in the next. If anyone dares to say such things again, I'll kick them out of my house. Lin Ling's face became serious. You wouldn't allow these guys to joke about Yu. Haha, I'm just saying. Don't mind it. We didn't expect you to care so much about a servant. Exactly. How would we dare to have any ideas about Yu? We're just envious of you. Lin Aofing and the others laughed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so serious about this topic that they didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 146. Flame Bath. While the few of them were drinking tea, an old man came in uninvited. Ancestor. Ancestor. Lin Aofing and the others' expressions changed when they saw the old man, and they bowed respectfully. Haha, there's no need to be so restrained. I'm just here to thank all of you for your hard work. Ancestor Extreme Flame was clearly in a good mood, and he waved his hand to stop them from bowing politely. He sat down and chatted with Lin Ling and the others while drinking tea. All of you have contributed greatly this time. Not only have you completed the mission, you've even obtained the banner of King Duan's estate. The ancient clan has decided to reward all of you with 10 spirit crystals each. Lin Ling will receive 100 spirit crystals. Moreover, all of you will have a chance to enter Fire Spirit Mountain and undergo a flame bath. Ancestor Extreme Flame smiled. 10 spirit crystals. Lin Aofing and the others were overjoyed. A single spirit crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 bottles of energy-gathering pills. 10 spirit crystals. They didn't dare believe it. As for the flame bath on Fire Spirit Mountain, in the Fire Ancient Clan, only those who had contributed greatly were qualified to enter. According to legend, the flame bath was located at the center of the volcano, and it was where all the members of the Fire Ancient Clan were buried. All the members of the Fire Ancient Clan possessed fire element spiritual bodies. A single corpse might be nothing, but when thousands of corpses were piled up, the place would naturally be filled with dense fire element spiritual energy. The fire element spiritual energy could improve one's strength and cleanse one's dantian. It was the dream of the disciples of the Fire Ancient Clan. Unfortunately, the flame bath was only effective for the disciples of the ancient clans. Otherwise, the Fire Ancient Clan would have nurtured a large number of experts a long time ago. Presently, the Fire Ancient Clan's foundation is being supported by us of the older generation, and the new situation is being supported by the first-generation disciples, Lin Ming. I hope that all of you third-generation disciples can grow up as soon as possible and become independent so that the Fire Ancient Clan can gain a firm foothold in Ocean of Cloud City. Ancestor Extreme Flame continued. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Ocean of Cloud City had the 4 king estates, the 7 ancient clans, and the other powers in the city. So, it was clearly not easy for the Fire Ancient Clan to gain a firm foothold in the city. The slightest mistake might even cause the entire clan to perish. Therefore, the Fire Ancient Clan needed a new generation of experts to support them. Lin Ling and the others knew this. Forefather Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, right now, apart from Lin Ling, you are the junior with the greatest potential. The ancient clan has the greatest expectations for you. They chatted for a while more before leaving. The next day, Ancestor Extreme Flame arrived and brought Lin Ling and the others to Fire Spirit Mountain. Although it was called a mountain, it was actually a cave. It was also the altar of the Fire Ancient Clan. In the depths of the volcano, the temperature here was clearly higher than outside. After Lin Ling and the others walked in, they were all sweating profusely. Even they found it difficult to endure. Just follow the stairs and go down. Because you are ancient clan disciples, although the temperature of the flames is high, it won't harm you. The longer you can endure in the flames, the more advantageous it will be for you. Until it's completely ineffective, then you can come out. Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling and the others as he spoke. Lin Ling and the others nodded. They looked over and saw a winding staircase extending underground. After that, they looked at each other and strode in. It was a great opportunity to be able to come here. Every single one of them cherished it and were very excited. For this trip, I want to reach the martial spirit realm and be on equal footing with the second-generation disciples. Alright. Let's see who can reach it faster. Lin Ling, don't let us catch up to you. Lin Aofing and the others spoke as they walked. Lin Ling smiled. These fellows never lacked fighting spirit and were worthy of praise. But to surpass him? You won't have that chance. Lin Ling shrugged. Let's wait and see. Lin Aofing and the others were not to be outdone. A moment later they arrived at a cliff and looked down. Under the cliff it was silent. Tombstones sat there. The owners of these tombstones were the descendants of the Fire Ancient clan. This could be considered the ancestral grave of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling looked around and saw a familiar name on one of the tombstones, Lin Qin. His father was also buried here. Although Lin Ling came from another world, he had already merged with the original owner, Lin Ling. How could he not be moved when he saw his father's tombstone? Let's go down. They looked at each other and jumped down the cliff. Their faces were filled with respect. No matter what, these were the seniors of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling came before his father's tombstone. He knelt down and gently kowtowed. He swore in his heart, "Father, one day I will find the murderer who forced you to death." Lin Qin was forced to death by an expert because he fell in love with a foreigner. That day Lin Ling wanted to find out the murderer from Ancestor Extreme Flame. However, Ancestor Extreme Flame hid it from him. Only when Lin Ling became stronger would he be qualified to find out the murderer who forced his father to death. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart to become stronger was even more determined. Suddenly a strange sound was heard. Lin Ling and the others' faces changed. They noticed that the temperature seemed to have increased. What's going on? Qi. Lin Aofing and the others looked around. To their surprise they didn't see any flames around them. However, the temperature was getting higher. It's an invisible flame. Qi. Lin Ling scanned the area with his soul force. He could vaguely sense that there was an invisible flame around him that was slowly burning. This flame was extremely mysterious. Its burning did not seem to affect the inanimate objects because the surrounding tombstones did not change at all. There were no signs of being burned by the high temperature. However, it affected the living. This should be the fire bath tempering. Everyone quickly concentrate. The fire bath tempering is coming. The ancestor said that the fire bath tempering will not harm the clan's bloodline. However, the heat is not something that ordinary people can endure. If you can endure it, you will benefit greatly. Lin Ling quickly reminded. Damn, this is the fire bath tempering. Lin Ling is still the best. He can even sense it. Brothers, quickly. Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, Lin Feng, and even Lin Qingqing sat down cross-legged. These youths were all third-generation disciples like Lin Ling. Moreover, they had gotten to know each other through fighting. Compared to the other ancient family members, Lin Ling trusted them more. Therefore, he wanted them to become stronger as well. Lin Ling glanced around and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged. Currently, he had reached the 2-star martial spirit realm. It would be difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. However, through the fire bath, the spiritual qi in his dantian was very pure. It would be of great help to him in the future. Time slowly passed. Below the cliff, there were countless tombstones. It was silent. However, although it looked peaceful on the surface, the fire bath tempering was crazily burning. All the living beings were burned to ashes. It seemed that it didn't want anything to disturb the dead warriors. Only 5 youths were sitting cross-legged. They possessed the fire bloodline and were recognized by the fire bath tempering. However, these 5 youths' faces revealed a hint of struggle. The formless fire was tempering them and the process was obviously not easy. Such dense fire spiritual qi. The spiritual qi in my dantian is constantly condensing. Lin Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 147. Farewell to the lost time. Lin Feng stood up. The strange thing was that the moment he stood up, the mysterious heat disappeared. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. After that he sat down again. However, the invisible fire had disappeared and was no longer entangling him. Obviously, his tempering process had ended. What a huge loss. Lin Feng couldn't help but say in annoyance. He was only 1 step away from the martial spirit realm. As long as he persevered a little longer, he might be able to enter the martial spirit realm. Trash. Serves you right. Lin Aofing and Lin Changqiang were still sitting cross-legged, enduring the burning. They closed their eyes and curled their lips. These words seemed to be filled with schadenfreude, but in fact, it was a kind of concern. They had fought side by side twice and had built some friendships. Brother Lin Feng, you've missed your chance. Even I can't compare to you. Lin Qingqing chuckled as well, which made Lin Feng even more annoyed. Now that he thought about it, he was going to be at the bottom of the list. Lin Feng, don't worry about the invisible flame for now. Calm your heart and cultivate. You still have a great chance of breaking through. Lin Ling reminded. Good. Lin Feng quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Although he no longer had the invisible flame, he might be able to borrow the momentum from before to charge into the martial spirit realm. They continued to cultivate. Unknowingly, Lin Aofeng had stepped into the martial spirit realm. Lin Changqiang and Lin Qingqing had also stepped into the martial spirit realm. As for Lin Ling, his two-star martial spirit realm had become more stable. The tempering of the invisible fire had also deepened his understanding of fire. Time passed quietly, but the bottom of the cliff was still silent. Lin Ling could feel that the temperature of the formless flame that was tempering him was getting lower and lower. This let him know that the tempering effect was about to be achieved. At that time, even if he continued to stay, he would not gain any benefits. This was also the reason why those who underwent the fire bath for the first time had the greatest effect, while those who underwent the second time had no effect at all. As the temperature got lower and lower, Lin Ling had an idea. When he first came to this world, he was at a loss, helpless, fearful, and worried. After experiencing life and death situations several times, he became decisive in killing. However, after coming to the Fire Ancient clan, his heart gradually warmed up. In the Fire Ancient clan, he experienced a rare familial bond. At the same time, the friendship of his companions allowed him to gradually regain his previous state of mind. In reality, the current Lin Ling was his true self. However, Lin Ling also knew that he was still as decisive as before. It just depended on who he was dealing with. To his enemies, he was as cold as the winter moon. To his family, he was as warm as the spring breeze. This feeling is very good. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. With this smile, he felt his entire body relax as if his soul had been liberated. His state of mind had also been sublimated at this moment. Huh? What was that? Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Not far away beside a tombstone, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. His hands were raised and flames rose. Stalks of medicinal herbs were fused into the flames, turning into pills. That middle-aged man was clearly refining pills. However, in this place, other than the few of them, how could there be any outsiders? Therefore, he was certain that he was seeing the lost time again. Currently, Lin Ling could already actively find the lost time. However, when the lost time appeared passively, Lin Ling could still see it. Furthermore, the appearance of the lost time was better than the active one. This was because the lost time meant that the scene would resonate with heaven and earth. Who is that person? Why is he refining pills in the ancestral grave? Lin Ling was a little puzzled. However, on second thought, he suddenly understood. This was the Fire Spirit Mountain. The Fire Spirit Mountain was also a place where ancient clan members who had made mistakes would reflect on their mistakes. That middle-aged man was obviously someone who had made a grave mistake and was imprisoned here. Alchemist? Since I'm bored, why not learn alchemy from him? Lin Ling watched quietly. At this moment, Lin Aofeng and the rest were still undergoing tempering. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Lin Ling was not only tempering, but also learning alchemy at the same time. That middle-aged man was obviously very experienced. Various types of pills were constantly being formed in his hands, and his alchemy skills were at the pinnacle of perfection. The middle-aged man wasn't refining just one type of pill, but many types from the first grade to the third grade and even the fourth grade. Of course, this wasn't the work of a single day, but many years of alchemy. As the middle-aged man had been imprisoned here for more than a year or two, he was extremely bored. Therefore, he was constantly refining pills to waste time. As such, Lin Ling benefited from it. When refining pills, other than the pill formula and herbs, refining techniques and experience were equally important. Most alchemists wouldn't show it to others, much less give pointers. As the saying went, teach your disciple well, and your master will starve to death. Unless it was a true master-disciple relationship or a father-son relationship, who would be so generous? However, what Lin Ling saw was the lost time. That middle-aged man naturally didn't know that many years later, a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan would learn all of his alchemy experience. Time slowly passed. Lin Aofeng and the others had all left. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. Even though the invisible fire's effect on him was getting weaker and weaker, he still didn't leave. That was because his mind was already focused on alchemy. From the knowledge of spiritual herbs, to the knowledge of pill formulas, to the steps of refining medicinal herbs, and finally to the heat of refining pills, Lin Ling had learned everything one by one. Right now, he was just short of personally experimenting. Even so, even if he failed personally, he wouldn't fail too many times. That was because he was watching the lost time in a loop. He had already watched no less than 100 times. This meant that he had watched the refining of a certain type of pill at least 100 times. In addition to other types of pills, he had probably watched it tens of thousands of times. Looking at it this way, he had spent a total of 3 months. Even Ancestor Tai Yen was shocked. Bathing in fire for so long was something no one had experienced for so long. That little guy couldn't have fallen asleep inside, right? On this day, Lin Ling finally closed his eyes. In his mind, various types of pills were circulating. When he opened his eyes, he smiled slightly. He knew over 1,000 pill formulas now, and he could be considered as a senior alchemist. I've gained a great deal from bathing in fire this time, but I can leave now. Lin Ling stood up, and then his entire body emitted crackling sounds, and then he left the bottom of the cliff. Lin Ling's appearance allowed Ancestor Tai Yen to finally heave a sigh of relief. He sized up Lin Ling from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction. Relax during this period of time. Remember that you can't rush blindly when learning martial arts. Cultivation and mentality are very important as well. Ancestor Tai Yen didn't intend to give Lin Ling any assignments for now. He just wanted Lin Ling to relax and go out with the other third-generation disciples. On the other hand, Lin Ling had such thoughts as well. He hadn't been in the Fire Ancient clan for long, and he'd been constantly on the move. Now he could seize this opportunity to familiarize himself with the city. Moreover, he could search for medicinal herbs to refine the Indigo Soul Dark Pill again. Besides that, he wanted to utilize this period of time to refine some medicinal pills. For example, the Flaming Pill and the Dragon Tiger Pill. These 2 types of medicinal pills were very powerful. They could allow Lin Ling to have the ability to fight against a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. However, the side effects were very serious. If Lin Ling didn't know about the medicinal pills, he wouldn't dare to use them casually. Chapter 148. You're not qualified. I heard that the Immortal Assembling Tower is very famous, and the Tower Master is an eccentric. As long as you can complete the Immortal Assembling Tower's wine wager, anything can be traded with you. Lin Xianxia was a well-informed person as he chuckled. They say she's a great beauty. Lin Feng was also looking forward to it. Blindly cultivating made them want to go out and take a breather. You perverts, how old are you? You already know how to look at beauties. Lin Ling pouted discontentedly. She was cute to begin with, and her pouting made Lin Ling's brothers feel helpless. We are only going to drink, not to look at beauties. Moreover, Jushin Tavern has people from all walks of life. We can also go and see the world and show off the might of our Fire Ancient clan. Lin Alfing smiled. All right, let's go together. Lin Ling was also a little interested. He wondered if the Immortal Assembling Loft would be able to obtain the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul in the future. The Immortal Assembling Pavilion was a rather famous place in the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City. No power dared to cause trouble here. Some said that the backer of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion was a great figure from the imperial household of the Sea of Clouds. However, even though no one dared to cause trouble, the Immortal Assembling Inn's business had always been good. The food here was pretty good, and they were all delicacies from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, there were plenty of beauties here, especially the Lady Boss. It was said that she was one of the top 3 beauties in the Cloud Sea City. Therefore, the Immortal Gathering Loft was also a place where aristocratic young masters would stay. Lin Ling's group continued onward. Along the way, Lin Ling bought 7 stalks of human face blue crystal grass, using up all of his essence gathering pills. However, he still had a large number of spirit crystals, so he didn't lack money to buy herbs. The problem was the sea-cracking profound dragon whale soul. This kind of monster core was sometimes priceless. Therefore, Lin Ling also wanted to try his luck on this trip to the Immortal Assembling Loft. He wanted to see if the Lady Boss could satisfy his request. TSK luxurious. This is simply a martial artist's paradise. Good wine, good meat, and beautiful people. Lin Alfing and the others clicked their tongues when they arrived at the luxurious Immortal Assembling Tower. The luxurious building was crowded with people. The walls on the 2nd floor were made of crystal, and one could vaguely see everything inside. Inside there were beautiful women, wine, and music every night. I say, you guys don't always think about looking at beauties. There are all kinds of people here, so it's better to be careful. Don't provoke any big shots. It was Lin Qingqing's first time coming to this kind of place, so she was a little nervous. TSK, we're from the Fire Ancient clan, who's afraid of you? The few of them walked into the Immortal Assembling Tower. The magnificent scene instantly dazzled the eyes of the few youths. That little beauty is not bad. Wait on her, let her accompany us to drink. While the few of them were walking forward, A young man in a white robe smiled faintly at Lin Qingqing in a nearby banquet. Lin Qingqing was wearing a long blue dress today. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. With a little makeup she looked like a mirror. Her slender legs were wearing a pair of open-toed boots. Her little toes were as white as jade. Looking from afar, she had the delicate and lively look of a young girl. She was completely different from the beauties with heavy makeup around her. No wonder there were so many eyes looking at Lin Qingqing. Young master, that female guest is not from the Immortal Assembling Tower. A waiter smiled faintly. No problem? You go and tell her that young Master Sima of the Deadwood Ancient Clan invited her to drink. She won't refuse. The white-robed young man smiled carelessly. His gaze was like a wolf's as he stared at Lin Qingqing in the distance. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. That agile young girl was probably still a virgin. That was more satisfying. Okay, I'll pass on your message. But whether she comes or not, the Immortal Assembling Tower doesn't care. The waiter nodded and walked towards Lin Ling and the others. Miss, young Master Sima of the Deadwood Ancient Clan invited you to drink. Would you give him face? Lin Ling and the others were still looking for a seat when the waiter's voice suddenly sounded. They were all stunned and then looked at the white-robed young man in the distance. The white-robed young man saw Lin Qingqing looking at him and elegantly raised his wine cup and smiled faintly. I'm not from here, why should I accompany him to drink? I'm not going. Lin Qingqing frowned and looked at young Master Sima with disgust. She shook her head and said, I'm only responsible for passing on the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. However, young Master Sima is a second-generation disciple of the Deadwood Ancient Clan. Guests, please be careful. The waiter reminded. He wasn't threatening but just reminding them kindly. Thank you for the reminder. There's nothing for you to do here. Go. Lin Ling waved his hand and then looked at the white-robed young man in the distance with a mocking smile. The second-generation disciple of the Deadwood Ancient Clan was quite overbearing. The white-robed young man frowned. What he imagined didn't happen. That young girl didn't give him face. Then, when he saw the waiter walk over, his face became even uglier. Rejected me? You've got guts. Go. The white-robed young man stood up and walked towards Lin Ling and the others. Behind him, several guards followed. I gave you face but you don't want it. Be careful not to offend me. I'll make you unable to leave here forever. Haha. The white-robed young man spoke coldly as he caught up to Lin Ling and the others, and he stared at Lin Qingqing. Who do you think you are? The emperor or a general? Do you think you're qualified to make my younger sister accompany you? Lin Aofeng laughed coldly. Shut up. Haha. The white-robed young man's gaze turned cold. Not only did they refuse him, they even didn't take him seriously. They were simply courting death. There are some people in the city that can't be offended. You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Capture them and slap them. The white-robed young man roared furiously. Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Someone they shouldn't have offended? The white-robed young man had the nerve to speak such words? He relied on the fact that he was a young master of one of the 8 ancient clans and ordinary people had to give him face. Unfortunately, the Fire Ancient Clan didn't fear the Deadwood Ancient Clan. How impressive. Slap them. Slap them. Lin Ling waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to speak any further. Lin Aofeng and the others understood and attacked one after another. They had all reached the martial spirit realm, so how could those guards be a match for Lin Aofeng and the others? In just a few moves they were all slapped. On the second floor, many people smiled as they watched this scene. This kind of battle between hedonistic young masters wasn't rare in the Immortal Assembling Tower. Generally speaking, as long as they didn't break anything and didn't affect other customers, the Immortal Assembling Tower wouldn't bother with them. Young Master Sima kicked an iron plate. They didn't give him any face at all. Haha. Someone said with a chuckle. The white-robed young man's expression became unsightly. You showed off for a moment and were happy for a moment, but you didn't know that you've caused a disaster. Your faces will be mine. Haha. He flicked his sleeve and a green light appeared on the surface of his body. He stretched out his right hand and a whip shot out towards Lin Aofeng. The whip was formed from vines and there were purple thorns on the surface. Obviously, since he dared to show off, besides having a high status, his strength wasn't weak either. Caused a disaster? You're not qualified. Bang. Lin Ling, who hadn't made a move until now, also made a move. He waved his right hand and a blue flame shot out. It collided with the vines and burned them in an instant. At the same time, Lin Ling's left hand didn't stop. The blue flame shot out from his palm and transformed into a flaming chain that tied up the white-robed young man. Chapter 149. An Unwritten Rule. Flame, these people are from the Fire Ancient clan. The people in the restaurant were secretly shocked. In the Cloud Sea City, the clan that was the best at playing with fire was none other than the Fire Ancient clan. Moreover, the strength of the young man in the lead wasn't weak. He displayed the strength of a 2-star martial spirit realm the moment he attacked. It was extremely rare to see someone at such a young age in the Cloud Sea City. No wonder they weren't afraid of young Master Sima. Their background isn't small. Could that young man be Lin Ming from the ancient Lin family? No, Lin Ming is older and he's even stronger. He's not Lin Ming, but his strength is comparable to a second-generation disciple. That young man's potential is not bad. Everyone was talking about it. The white-robed young man's face was distorted. He was confident that his strength was not bad and he was not afraid of anyone of his age. However, those who were older and stronger than him were afraid of his identity, so he had always been able to do whatever he wanted. Who would have thought that those who were younger than him were stronger than him? If you have the ability, then let me go. The young man in white roared. Your skin is really thick. Not long ago you were saying that we provoked someone we shouldn't provoke and now you're begging for mercy? Was the Withered Tree Ancient clan a bunch of trash who only knew how to talk? Lin Ling smiled coldly and slowly walked forward. Isn't that so? You dared to make our little sister accompany you in drinking. I thought you were some kind of genius, but in the end you're so useless. Lin Ling slapped his face, let him gain some experience. Lin Aofing and the others mocked. How dare you? The young man in white said in a low voice. What a waste of time. Lin Ling ignored him and walked forward step by step. Just a drink. It's fine if you don't want to, but you want to slap my face. The people of the Fire Ancient clan are too overbearing. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from afar. Many people looked over and saw a young man in green robes sitting there. His eyes were slightly closed as he drank by himself. He looked extremely ordinary on the surface, but inadvertently, one could see that this young man was extremely mysterious. He was like an ancient tree in the sky and his aura was steady. 5-star martial spirit realm. Many people could vaguely sense the young man's strength and they all gasped. It's the ancient Withered Tree race's prodigy. Each of the 8 great ancient clans had their own heavens chosen of this generation, who symbolized the future of the ancient clans. The one from the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ming, while the one from the Deadwood Ancient clan was obviously that young man. However, no one expected the ancient Withered Tree clan's genius to appear at the Immortal Gathering Tower. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked over with a frown. He could also sense that the young man was very strong. He felt like a giant tree that could not be shaken no matter how strong the wind and rain were. However, that young man was truly too tyrannical. It was clearly the ancient Withered Tree clan that had started the fight first. Yet, now that he had lost, he was saying that he was being tyrannical. Lin Ling disdained to speak with such a person. Since he said I'm overbearing, then I'll be overbearing. Lin Ling walked towards the white-clothed youth again. You dare hit him? You can't leave here. The young man in green spoke indifferently. His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Threatening me? Lin Ling's expression was calm, and he seemed to be talking to himself. It's not a threat. It's just a reminder. I know Lin Ming from your ancient clan and we've even sparred once or twice. I'll give Lin Ming face. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you be so arrogant. The young man in green said. Then thank you for your reminder. As for face? How much is your face worth? Lin Ling remained indifferent. That fellow really thinks he's some big shot. Ha. The young man in green finally opened his eyes and stared coldly at Lin Ling. The people in the surroundings gasped. Lin Ling was an unfamiliar face and he wasn't famous in Ocean of Cloud City. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Ling would be so bold as to not give face to a genius from the ancient Withered Tree clan. Slap, slap. A short while later, the clear sound of slapping resounded. The sound of the slaps proved that Lin Ling needed him to give him face. The members of the Fire Ancient clan are really unyielding. If he was Lin Ming, I believe he would dare to hit him. However, he's not Lin Ming at all, and yet he's still arrogant. Everyone in the surroundings whispered in discussion. I've slapped those who needed to be slapped. Is it your turn now? Slap. After a few slaps, Lin Ling looked at the young man in green and said. The young man's expression kept changing. In the end, he closed his eyes and continued drinking. You're lucky today. Slap. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but it was almost time for the master of the Immortal Assembling Tower to appear. So he didn't want to cause any trouble. Not to mention that Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, once he left the Immortal assembling tower, it would be up to him to kill him. Trash. Slap. Unfortunately, Lin Aofeng and the others didn't understand the young man's misgivings. They all ridiculed him, causing his expression to become unprecedentedly unsightly. Let's go to the third floor. Slap. Lin Ling laughed coldly as he glanced at them, and then he walked towards the third floor. Even though the first-generation genius of the ancient Withered Tree clan was formidable, Lin Ling didn't fear him. He had numerous trump cards now. If he really fought, then even if he couldn't defeat the young man, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave safely. So Lin Ling didn't fear the young man's arrogance just now. However, he sighed in his heart. He didn't fear any second-generation disciples now, but there was still a gap between him and the first-generation geniuses. The third floor was rather quiet. All the people who could come here were figures of great status, and every single one of them was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. For example, the Salt Gang, Black Dragon Gang, Harbor Sect, and various other dark powers. All of them were powers that were slightly weaker than the 8 ancient clans, yet they possessed great influence in the city. The third floor wasn't clamorous, and it seemed like everyone was waiting for the master of the tower to appear. Wying, are there any seats left? Yes. After Lin Ling's group ascended to the third floor, they instantly drew the attention of many. After all, those who could come up here weren't ordinary at all. However, Lin Ling's group was unfamiliar to them, and they weren't famous in the city. So many people were puzzled. An attendant walked over and smiled politely. Dear guests, there are seats for the star room, no seats for the moon room, and there's a room for the sun room. Yes. The seats on the third floor were divided into the sun, moon, and star rooms, and the sun room was clearly the best. There are actually seats left? Who eats and drinks while standing? Lin Ling shook his head. Then we'll take the sun room, he said with a smile. Yes. Sir, are you sure? The attendant's expression changed slightly. Even though anyone could enter the third floor, there were unwritten rules here. For example, those who didn't belong to any powers would be seated in the star room, and those with great status would be seated in the sun room. The remaining room had actually been reserved, and its owner was the master of the horse racing gang. The master's forces weren't weak, and he belonged to the Jianghu clan of the ancient clans. Usually no one dared to sit in that room. Everyone who came to the third floor knew of this rule. It's just a room, what's there to confirm? Lead the way. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Alright, please follow me. Sir. Even though the attendant knew that the sun room belonged to the master of the horse racing gang, the Immortal Gathering Tower actually didn't have such a rule. It was only a secret rule set by the guests who came here. So, since Lin Ling dared to go, then as the attendant, he naturally had to follow the rules. Where did this immature brat come from? He actually dares to go to Master Lu's room. Hee hee. Hee hee, it's obvious that it's his first time here. He's completely ignorant of the situation in the outer city. He's going to suffer. Sir. Chapter 150. Lu Mashan of the Racing Horse Gang. In one of the private rooms, a young man watched the scene unfold. He took a sip of wine and shook his head with a sneer. Those young men seem to be from the Lin clan. Ah, they've never seen the world. If they get into trouble, even the ancient Lin clan won't be able to protect them. Young master, why are you so sure? The Racing Horse Gang is just a subordinate force of our Jianghu family. Uncle Guan, you're too short-sighted. The youth said indifferently. Ancestor once said that the racing gang is spread all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. All the goods are delivered by them. To our ancient Jianghu clan they are a very good dog. Therefore Ancestor values them very much. Those disciples of the Lin family dared to provoke the Racing Horse Gang. Ancestor Tai Yen will not let the Racing Horse Gang suffer any grievances. Even if he has to fight, he will avenge the Racing Horse Gang. The ancient Lin family disciples are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Their ancestor Tai Yen will not aggravate the conflict between our two families just for one or two ordinary disciples. Young master is right. The young man's analysis was correct. The third floor was completely silent. Many people were looking at Lin Ling and the others, secretly laughing. Lin Ling and the others naturally noticed this as well, but they didn't care. They also guessed that there might be some unwritten rules on the third floor, but that had nothing to do with them. If the waiter dared to bring them here, then they dared to sit down. A moment later, all kinds of delicacies and wine were served. Lin Ling and the others ate and chatted. This is the owner of the Immortal Gathering Tower. It is said that whoever can complete her drinking challenge can obtain anything. No wonder there are so many people on the third floor. Lin Ling said. This was also his purpose for coming here. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could complete the wine wager and obtain the sky-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul from the tower master of the Immortal Assembling Tower. What? My private room has been occupied. Which bastard is so daring? At this moment, an angry roar came from the third floor. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man coldly shouted. This middle-aged man was nearly 2 meters tall, with a stocky back and a bear's waist. He wore a large brocade robe with the words "Running Horse" embroidered on his chest. He was the leader of the horse racing gang, Lu Mashan. He was a ruthless figure. All those years ago he'd come to Cloud Ocean City by himself, and he'd relied on his ruthlessness to gain a firm foothold in the outer city. Even the older factions had to give him some face. After that, he was very smart as well. He went to the Jianghu clan of the ancient race and delivered goods for them. His goods spread throughout the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom, and even the patriarch of the Jianghu clan thought highly of him. In truth, this person had a mutually beneficial relationship with the Jianghu family. However, with the Jianghu family's old ancestor as his backer, this person became even more unbridled. His entire gang grew to over 3,000 people, and they ran amok in the outer city. Lord Lu. The waiter was about to speak. I don't need you to tell me. I'll go see for myself. Lu Mashan was also a smart person. He didn't dare to find trouble with the waiters from the Immortal Assembling Tower, so he personally came out. Moreover, he felt that it was time to show his power. If everyone went to his private room, what dignity would he have left in the future? Moreover, besides the 8 great ancient clans, he didn't fear anyone. Even if it was someone from the 8 great ancient clans, so long as they weren't elders or prodigies, he would dare to fight them. Because the patriarch of the Jianghu clan wouldn't let anything happen to him. In the Jianghu clan, although he had a different surname, the patriarch of the Jianghu clan had practically treated him as a prodigy because of benefits. He wouldn't allow anyone to offend him. Bang! The door to Lin Ling's private room was kicked open. At the same time, a deep voice resounded throughout the third floor. Who allowed you to come to this private room? Yes. Many people revealed curious expressions, and they wanted to see how those idiotic youths would deal with this. Get lost. Get lost. However, to everyone's surprise, there was only a single sentence in response, and it was even a single word, get lost. It was straightforward and didn't give them any face. Crazy. Those kids probably don't know what the situation is. Someone exclaimed. You dare to ask me to get lost? How audacious. Today, no matter who your master is, no matter what backing you have, I, Lu Mashan, will make sure you die here. No one can save you. Lu Mashan flew into a rage. The contempt of the youths opposite him made him seethe with anger. These youths were very unfamiliar to him. They weren't prodigies of the great factions at all. Perhaps they were disciples of the ancient clans without any status. However, they dared to shout at him with such a status? One had to know that even the prodigies of the ancient clan's Jianghu clan were very polite when they saw Lu Mashan. I don't know where you came from or who you are, but you kicked open the door of our private room and drove us away domineeringly as soon as you came in. Based on that, I can ask you to get lost. Now you dare to threaten us? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get lost, I'll send you away. Bang. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and coldly stared at Lu Mashan. He wasn't interested in Lu Mashan's identity. He only knew that this person had rudely interrupted their drinking. Ding. At this moment, the sound of a zither string was heard, and the entire third floor fell silent. The Tower Master is here. Yes. Every time the Tower Master of the Immortal Gathering Tower arrived, the first thing he would play was the zither. You're lucky that the Tower Master is here. However, don't be too complacent. There are 3,000 people outside the Immortal Gathering Tower. If you have the ability, don't leave the Immortal Gathering Tower for the rest of your life. Umph. Lu Mashan coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He didn't dare to not give face to the Tower Master. Therefore, when the Tower Master appeared, he didn't want to cause trouble. Those guys are really lucky. Umph. The people on the third floor all thought that Lin Ling was saved by the Tower Master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. As for the prodigy of the Withered Wood Ancient Clan who had a conflict with Lin Ling, he coldly sneered, "What an arrogant junior. Offending me and offending Lu Mashan at the same time. I don't need to do anything." Today's rules are the same. After a song, it's the drinking game. In the center of the third floor, a curtain appeared, blocking all 4 directions. One could vaguely see the figure of a woman sitting inside. In front of her was a zither, forming a classical and elegant picture. Although the woman's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her voice was like the sound of a bell in an empty valley, causing people to fantasize. What kind of beauty was inside the curtain? Inside the curtain, a delicate fragrance filled the air. The woman was wearing a veil, but her eyes were looking at Lin Ling's private room. Interesting. Coming to my immortal gathering tower, he doesn't fear anyone. Is he ignorant or is he brave? However, looking at his appearance, he should be a newcomer. Moreover, no one knows him, so he shouldn't be famous. This kind of person dares to not fear the various powers, seems like he's ignorant. Oomph. The woman smiled to herself and then began to play the zither. A beautiful melody floated out. On the third floor, everyone was relaxed and happy. This was also the reason why they came to the Immortal Gathering Tower. Apart from trying their luck to see if they could solve the drinking game, the other reason was to enjoy the music. Moreover, if they were lucky, they could see the face of the Tower Master. Then their trip wouldn't be in vain. Unfortunately, up until now, very few people had the opportunity to see the Tower Master, and no one could solve the Tower Master's drinking game. Today, the song the Tower Master played was different from before. This was a new song. Amazing. Even if I didn't listen to the song, I can feel the resonance in my heart. To be able to listen to such a beautiful song in my life, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Oomph. Chapter 151. Chapter 151 of Xiaoyu. Could this be considered a beautiful song? The melody and scale are perfect. Even before the song ends, I have a feeling of reincarnation. Lin Aofeng also said with admiration. Even Lin Qingqing also gave a rare word of praise. It should be known that she had always been very confident, and very rarely was she convinced by a woman. Lin Ling was the only one who remained unmoved. This kind of song, you call this trip not in vain? His words caused Lin Aofeng and the others to roll their eyes. Lin Aofeng said, Lin Ling, I know that you are stronger than us in everything, and that you are our leader. But you are too pretentious. This song should only exist in the heavens. Could it be that you have ever heard a more moving song than this one? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. The song in front of him was indeed not bad, but to Lin Ling, who came from another world, he had heard countless good songs such as Guangling San, High Mountain Flowing Water, and so on. When he was studying, he didn't have many friends, so he learned some music. Although he wasn't very good at it, at least it was better than this song. In addition to classical songs, Lin Ling had also heard a lot of foreign songs such as To Alice, Canon, and so on. Canon, in particular, was the song he was most familiar with. Therefore, it wasn't that he looked down on the OP song, but that he had heard too many songs. In comparison, it was natural that the OP song couldn't catch his eye. I have nothing to say to a vulgar person like you. Lin Ling shrugged. Pretend. You're looking for a beating. If you can play a better song than me, I'll write my name backwards. Lin Aofeng and the others were all disdainful. They were used to teasing each other, so they didn't put on any airs. They spoke without restraint, because they knew that Lin Ling wouldn't mind. Lin Ling naturally didn't care. On the contrary, he enjoyed this kind of atmosphere very much. Teasing each other with his best friend brought back memories of his school days. This song is called Samsara. I created it when I watched the sunset. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Today's drinking game is the evaluation of this song. If it's good, then you will get a drinking game. As usual, the OP issued a drinking game. On the third floor, the mood of the crowd was high. It was said that the OP had great magical powers. As long as you completed her drinking game, she could agree to any condition such as rare martial arts, pills, martial arts, and so on. Therefore, everyone was grasping this opportunity. OP, this song resonates with the hearts of people, like a dream, worthy of the name of reincarnation. My evaluation is that this song is rarely seen in the world, difficult to find in life. The literati invited by some major powers spoke one after another. Thank you. Unfortunately, their comments only received a flat reply from the OP. Reincarnation, birth, old age, sickness and death, is like the sun rising and setting, flowers blooming and wilting. Since the owner created this song by observing the sunset, he must have lamented the fact that life is like the sunset, that he is in his later years, reminiscing about his life. This song makes people sigh, it is as peaceful as the sunset, it even makes people have the thought of putting down the matters of Jianghu, and watching the sun for the rest of their lives. Perhaps the soul that the owner wanted to express is that with a smile, we should let go of what should be let go. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, causing the entire third floor to fall silent. The OP's calm voice sounded. It seemed to be questioning but also seemed to be affirming. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, the OP was very satisfied with the OP's OP. Maybe this time, the OP had completed the drinking game. What's your name? Xianxia, the pride of the Jiang family of the ancient race. This time the OP even asked for the OP's name personally. Xianxia, the pride of the generation, I didn't expect him to come. The crowd finally burst into discussion. In the private room, the pride of the Jiang family of the ancient race was drinking proudly. The old man next to him congratulated, "Young master, you are indeed a dragon among men. You have improved the reputation of the Jiang family of the ancient race." A group of short-sighted people. How can they be my opponents? Zhang Yixiao smiled confidently. But there are other opinions. The OP's voice sounded again. But everyone knew that if there were no accidents, the drinking game would fall into Zhang Yixiao's hands this time. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. "I don't understand the beauty of the song. If the OP wants to know the flaw of the song, I have some opinions." Everyone on the third floor was stunned. Chapter 152. Canon. "Mister, according to what you said, you should have heard many famous songs. Why don't you let us have a look?" Zhang Yixiao shouted. "That's right. You said that Lu Zhu's song is barely audible, then you should play something that isn't. If you don't, then you're creating something out of nothing," the crowd said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, the OP was also looking at Lin Ling's private room with anticipation. She also hoped that this gentleman would be able to broaden her horizons. Lin Ling's private room fell silent. Lin Aofing and the others looked at Lin Ling. "Keep bragging. Now that your bragging has been exposed, what will you do?" Lin Aofing and the others felt a headache coming on. Was it possible for Lin Ling to play a better song than the OP? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he didn't know how to play music. On the contrary, when he was studying he had played many songs, but the problem was that he didn't have an instrument. At that time there were not many people who knew how to play the zither. Most people played the piano or the guitar. But how could there be a piano in this place? The piano is even more complicated. Even I can barely play a song. The guitar is even simpler. It looks like I have to make my own guitar. Lin Ling mused. Good. After that, Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the private room. He walked towards the curtain step by step. At this moment, everyone saw the person who spoke. They were all surprised. They didn't expect it to be this young man. The owner's eyes also lit up. This mister was even younger than she had imagined. "I can't play the zither." Lin Ling came to the front of the curtain and said. His words made the house master stunned. He did not know how to play the guzheng, but he said that his song was barely audible. Could it be that he was deliberately mystifying things? "But I can use other instruments instead," Lin Ling continued. Then he looked around and saw a table made of rosewood. He stretched out his right hand and blue flames wrapped around the rosewood. Then it started burning. He wanted to make a guitar out of this rosewood. If it was in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to do it. But after coming to this world, he had rich experience in martial arts. His ability to control fire had reached perfection. Using fire to create the outline of a wooden guitar wasn't difficult at all. "Have you got a sword?" After the guitars were assembled, Lin Ling looked at the curtain and said, "Yes." The house master pondered for a moment before standing up. She pulled out a sword and handed it out of the curtain. She was also curious. What was this young man doing? Her hand was as white as jade. When it passed through the curtain, Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't think that the tower master would be so young. However, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. After receiving the sword, the 9 nether heavenly flames burned the sword, turning it into a lump of black molten iron. After that, Lin Ling waved his hands and pulled out strings from the black molten iron as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. Then he slowly attached them to the wooden guitar. A moment later, a wooden guitar made of rosewood appeared. Everyone looked at the wooden guitar without blinking. That instrument was too strange. It looked like a big gourd and a big shovel. Could such an instrument be played? Haha, little friend, I, Guan Pingyun, have been immersed in music all my life. But this instrument of yours is something I've never seen before. Can you play it? Everyone laughed mockingly. The house master also looked at the wooden guitar curiously. In all fairness, she didn't think that such a strange instrument could be played, because there were too few strings, even fewer than the zither. Ignorant and inexperienced, a frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He found a chair and sat down. Holding the guitar, he carefully thought about what song to play. Muji he had studied for many years and could play many songs. At that time his skills were naturally very ordinary. However, that might not be the case here. In this world, martial arts were revered. In terms of music, there were very few people who could play it. Canon. Although canon sounds good when played on a piano, it can also be played with a wooden guitar. The most important thing is that the song is good. Lin Ling nodded. His left hand pressed the chords and his right hand gently played. Ding. An ancient sound rang out. It had the classical flavor of a guitar, like a high mountain and flowing water, like a gurgling brook. The entire third floor at this moment was dead silent. That big gourd-like instrument could be played, and the sound quality was not much worse than the zither? Everyone was surprised. Even the house master was shocked with her mouth wide open. However, this was just the beginning. Canon was a world-famous song that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Naturally, it had its own reasons. This song had a romantic and beautiful melody, which had conquered many people. Now, it appeared for the first time in this world. Suddenly, everyone on the third floor heard the beauty of this song. Time quietly passed in the beautiful melody. Until Lin Ling finished playing, many people had not yet responded. They were still immersed in the beauty of the song. The melody of canon was indeed very beautiful. It was rare in this world. However, when Lin Ling played, he used his soul force to play, causing this song to be like a tiger that had grown wings, giving rise to an indescribable mood. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He did not expect that using soul force to play would have such an effect. Little sir, the beauty of this song can only be found in the heavens. Little sir is a talent. Mengyun was rude earlier. At this moment, the house master's voice rang out. Lin Ling blushed with shame. He had only pirated canon. In reality, in the previous world, there were many people who played canon with a better mood than him. Alas, it could only be said that the music of this world was indeed too horrible to look at. Not at all. I only heard this song by chance. That's why I know it. This song was not created by me. I don't deserve to be called sir. Lin Ling said modestly. He had only played it on a whim. His goal was to win the house master's drinking wager. Sir is too modest. However, with sir's talent, you should not have come for the drinking wager. You should have come to meet friends through music and find people of the same path. Mengyun is not talented, but I am willing to pursue the Tao of sound with sir. The house master said respectfully. It could be seen that she admired Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling. In reality, he had indeed come for the drinking wager. As for pursuing the Tao of sound together, his talent in this aspect was actually very ordinary. When the people around heard the house master's words, they were all envious. They knew that the drinking wager this time belonged to that young man. However, they did not pursue music. They only knew that Lin Ling's canon was not bad, but they did not know the essence of it. Therefore, when they heard the house master call that young man sir, they were all jealous. That young man was at most 16 or 17 years old. What qualifications did he have to call her sir? Sir, please follow me. Sir. The house master said politely to Lin Ling. Lin Ling understood. He knew that he had completed the drinking wager and could now obtain a condition from the house master. Lin Aofeng, you all come together. Lin Ling shouted. He did not know where to go. He did not want to leave Lin Aofeng and the others behind. When Lin Aofeng and the others walked out of the private room, they all stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, they did not expect that Lin Ling would actually succeed in bragging. This guy seemed to be omnipotent. Chapter 153. The Mysterious OP. Tower Master, you flatter me. My purpose in coming here is actually because of Tower Master's conditions. I am not as virtuous as Tower Master thinks. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said bluntly. Oh. The floor master nodded his head in disappointment, but he quickly forgot about it. He smiled and said, Little Sir has also completed the drinking game. I wonder if there are any conditions for Dream Clouds to complete? When she said this, her beautiful face also blushed. If Lin Ling raised some excessive conditions, she would really be in trouble. However, Lin Ling was obviously not interested in her. He smiled and said, Do you have 5 sea-rending mysterious dragon whale souls? Sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul? The house master was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Please wait a moment. Little Bamboo, go and see if there are 5 sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls. A female servant walked over. She was about 17 years old and was wearing a green suit. Her cultivation was not weak. She was actually a 4-star martial spirit realm. It could be seen that the house master's identity was indeed extraordinary. Tower Master, although the sea-cracking profound dragon whale soul isn't precious, it's a bit difficult to find 5 in a short period of time. Currently there's only 1. The servant girl took out an account book and checked it for a moment before speaking. Little sir, I'm sorry but there's only one for now. If little sir needs it, I'll have someone collect it as soon as possible. The housemaster said. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. That maid had said that the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul wasn't valuable, but in reality, this kind of beast core was priceless. Moreover, in the eyes of the Tower Master, to be able to collect such a rare beast core, this Tower Master's influence was really not small. Thank you. I can also use spiritual crystals to buy these sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls. Lin Ling didn't want to take advantage of the other party. The housemaster laughed, her laughter was like a silver bell. Little mister, it's just the sea-splitting mysterious dragon's whale soul. If I can hear little mister's song again, even if it's 100 pieces, 1,000 pieces, it would be worth it. Little sir, please wait here for a moment. I've already sent someone to retrieve the sea-cracking profound dragon's whale soul. Lin Ling was speechless. She didn't expect that a pirated version of canon could be exchanged for so much. Little sir, I saw that you had offended the racing gang. Those people kill people like flax. I'm afraid that if little sir leaves the Jushin Tower, they won't let it go. How about I take care of them for sir? It could be seen that she really respected Lin Ling racing gang. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, then he shook his head. No, it's just a small gang. Little Mr. Little Mr. You. The Tower Master. Mr. Studio. Of Mr. Master. Lin Studio. Although he wasn't afraid of the racing horse gang, the other party had a lot of people. If they used the human wave tactic, it would be quite troublesome. Since they had more people, then he would let Lin Aofing and the others go back to the ancient clan to move people. Very well, there is a passage here that leads to the outside world. Earlier, I wanted to let you leave through here, but seeing how confident you were, I didn't mention it. The Tower Master nodded. Lin Aofing and the others heard their conversation. They greeted Lin Aofing and left through a passage on the 4th floor. They went back to the Fire Ancient clan to find help. Little mister, there's no one here. Mister, can you play another song? Only the two of them were left in the hall. The Tower Master's beautiful eyes showed a hint of longing. Actually, this was her goal. She wanted to hear some better songs. Sure. Lin Little Mr. Master was very generous. He asked someone to bring him a wooden guitar. After thinking for a while, he played to Alice, playing a few songs in exchange for the priceless sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale soul. This seemed to be a good deal. While Lin Little Mr. Master was playing, more and more martial artists gathered in front of the Immortal Gathering Tower. These martial artists were wearing green clothes with the word horse embroidered on their chests. They were the racing gang. The racing gang is doing something. This street is closed. Everyone else get lost. Hearing that, the people on the street started to talk. The racing gang is so overbearing. Who offended them? Be careful. Be careful. The racing gang is a big gang with 3,000 people. And they have the ancient Jianghu family behind them. Ordinary people can't afford to offend them. That guy who offended the racing horse gang is in for a treat. Under the Immortal Gathering Tower, Lu Maishan sat with a big smile. Next to him was a table with fragrant tea. He smiled and drank, waiting quietly. You dare to steal my room. Today, I don't care if you're the Heavenly King or the King of Hell. I'll make you regret being born. He was waiting for Lin Little Mr. Master. 3,000 people surrounded the whole street. Unless Lin Little Mr. Master never left the Immortal Gathering Tower, he could not escape death. He guessed that Lin Little Mr. Master must be hiding in the Immortal Gathering Tower. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, many people were watching a good show. Among them was Xianxia from the ancient Jianghu family. At the same time, the geniuses of the ancient Dead Tree clan were also watching a good show. That arrogant young man had offended them, but they did not need to do anything. The racing gang alone was enough to make that young man regret his life. Everyone was waiting. However, in the Immortal Gathering Tower, Lin Little Mr. Master did not know. Even if he knew, he would not care. He was still playing the guitar. That beautiful song floated in the building, making the owner immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. Song. She had heard 3,000 songs, but the song Lin Little Mr. Master played was a beautiful song that she had never heard before. Little Mr. Mengyun wants to be your disciple. At the end of the song, Yu Menyun stepped lightly and bowed to Lin Little Mr. Master, giving people the feeling that she was a lady from a noble family. Lin Little Mr. Master continued to sweat. How could he be qualified to be her master with his mediocre skills? Even if she did not become his disciple, it would be easy for him to teach Yu Yun those songs. Mister, do you accept Meng Yun as your disciple? Yes. I'm not a disciple. I'm just a classmate. Yes. Classmate? Classmate. It means that we are like-minded. In short, when I have time, I will play some songs that you have never heard of before for you. Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, replied with a smile. The impression that Yu Yun gave him was that she was a lady from a noble family. She was knowledgeable and reasonable like a talented girl. It was a pity that Yu Yun had been wearing a veil, so he could not see her true appearance. However, he guessed that she should not be too bad. The two of them chatted for a while. Not long after, a maid delivered the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul. Although there was only one for the time being, Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, was very happy. After putting away the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul, Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, left. Yu Yun was a little reluctant. It was not that she liked Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, but she was reluctant to part with Lin Ling, little Mr. Master's songs. She thought in her heart, this young man is so young, but he has heard more songs than me. What is his background? Little Mister, below the Immortal Gathering Tower, I'm afraid that the racing gang members have surrounded the entire street. Why don't you let Meng Yun deal with them for you? Meng Yun? Seeing Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, stand up, Yu Yun said softly. Lin Ling, little Mr. Master, shook his head. There is no need to trouble the Tower Master with such a small matter. A mere racing gang is nothing in my eyes. Meng Yun? Yu Yun, little Mr. Master, was stunned. She was clear about the racing gang's background. Although it was not a huge organization, it was tied to the ancient clan's Jiang family because of interests. It could be considered as a core force of the ancient clan's Jiang family. Chapter 154. Bloodstain the Blade. His surname is Lin, so he should be a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan. However, the Fire Ancient clan's prodigy is Lin Ling. Unless something happens to him, the Fire Ancient clan will probably ignore this matter. Yu Yun was curious. She then watched as Lin Ling left the 4th floor. Little Ju, little Yen, little Zhu, keep an eye on little Mister. If he can't handle it, you guys can take action. Yes. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. On the street, the racing gang's 3,000 men were getting impatient. Gang leader, why don't we go to the Immortal Gathering Tower and ask for him? If we restrain ourselves, the Tower Master won't make things difficult for us. One of the underlings said. No. No. Lu Mashan refused immediately. Even the ancestors of the 8 ancient clans dared to provoke the Tower Master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. This was an ironclad rule. Lu Mashan wasn't confident that he could match the ancestors of the ancient clans. Wait slowly. If he doesn't come out, we'll wait for a day. If he doesn't come out, we'll wait for a month. Lu Mashan issued a death order. This meant that he had to settle the score with Lin Ling. The racing gang didn't leave. The others who were watching the show didn't leave either. They waited quietly. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked down the stairs in the Immortal Gathering Tower. Many of the diners in the tower looked at him. They knew that the racing gang's 3,000 men were waiting outside for this young man. However, this young man was courageous enough. He was still so calm in the face of danger. Hey, do you want a drink? I'll treat you to a drink. Will you do me the honor? Yes. When Lin Ling reached the 2nd floor, a calm voice sounded. Lin Ling turned around. It was the prodigy of the Witheredwood Ancient clan. However, he was treating him to a drink? What did this mean? One had to know that not long ago, he had taught the Witheredwood Ancient clan a lesson. No. No. Lin Ling didn't think too much and shook his head. Haha, it's the last drink of your life. What a waste. Maybe you won't be able to drink in the future. The prodigy of the Witheredwood Ancient clan said to himself with a smile. He invited Lin Ling to drink. Naturally, it wasn't to curry favor with him, but to gloat over his misfortune. Because the members of the racing horse gang were gathered outside, the young man would not be able to escape. If he treated the young man to a drink, wouldn't that be the last drink of the young man's life? In fact, he even wanted to use the opportunity of drinking to teach him a lesson from above. Of course, although the young man refused, it didn't stop him from enjoying the show. As for why he did not make a move, he was a prodigy of his generation. Was there a need for him to make a move? Is that so? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed what that generation's heavens chosen meant. He smiled and said, but if I, Lin Ling, want to drink, I can drink at any time. How about this? Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. If there's a next time, I'll drink your wine. But perhaps there won't be a next time. That generation's heavens chosen shrugged. Lin Ling sneered. He didn't say anything else and slowly walked down the first floor. Before long, his figure appeared at the entrance of the Immortal Assembling Tower. As soon as he appeared, the whole street was in an uproar. Those who were drinking stopped drinking, those who were chatting stopped chatting, and those who were playing Paigao stopped playing. All eyes were on Lin Ling. They had waited for an entire morning. Finally it was time. Let the show begin. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, people were looking forward to it. That young man didn't know the rules. First, he came to the Immortal Assembling Tower to teach the members of the Deadwood Ancient Clan a lesson. Then he stole the Racing Horse Gang's box and finally won the drinking game. If this young man had a reputation, no one would dare to disobey him. However, this young man had no reputation. In the outer city no one knew him. Good patience. You made me wait for so long. Are you ready to die? Bang. Lu Masan threw the teacup in his hand, stood up and said fiercely, "Boys, take your weapons. Today blood will dye the blade. Blood will dye the blade." The whole street, more than 3,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were deafening. In the tea houses on both sides of the street, the people from the various factions were relieved. After waiting for so long, the show was finally about to begin. They were looking forward to seeing how this young man from the Fire Ancient Clan would face it. Let the ancient clans help? However, the possibility of that was very small. The Fire Ancient Clan wasn't stupid. That young man was just an ordinary disciple. How could it be possible for the entire clan to move out for an ordinary disciple? If every disciple encountered such a situation and the entire clan came out to help, then what was the clan doing? Protecting the younger generation of the clan every day was enough to keep them busy. Therefore, when encountering such a situation, as long as it didn't affect the ancient clans, most of them couldn't be bothered. If there was anyone to blame, then blame that disciple for being arrogant and offending the wrong person. Such examples were not uncommon in other ancient clans. Racing Horse Gang, a subordinate faction of the ancient clan's Jianghu clan. This time all 3,000 of them came out. You're really giving me face. However, since you're here, then stay. Facing the crowd, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke. His words caused the entire street to fall silent. Death was at hand, yet this young man still dared to speak such words. One had to admit that he was either excessively ignorant or extremely arrogant. You alone want all 3,000 of us to stay? Aha, the Fire Ancient Clan has declined. The younger generation can't see reality clearly. Lu Masan laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. No matter what tricks you're playing today, your blade will be stained with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Masan stomped his foot and pounced towards Lin Ling. Blood stained the blade. This was the battle that made the Racing Horse Gang famous in Cloud Sea City. In that battle, the Racing Horse Gang and the Iron Crocodile Gang fought for territory for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire pier was stained with blood. In the end, the Racing Horse Gang won. Every single person who walked out of the pier had their blade stained with blood. Blood stained the blade. These 4 terrifying names came from that time. As the gang leader, Lu Masan's strength was tyrannical. He had reached the 3-star martial spirit realm and was known for his ruthlessness. In a one-on-one battle, unless the opponent's realm was higher than his, they would be scared off by his ruthlessness. As for Lin Ling, his strength was only at the 2-star martial spirit realm. This realm was lower than Lu Masan's, and coupled with his young age, how could he resist Lu Masan's baleful aura? Blood stained the blade? Today I will burn the Racing Horse Gang? Seeing Lu Masan pouncing towards him, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He pulled out his right hand and the Brilliance Resurgence sword appeared behind him. On the sword, a cluster of blue flames rose, burning more and more fiercely. He held the sword in his hand and pounced towards Lu Masan. At this moment, everyone could only see the blue flames exploding. They couldn't see Lin Ling's figure clearly. It felt as if a blue flame shot out from the entrance of the Immortal Gathering Tower. It was extremely gorgeous. What speed! Lu Masan was shocked. What he saw was different. He could only see a flame shooting towards him like a dance of fire, but the young man had already disappeared without a trace. 10,000 galloping horses. At this critical moment, Lu Masan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He clapped his hands and the spiritual energy in his body surged. In front of him, a steed condensed from water appeared. Then, as if he was pushing the sea, he clapped his hands. Bang bang bang. Chapter 155. Extortion of 3,000 spiritual crystals. Ancient races Jianghu clan, the 3rd generation of the water arts, Lu Masan, deeply doted on by the Jianghu clan's old ancestor. Looking at the martial arts, some martial artists were secretly envious. Lu Masan also had a water attribute spirit body. Although his grade wasn't high, he had helped the ancient race's Jiang family time and time again. Therefore he had obtained the Jiang family's absolute arts. In fact, this was the first time the ancient race's Jiang family had imparted their family's martial arts to an outsider. From this, it could be seen how much the Jiang clan's patriarch valued Lu Masan. In fact, in addition to delivering goods for the Jiang family, Lu Masan was also the Jiang family's secret thug. Some dirty things, such as robbing the resources of a certain village, were all done by the racing gang. In short, Lu Masan had been nurtured by the Jiang family of the ancient race. He was very strong. Yet that young man actually dared to meet him head-on. This was simply courting death. Bang bang bang. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. On the streets, one could only see tens of thousands of horses galloping. However, it was unknown what these spiritual chi attacks encountered, but they all exploded like firecrackers. As for blue flames, they floated everywhere. It seemed that the ancient race's Jiang family's third-generation water technique had been broken. That was a third-generation water art, the ultimate technique of the Jiang family of the ancient race. To think that it would be broken by a nameless youth. How was this possible? Lu Masan was also in disbelief as he stared blankly in front of him. His level was higher than the boys and he even had the third-generation mystic fourth-level water technique, but he still couldn't kill the boy. Just how strong was the boy? Whoosh. At this moment, fire danced dazzling sun. The blue flames were like the sun in the sky, gorgeous. Swish, swish. 5 slash marks appeared on Lu Masan's body. It was as if some ghostly slash had pierced through his body, causing him to stand there in a daze. Moments later, Lin Ling appeared behind Lu Masan, holding his sword of brilliance resurgence with an indifferent expression. Third-generation water technique? It seemed that the Jiang family of the ancient race was about to decline. Lu Masan shouted. Just as he was about to say something, a terrifying force erupted from his body. It was as if 5 bombs had been buried in his body. The bombs exploded at this moment. Boom, boom. After 5 consecutive explosions, the blue flames exploded. Lu Masan was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. When he landed on the ground, the blue flames were still burning on his body. Third-generation flame technique. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The martial arts used by the youth were very powerful. Furthermore, it was an extreme fire attribute martial arts. Only the third generation of the Fire Ancient clan had such power. However, among the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ming was the only one who knew the third-generation fire technique. How did this young man learn it as well? Brothers kill. Human wave tactics. Bring out your killing intent. On the ground, Lu Masan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he roared hysterically. He originally wanted to show off his strength and deal with Lin Ling by himself. In the end, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong and defeat him so easily. This caused him to lose face and at the same time his killing intent gradually rose. He was prepared to surround and kill Lin Ling with 3,000 men. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ming wouldn't be able to stop such a force. Courting death. Let's see who dares to make a move. At this moment a loud shout rang out. A figure leaped down from mid-air and smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the entire street to shake. After this person landed, flames erupted from his body. He stared coldly at the crowd like a fire god. Racing horse gang, a bunch of mobs. You're too arrogant. How dare you bully my Lin family? Today I'll disband your racing horse gang. Then, another figure shot out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These 2 people were so powerful that the 3,000 men of the racing horse gang who were ready to attack didn't dare to move. 6th Elder Lin Tang and 14th Elder of the Fire Ancient clan. In the tea house, Zhang Yixiao looked at the 2 people with a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the 2 great elders would personally come out for a junior. This was extremely abnormal. Could it be that the youth's identity wasn't an ordinary disciple of the ancient clan? You are? On the ground, Lu Masan also sensed the terror of these people and couldn't help but ask. A small gang dares to be so arrogant. We're just too lazy to do anything to you. Do you think you can go against the heavens? Lin Tang snorted coldly, his killing intent thick. Not long ago he received an order from his ancestor, saying that the ancient Jiang family's horse racing gang was going to besiege Lin Ling. When he heard this news, he was instantly enraged and immediately rushed over with his men. If the racing horse gang wanted to teach a lesson to an ordinary disciple, they wouldn't care as long as the racing horse gang didn't go overboard. After all, the Fire Ancient clan would occasionally teach the juniors of other ancient clans a lesson. This was a very common thing. To them it was like children fighting. The adults couldn't possibly help them every time. However, Lin Ling was different. Putting aside his identity as a prodigy of that generation, Lin Ling was a person who had made great contributions to the Fire Ancient clan. If a single strand of hair was harmed, Ancestor Taiyin would definitely fly into a rage. Therefore, the racing horse gang was simply provoking the Fire Ancient clan. Not good, the streets are full of people. They're all from the Fire Ancient clan. Just as Lu Masan was feeling puzzled and terrified, a subordinate ran over and reported in horror. Someone from the Ancient Flame clan? How many people? Lu Masan was shocked again. He felt that the situation was more troublesome than he had imagined. I don't know. They're densely packed with people more than us. Moreover, all of them are very strong. He surrounded us. That little brother said uneasily. In the outer city of Cloud Sea City, they were always the ones who attacked others. This was the first time they were besieged. Moreover, they were completely surrounded. They had kicked an iron plate. That youth was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he wasn't the prodigy of that generation, Lin Ming. Why would the Fire Ancient clan go to war for him and mobilize the entire clan? We might have misunderstood. It's just a small matter. How about we bury the hatchet? No discord, no concord. Lu Masan hurriedly asked someone to help him up and smiled apologetically. Hearing this, Lin Tang and Lin Ling both looked at Lin Ling. They were waiting for Lin Ling's opinion on this matter. In any case, their goal was to protect Lin Ling. They could do whatever Lin Ling wanted to do. Who do you think you are? You want to brush this matter aside by saying no discord, no concord? Let me tell you, no one from the racing horse gang can leave today. Lin Ling took a step forward and said coldly, how could there be such an easy thing in the world? If he could defeat them, then he would fight them. If he couldn't, then he would just treat it as if nothing had happened. If that was the case, then wouldn't anyone be able to provoke Lin Ling? Then. I wonder what young master thinks. Lu Masan didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment and continued to smile apologetically. 3,000 men is very impressive. You, Lu Masan, gathered so many people here. Didn't you want to prove how grand you are? Since that's the case, if you want to settle this matter, then you have to pay 1 spirit crystal per person. If there's a single spirit crystal less, your 3,000 men will have to stay here. Lin Ling coldly shouted. Although the racing horse gang wanted to kill him, it was impossible for them to kill 3,000 people, so he could only extort. However, 3,000 spirit crystals. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a huge sum of money. Chapter 156. The ancestor appears. This, how can I take it out? Lu Masan's face changed. This was simply extortion. I don't care about that. I'll say it again. 1 less crystal, and all 3,000 of your men will die here. Lin Ling said calmly. Young master, save me. A bitter expression appeared on Lu Masan's face. He suddenly glanced at a tea house in the distance. He knew that the young master of the ancient Zhang clan, Xianxia, was also there. In truth, one of the reasons why he had sent 3,000 troops to surround and attack Lin Ling was because he wanted to curry favor with young master Zhang Yixiao. After all, he had also seen how Lin Ling had snatched young master Zhang Yixiao's wine wager in the tea house. Do you want to start a war between our two races? Let's just forget about this matter. Zhang Yixiao walked out of the tea house. He had no choice but to come out. The situation had turned into a battle between the two clans. He never would have thought that an ordinary ancient clan disciple would cause such a huge commotion. The entire street was surrounded by members of the Fire Ancient clan. Who do you think you are? If you say so, then so be it. But what if I refuse? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Yixiao, who walked out, and frowned slightly. Then he said coldly, do you have to make a big deal out of it? If things get out of hand, you won't be able to get anything out of it. You might even incur the displeasure of your old ancestor and bring more trouble to your Fire Ancient clan. Zhang Yixiao said with a frown. Pull 1 hair and the whole body will be affected. Even though the Zhang family of the Ancient clan and the Fire Ancient clan were old enemies, the two clans were usually in a tense state. A small spark could trigger a war between the two clans. Therefore, none of the disciples of the two clans dared to do anything that might trigger a war between the two clans. They might even become the sinners of their clans. Therefore, Zhang Yixiao used this excuse to make Lin Ling fearful. Unfortunately, what did Lin Ling need to fear? The grudges between our two clans have been going on for thousands of years. What will come will come. What is there to be afraid of? I'll say the same thing again. 3,000 spirit crystals. One less and 3,000 people won't be able to leave this place. Lin Ling smiled coldly, his attitude becoming even more unyielding. You can't bear this responsibility. Zhang Yixiao's face became more and more unsightly. That young man was too frivolous. Even Lin Ming did not dare to be so arrogant, but that young man was unscrupulous. Did he think that he was Patriarch Taiyin? You're right. Today I, Zhang Tianshui, will say that I won't give you a single piece of the 3,000 spiritual crystals. I'd like to see how arrogant the descendants of the Fire Ancient clan can be. At this moment, a thunderous voice resounded through the sky. Dark clouds rolled in the sky as a screen of water appeared. Then it condensed into a blurry human figure looking down on the world like a god. The patriarch of the Zhang family. Hearing the voice and looking at the blurred figure, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the matter here would alarm the Zhang family's old ancestor. In addition, all the major ancient clans and various forces in the outer city were also watching. Many people were also shocked. The old ancestor-level experts rarely interfered with the small matters of the ancient clans. They would only appear for decisive matters. However, this time the old ancestor appeared and he was extremely powerful. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Lu Mashan and Zhang Yixiao looked at the sky and then bowed. Their faces were gradually filled with pride. The old ancestor took the initiative to appear for the two of them. This also showed that the old ancestor valued them. Even if it led to a big conflict, he would support them. The Zhang family's old ancestor has appeared. Things are getting a little troublesome. Lin Ling, what do you think? Old ancestor. Lin Tang and Lin Ling's expressions changed. They both looked at Lin Ling. An old ancestor-level expert wasn't someone they could go against. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In fact, he was very surprised as well. However, his attitude was still strong. I'm flattered that the Zhang family's old ancestor has appeared. However, this is a matter between us juniors. As a senior, aren't you a little too shameless to interfere? Moreover, you were unreasonable in the first place. So, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, no one is allowed to leave without 3,000 spirit crystals. Old ancestor. If the matter wasn't blown out of proportion, it wouldn't affect the ancient clans. After all, others would treat it as a dispute between children. However, the matter was getting out of hand. Lin Ling couldn't take a step back. If he did, then how would the Fire Ancient clan face? How would they gain a foothold in Cloud Sea City? This young man is so domineering. Old ancestor. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's courage. The Zhang family's old ancestor had spoken, but an ant-like existence like Lin Ling still stood firm. It had to be said that he was simply courting death. After all, if the Zhang family's old ancestor wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as moving a finger. You're quite bold. Do you think you can represent the Fire Ancient clan? Yes. In the sky, the Zhang family's old ancestor stared coldly at Lin Ling. In his heart, the young man on the street was someone he could crush to death with a single finger. However, the young man dared to contradict him in front of so many people. This was equivalent to questioning his authority. Yes. Yes. Before Lin Ling could speak, an indifferent voice quietly sounded. At the same time, thousands of flames condensed in the sky. It was as if countless meteors had been attracted. Half of the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, and a huge face appeared in the sky. As soon as the face appeared, the temperature of the entire earth seemed to rise. It made people feel as if they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at it. A terrifying thought rose in everyone's mind. Even old ancestor Extreme Flame was here. Lin Taiyin, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to start a war between our two clans for a mere junior? The Zhang family's old ancestor was also extremely surprised. Logically speaking, old ancestor Extreme Flame shouldn't have appeared. Although the Zhang family was indeed in the wrong, the Lin family's extortion was too much. 3,000 spirit crystals was not a small amount. Old ancestor Extreme Flame should know that the Zhang family would not pay this debt. Since they wouldn't pay, it would be useless even if old ancestor Extreme Flame appeared. Instead, it would cause more trouble and completely trigger a war between the two clans. However, old ancestor Extreme Flame appeared. Therefore, the Zhang family's old ancestor was very surprised, very surprised. What do you mean? Your Zhang family's people besieged my Fire Ancient clan's disciple. You were in the wrong in this matter. Isn't it normal for you to take out some compensation? In the sky, old ancestor Extreme Flame's huge face said majestically. Are you crazy? You want us to take out 3,000 spirit crystals for a mere disciple? If you want to start a war, just say so. The Zhang family's old ancestor roared. Ah, a mere disciple? He's a genius of our Fire Ancient clan. You're actually saying that he's a mere disciple? Let me tell you. Even if our ancient clans become enemies with the 7 clans for the sake of a genius of our generation, we won't hesitate. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame roared furiously. Bang! The entire outer city of Ocean of Cloud City was stirred by this. A genius of a generation. Another genius of the Fire Ancient clan. How could this be possible? It was common knowledge that every single ancient clan had a genius of their generation. They represented the future of the ancient clan, and that genius was fostered with the strength of the entire clan. Their status was extremely high and no one was allowed to offend them. The genius of the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ming. Who would have imagined that the young man was actually a genius of his generation as well? Chapter 157. Just a puppet, a prodigy of a generation? How is this possible? What ability does he have? The Zhang clan's ancestor didn't seem to believe it. If that young man was really a prodigy of a generation, then it was normal for the Extreme Flame ancestor to appear here. Just like if the Zhang clan's prodigy was in trouble, they would exhaust the entire clan's strength to protect him. My Fire Ancient clan's prodigy of a generation, do you think I need you to make the decision? Just one sentence, 3,000 spirit crystals. Are you going to give it or not? If not, then the 2 clans will go to war today. The Extreme Flame ancestor spoke in a domineering and decisive manner. Are you going to give it or not? If not, then the 2 clans will go to war. When everyone heard that sentence, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. For that young man, the Extreme Flame ancestor was going all out. The Zhang clan's ancestor's expression kept changing. He knew that the Extreme Flame ancestor wouldn't change his decision. Right now, he either had to hand over the spirit crystals, or the 2 clans would go to war. The 2 choices were difficult for him. Lu Mashan, give them 3,000 spirit crystals, then get the hell back to the ancient clan. The Zhang clan's ancestor was furious. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally roared and disappeared into the sky. Lu Mashan sat on the ground powerlessly. He knew that he was in big trouble. But he never thought that the unknown young man was actually a prodigy of a generation. Lin Ling. Zhang Yixiao coldly looked at Lin Ling, then also left. In the Immortal Gathering Tower, the prodigy of the Withered Wood ancient clan frowned. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He originally wanted to watch a good show, but he didn't expect that the young man's status wasn't lower than his. He was also a prodigy of a generation, which made his toast a bit ironic. Pay the spirit crystals. Don't even think about leaving here without one. The Fire Ancient clan's people still surrounded the entire street. The horse racing gang's 3,000 people all had bitter expressions. Today they came in high spirits and wanted to stain their blades with blood. In the end, they were heavily extorted because they provoked the wrong person. Let's go back. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Ancestor Extreme Flame called out to Lin Ling and then disappeared into the street. Today's incident was like a tiny pebble in an ocean to the vast Ocean of Cloud City, and it wasn't worth mentioning at all. However, in the eyes of the various powers in the outer city, such a trivial matter had changed the situation slightly. Lin Ling, this name was gradually known by all the major powers. He was the new prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan, and his status was equal to Lin Ming's. However, the various ancient clans and forces all believed that this was merely a smokescreen used by the Fire Ancient clan. Perhaps its true purpose was to ensure Lin Ling's safety, allowing him to emerge from the water and become the focus of the various forces. Unfortunately, none of the major forces were fooled. They all treated Lin Ling as a puppet of the Fire Ancient clan. He didn't have the strength of a prodigy. Of course, this was merely their guess. They didn't know that in Ancestor Extreme Flame's heart, Lin Ling really was a prodigy and not a puppet. Ancestor Extreme Flame seems to be complacent now that he's completed King Duan's mansion's mission and has obtained the favor of King Duan's mansion. It's said that he obtained a banner from King Duan's mansion. That banner represents that King Duan's mansion might protect the Fire Ancient clan. So, the Cloud Hunt is about to begin, and it's the time for the 8 ancient clans to compete. Yes. At that time, the various powers in the inner city will appear as well. If he performs well, then he might truly be valued by them. Yes. The 8 ancient clans will probably work very hard to obtain the protection of the 4 kings. At the same time, the sounds of discussion resounded from every corner of the outer city. Everyone's gazes had descended onto the Cloud Hunt that would be held a month from now. The Cloud Hunt was an event that symbolized the rise of a force. In the past, it was this hunt that confirmed the status of the 8 ancient clans. Many ancient clans had become ancient clans after shocking the world with a single feat during the hunt. In other words, the name of the 8 ancient clans could be replaced at any time. Once it was replaced, then the ancient clans' businesses, restaurants, and markets would also be replaced. Moreover, there were rankings in the hunt. The first place would obtain new territory in the outer city and deprive the other ancient clans of a portion of their territory. The last place would have to hand over a portion of their territory. Therefore, every 3 years the hunt was extremely intense. This was also the stage for the prodigy of a generation. In this month, there was no doubt that the 8 ancient clans and even the major forces would work hard for this. Ha Ling, I thought I was ruthless enough. Who knew that you would be even more ruthless? You extorted 3,000 spiritual crystals the moment you opened your mouth. At that time, that old bastard from the Jianghu family must have felt his heart bleed. The grudge from the mine last time was paid back. In the small courtyard, Ancestor Taiyan looked at Lin Ling with a smile. In fact, he wasn't sure if the ancestor of the Jianghu family would be willing to pay up. If the ancestor of the Jianghu family didn't pay up, the result would be a war between the 2 clans. However, he was confident that he was in the right, so he wasn't afraid. Who asked the Jianghu family to provoke the prodigy of a generation? You deserve to pay up. In other words, if the Fire Ancient clan provoked the prodigy of the Jianghu family, then they would be extorted and suffer a loss. It was the same logic. Haha, I didn't expect them to pay up. However, since they are enduring humiliation, there must be something big going on. Lin Ling laughed. At that time he was also angry, so he didn't let them go without paying up. Moreover, he was a prodigy of a generation. No matter what, he should have some status. How could he be bullied so easily? Something big? Of course there is. That old bastard of the Jianghu family is no fool. The Cloud Sea hunt is about to begin. At this juncture, he naturally doesn't want to cause any trouble. Perhaps he is confident that he can get back at the Fire Ancient clan during the Cloud Sea hunt. Ancestor Taiyan snorted. The Cloud Sea hunt? Yes. Lin Ling blinked, puzzled. Ancestor Taiyan nodded. It's a hunt set by the 4 kings. In the past, whenever there was a conflict between our ancient clans, we would fight and it would affect Cloud Sea City. Later the 4 kings set this rule. Any conflict can be resolved during the hunt, and the first place can swallow the territory of the 8th place. Then what place were we in the last hunt? Lin Ling asked curiously. Ancestor Taiyan's expression was a bit unsightly. In the last hunt, Lin Ming hadn't grown up yet. As for the prodigy of the previous generation, alas, let's not talk about it. In any case, we were in the 8th place. Many territories were swallowed up by the first place. In any case, besides your father's generation, we have never taken first place. Alas. Ancestor Taiyan sighed twice. It was obvious that he felt extremely helpless in his heart. Lin Ling's expression became solemn. After arriving at the Fire Ancient clan, he felt the warmth of family. With Lin Ling's character, he would do the same to others. He would do his part in the Cloud Sea hunt. Grandfather, I will help. Grandfather. Chapter 158. Chapter 158 In the CLNV. The Cloud Sea hunt was a stage for 5-star martial spirit realm cultivators. Lin Ling's talent was good, but his cultivation time was still short. He was only a 2-star martial spirit realm cultivator, so his strength was not enough to face the Cloud Sea hunt. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything more. However, he was confident. Although he was currently at the 2-star martial spirit realm, because of the 9 nether heavenly flame and the ability to control fire, he wasn't afraid of martial artists of the same realm. He wasn't even afraid of 3-star martial spirit realm. In addition, he had the help of 2 types of pills, so he was confident in fighting a 4-star martial spirit realm. If his strength increased by a little during this period of time, it would not be impossible for him to defeat a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. Alright, I'll give you 100 spiritual crystals for the extortion. Now, you should work hard on your cultivation. I'll go check on Lin Ming. Ancestor Extreme Flame patted Lin Ling's shoulder, then slowly left. As soon as he left, Lin Aofing and the others came in like thieves. They seemed to be afraid of seeing Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ancestor Extreme Flame gave them too much prestige. Well done, Lin Ling. You extorted 3,000 spirit crystals just for a drink in a restaurant, which is the same as the reward from King Duan's mansion. I told you it's not bad to follow you. Just now, the clan said that if we report a merit, each person will be rewarded with 10 spirit crystals. Lin Aofing and the others smiled. They were very excited to be able to reap some benefits every time they worked for Lin Ling. Since the clan is rewarding you, then you should work even harder. The Cloud Sea hunt is coming. Don't you plan on doing anything? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Aofing and the others' faces became serious. Lin Aofing said, "Although we are weak in the Cloud Sea hunt, we will still try our best." As disciples of the Lin clan, they were bound together for good or ill. At this time, it was natural for them to unite and fight against the enemy. Their fighting spirit was high, and their eyes emitted a scorching light. Lin Ling was also affected, and he felt a sense of honor from fighting side by side with them. "Alright, there's still one more month. Everyone must work hard." Lin Ling nodded. This time, although he was not the main force, he would definitely support Lin Ming. After exchanging a few words, they left excitedly. Lin Ling was alone in the small courtyard. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Currently, he had obtained a sea-cracking dark dragon's whale soul, which was enough for him to refine the indigo soul dark pill. Perhaps he would be able to raise his cultivation level again in this month. The Cloud Sea hunt was imminent. The entire Fire Ancient clan was facing a great enemy. All the first to third generations were bitterly cultivating. After all, they were the main characters of the hunt. The next day, Lin Ling received a notice from Ancestor Extreme Flame to gather at the clan's plaza. In the square, the first to third generation disciples were all waiting for their bitter training. When Lin Ling arrived, apart from the third generation disciples, the first and second generation disciples all had complicated expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was like the sun in the midday sky in the Fire Ancient clan, and the ancestor thought highly of him. Moreover, after the incident at the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Lin Ling had become quite famous in Cloud Sea City. So, it would be a lie to say that they were not jealous. Lin Ling was younger than many of them, but his accomplishments were greater than many of them. Moreover, his strength was said to have entered the ranks of the first-generation disciples. Lin Ling, although you're a genius, your experience is too short. During this hunt, you have to listen to Big Brother Lin Ming and follow Big Brother Lin Ming. A first-generation disciple looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was the main character of the hunt. The first-generation disciples were jealous of Lin Ling's rise, so they used him to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Lin Ling glanced indifferently at that person and shook his head. Big Brother Lin Ming will definitely be the main character of the hunt. However, I'm also a genius, so I don't intend to follow Big Brother Lin Ming. I intend to support him from the side. Sigh. What he meant was that Lin Ming was the main character, but he also separated himself from Lin Ming. It was equivalent to two geniuses of a generation taking different actions during the hunt. What qualifications do you have? The first-generation disciple snorted coldly. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't care about the other party's provocation because they were both from the same clan. He didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but the other party was too insatiable. So, Lin Ling felt that it was necessary to establish some prestige. I'm not weaker than you. This is my qualification. Sigh. Lin Ling, I know you defeated the second-generation disciple, but I'm a first-generation disciple. Sigh. Is there a difference? Sigh. Alright, if you don't lose within 10 moves from now on, I'll represent the first-generation disciples to obey you. Sigh. His name was Lin Shenzhou, a 4-star martial spirit realm martial artist with a 5th-grade spirit body. He was confident that his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was not weaker than Lin Ling's. So, how could Lin Ling be his opponent? I accept the challenge. If I lose from now on, you don't need to treat me as a genius anymore. Lin Ling also accepted the challenge straightforwardly. Lin Ling, do your best. Go. Lin Shenzhou, let him know the power of a first-generation disciple. You're 3 years older than him, so you can't lose. Go. When the disciples saw that Lin Ling and Lin Shenzhou had reached an agreement, they cheered one after another. However, many people didn't think highly of Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's realm was a bit low. In the future he might not be weak, but now he shouldn't be strong. First move, Sword of Ice and Fire. Go. Lin Shenzhou took a deep breath. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. His first move wasn't weak at all. He stretched out his left hand and waved it in front of him. A blue ice spirit energy condensed and turned into an ice ball in his palm. Then he waved his right hand and a red flame appeared in his palm. Then he put his hands together and pulled out an ice and fire sword. The sword emitted rings of light, which was extremely dazzling. His spirit body wasn't weak, it was ice and fire dual attribute. When he used this move, the air in the square also changed. Ice and fire dual heaven. Take my move. Move. Lin Shenzhou pointed with his right hand and the ice and fire sword shot towards Lin Ling. 4-star martial spirit realm, very strong. Move. Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. However, he was skilled in controlling fire. He could change the 9 nether heavenly flame into various forms at will. I also have a sword, 9 nether sword. Move. Lin Ling also condensed the flame into the shape of a sword. His sword was blue and looked a bit like a ghost fire from afar. Swoosh. In the air, the two swords collided and exploded with a dazzling light. Neither of them fought in close combat. Instead, they attacked from afar, fully displaying the advantage of a martial spirit realm attack. Bang bang. In the air, the two flames fought against each other and the power disappeared. He's only a 2-star martial spirit realm, why is his strength so strong? Lin Shenzhou's face changed slightly. As long as the realm was lower than him and the spirit body was weaker than him, no one could block his sword of ice and fire. That was why he found it strange that Lin Ling was able to block his sword. Again. Go. Lin Shenzhou used the sword of ice and fire again. Lin Ling smiled calmly and also used the 9 nether sword. He controlled the 9 nether sword to fight against Lin Shenzhou. He was very clear that although his realm was low, because of the fusion of the 9 nether heavenly flame and the 9 nether 9 dragons, his strength was not weak. In addition, his ability to control fire had reached the divine transformation realm. He could fully display the power of the 9 nether heavenly flame so he could fight to a draw with Lin Shenzhou. Chapter 159. Completely convinced Xiao. In the air, the two fiery swords collided with each other. Lin Ling is so strong, I saw him learn Lin Shenzhou's martial art in one glance, and he seems to be more familiar with it than Lin Shenzhou. The spectators were secretly shocked. This was the power of fire mastery. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Lin Ling could draw a picture of heaven and earth through the flames, how could he not be able to imitate martial arts? Unless the opponent's martial art was of a higher grade. 3 moves. 4 moves. 5 moves. The spectators kept counting and their admiration for Lin Ling grew. Last move, ice and fire slash. Lin Shenzhou was getting more and more anxious, and he couldn't help but use his strongest martial art. This was a mystic grade 4 martial art, and in terms of grade, it was comparable to the 3rd generation flame technique. Of course, in terms of power, it couldn't compare to the 3rd generation flame technique, since the 3rd generation flame technique was aimed at fire attribute spirit bodies. Fire Dance of the Sun. Boom. Lin Ling pulled out the Brilliance Resurgent sword from his back, and blue flames burned. In his eyes, the world disappeared and the only thing he could see was Lin Shenzhou. This was the 3rd generation flame technique, Fire Dance of the Sun. What a strong fire attribute spirit energy. Boom. The spectators exclaimed. This move was beyond their knowledge. Boom. Lin Shenzhou's ice and fire slash was a giant sword that was almost 5 meters tall. It was formed by the 2 types of spiritual energy, ice and fire. However, when faced with Lin Ling's fire dance, the giant sword was actually sent flying backward. It was no longer in a slashing position, but was instead lifted up by someone's hand. Finally, with a boom, the 9 nether heavenly flames exploded, and the giant sword exploded, causing a crazy amount of spirit energy to splatter everywhere. I've lost. Little brother Lin Ling, you're really strong. Boom. Lin Shenzhou breathed heavily and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had heard that Lin Ling's talent was very strong, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew how strong he was. Thank you for letting me win, I could barely block 10 moves. If big brother Lin Shenzhou attacked again, I would have lost. Lin Ling chuckled. Lin Shenzhou did not doubt this. He also thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit and could barely block 10 of his moves. After all, it was amazing for a 2-star martial spirit realm to block 10 moves from a 4-star martial spirit realm. Therefore he thought that Lin Ling was at his strongest. Even so, little brother Lin Ling still has great potential. After all, I'm 3 years older than you. Lin Shenzhou said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. In fact, he had not used his full strength yet. His remaining trump card was the power of the pills. He did not want to rely on pills to win against Lin Shenzhou. Moreover, they had only agreed to exchange 10 moves. We're convinced. There's nothing more to say. After this battle, all of the Lin clan's disciples are convinced. You're worthy of the title of Heaven's Chosen. The other disciples also said one after another. We're all descendants of the same bloodline. There's nothing to be convinced of. We're all doing this for the sake of our family. Lin Ling said modestly. Little brother Lin Ling, you're right. We're all doing this for the sake of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ming. He walked over with Ancestor Extreme Flame with a smile. Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Currently, Lin Ling had already gained a firm foothold among the first-generation disciples. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with Ancestor Extreme Flame. This time we've gathered you here because we want you to increase your strength in a month. Therefore the Fire Spirit Mountain wants you to go again. However, this time, it's not the same place as last time. It's the place where the predecessors of the Fire Ancient Clan comprehended their martial arts. The second generation flame technique is also there. Let's see if you can learn it. Ancestor Extreme Flame smiled. Second generation flame technique? It must be the Savage Valley. Yes. The disciples were shocked. They had heard of the Savage Valley since they were young. It was said that every famous predecessor of the Fire Ancient Clan would leave their comprehensions there for the younger generation to learn. The second generation flame technique was hidden there. However, there are savage beasts in the Savage Valley. How far you can go will depend on you. Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Savage beasts were unique to the Savage Valley. Only the Savage Valley had them. It was said that their strength was equivalent to a 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. If one wanted to learn more martial arts, they would have to go deeper into the Savage Valley. Then, under Ancestor Extreme Flame's lead, they walked towards the Savage Valley. The Savage Valley was also at the center of the volcano. On the way they had to pass through the ancestral tomb. As they walked forward, Lin Ling saw the first elder Lin Nanshan. This made him sigh in his heart. Ancestor Extreme Flame did not kill the first elder Lin Nanshan, but punished him to face the wall in the Fire Spirit Mountain for a long time. Lin Nanshan also saw Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. He did not have the face to see Ancestor Extreme Flame, so he quietly turned and left. However, when he left he took a deep look at Lin Ling. Sigh, why be so stubborn? Let bygones be bygones. Sigh. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed and said indifferently. What he meant was that Lin Nanshan stubbornly fought with Lin Chen back then. However, Lin Nanshan was already dead and gone with the wind. Why couldn't Lin Nanshan let go of the obsession in his heart? Ancestor Extreme Flame's words made Lin Nanshan's body tremble unnoticeably. Then he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly he said to Lin Ling, the future of the ancient clan is on your shoulders. Lin Ling, I hope you can fulfill your father's regret for him. Sigh. After saying this he finally disappeared. Lin Ling looked at Lin Nanshan's back. His heart was complicated but he could only nod his head. The group passed through the ancestral grave and finally arrived at the Savage Valley. This place was like a valley of flames. Scorching flames crazily surged out. Everyone felt their mouths go dry as they approached. There are traces left behind by our predecessors in the valley. Go learn as much as you can. But remember, if you meet any savage beasts along the way, defeat them if you can. If you can't, kowtow and the savage beasts will let you go. Also remember, do not harm the savage beasts' lives. They were left behind by our predecessors. Ancestor Extreme Flame instructed. Yes. Yes. The disciples entered the Savage Valley one after another. This valley was vast and boundless. There were countless branches inside. After the disciples entered, they all chose a branch to go forward. Lin Ling was naturally the same. Walking into the cliffs, the walls on both sides were fiery red. Moreover, from time to time, flames would spurt out from the cracks. However, there were many marks on these walls. There were palm prints, fist prints, and so on. These should be the martial insights left behind by our predecessors. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He walked towards one of the fist prints. When he got close, there was a sudden boom. The sky changed color and a vague figure appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Sky Flame Palm. Yes. Profound rank 4th level martial art. When this palm is used, the sky will be filled with clouds, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp the truth of the attack. It turned out that each palm print contained a martial art. Interesting. Yes. Lin Ling was interested. Currently he was skilled in controlling fire. He could quickly learn any profound rank martial art. However, he didn't have a martial art in hand. It was a waste. Now he could use this opportunity to accumulate his foundation. Moreover, in the Savage Valley he planned to break through to 2-star martial spirit realm. Chapter 160. Desolate Valley. Time passed slowly. In the Savage Valley, all the disciples had gained something. Some had learned 1 or 2 types of martial arts, while others had learned 10 types of martial arts, all of which were below the 5th level of the profound class. However, as they continued to move forward, there were more and more palm prints on the walls, indicating that the martial arts were of a higher level. Of course, as they moved forward, savage beasts would appear. These savage beasts were 5-star martial spirit realm demonic beasts. At first, they were cubs, but they were also 3-star martial spirit realm beasts. Many disciples were stopped, and could only learn some low-level martial arts. As for the first generation of disciples, many of them were not weak. After defeating the savage beast cubs, they learned the profound level 5 martial arts on the walls. As for moving forward, if they wanted to learn profound level 6 martial arts, they might have to face savage beasts, which were stronger than their cubs. Although Lin Ling was a 2-star martial spirit realm, it was not difficult for him to defeat the savage beast cubs. At first, he thought that the savage beast would look like some kind of demonic beast, but when he looked at it, it was a kind of demonic beast that looked like a rock. It had hands and feet and it was not tall like a small bear. However, the rock on its body was made of fire. It did not look big, but the power of the fire was extremely strong. After Lin Ling defeated the young savage beast sat on the ground and rubbed its head with its chubby hands. It was crying loudly and its weary appearance was rather cute. No wonder the patriarch did not allow them to hurt them. They did not look like savage beasts and were extremely kind. After that, Lin Ling began to learn profound level 5 martial arts. However, to be honest, these martial arts were not as good as the first generation flame technique. Lin Ling only used them to accumulate experience. After learning all kinds of martial arts, Lin Ling continued to move forward. However, he also left several fist prints on the walls for the future disciples to learn. At the same time, he looked at the entire desolate valley. So far, only Lin Ling had left behind the most fist prints. For example, Lin Ling's strength was slightly higher than Lin Ling's, but he didn't care about low-level martial arts, so he didn't learn them. His goal was to learn the second-generation flame art. Now he was already fighting with the savage beast, which was 1 level higher than him. This battle lasted for a long time. As Lin Ling continued forward, he finally encountered a savage beast. If a savage beast cub was a bear cub, then a savage beast would be a big bear. This demonic beast was plump, and its body was made of rocks. It emitted flames as it stared coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling even saw a cub gesturing at the side of the savage beast, as if it was complaining. Wasn't that cub the one he had defeated earlier? Lin Ling. He was very sure that he had made a mistake in his assessment. These savage beasts were not kind at all, especially their young ones. They were simply vengeful. 5-star martial spirit realm, I haven't fought with you yet. Let me test your strength. Lin Ling pulled out his sword of brilliance resurgence and prepared to fight with all his might. The savage beast let out a sharp cry, which was completely inconsistent with its tall and sturdy body. Then it pounced at Lin Ling. The cub didn't leave. It also let out a strange cry as if it was saying, "Defeat that stinky brat." Bang, bang, bang. In the valley the battle began. Flaming sky cross slash. 3 flaming fists. Flaming sun dance. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength. Right now the power of his martial arts had increased greatly. Under the 5th grade of the profound realm, he knew a wide variety of martial arts. Only he had reached the divine transformation realm. If it was someone else, they might not be able to digest so many martial arts. However, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, but the savage beast was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. This beast could actually absorb flames. In the beginning it was evenly matched with Lin Ling. However, after absorbing Lin Ling's flames, the savage beast's aura became stronger and stronger. This guy, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After a few attacks, his 9 nether heavenly flames had been absorbed by the savage beast, causing its attacks to have an explosive characteristic. Flaming up pill. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling took out a fiery red pill from his rune bag. After pondering for a moment, he swallowed it. This was one of Lin Ling's trump cards. It came from the dead alchemist in the ancestral tomb. All along, Lin Ling had refined many of them, but he had never used them. Now was the time. After the pill entered his body, Lin Ling felt as if he had swallowed a volcano. The fire spirit energy in his body became even more violent. The flaming up pill was a pill unique to the fire ancient clan. It increased the power of the flames on top of the original flames. It was like pouring oil into a burning fire. Boom. Lin Ling's entire body erupted with blue flames, making him look like a flame god. The scorching temperature shocked even the savage beast. Bang bang bang. The battle began again. This time Lin Ling had the upper hand. The flaming up pill allowed Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames to seem to have other flame energy hidden within them. However, it did not affect the explosive characteristics of the 9 nether heavenly flames. A corner of the valley had already turned into a sea of flames due to the battle between the man and beast. Large amounts of rocks had collapsed. However, although Lin Ling had the upper hand, he was unable to defeat the savage beast. Moreover, the flaming up pill had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would have to take the antidote. Otherwise he would ignite himself. Although the savage beast was at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Lin Ling, it continued to absorb Lin Ling's flame energy through the battle. If this continued, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. This beast is so difficult to deal with. Lin Ling's eyes were red at this moment. He knew that time was precious, so he took out another pill from his rune bag. Once this pill was taken out, rings of spirit energy rippled out. The Dragon Tiger pill was refined from precious herbs. Back then, Lin Ling had spent almost 100 spirit crystals to refine these pills. Its effect was to increase one's physical strength. It allowed a martial artist to possess the strength of a dragon and a tiger. In reality, this pill was also a poison. It was used by martial artists before they died. However, in the ancestral grave, the deceased alchemist had found the antidote, which reduced the side effects of this pill and prevented it from causing death. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have dared to use it so casually. The strength of a tiger. Boom. Bang. The clothes on Lin Ling's left arm suddenly exploded, revealing solid muscles. It was as if air had been blown out. He felt an unprecedented strength enter his left arm, making him feel as if he could shatter the earth with a single punch. The strength of a dragon. Boom. Bang. The clothes on his right arm exploded. His right arm was like a demonic beast's arm. The strength of a dragon and a tiger allowed Lin Ling's strength to reach 100,000 jin. In addition to the might of the upper flame, he had reached his strongest state. From afar he looked like a demonic beast. Furthermore, he was a flaming demonic beast. That terrifying appearance made even the savage beast tremble with fear when it saw it. The cub in the distance had been cheering him on. At this moment, it sat down and touched its head with both hands, turning into the appearance of a bai, and once again, using strength to subdue intelligence, coupled with the riot of flames, unless you are a 6-star martial spirit. Lin Ling stepped on the ground, causing it to crack. He shot towards the savage beast like a cannonball. He held the resurgent sword in his hand and chopped down like an axe. Boom. Chapter 161. Cloud Sea Hunt. Again? Go. Lin Ling's breathing was like a dragon's, the air coming out of his nose turned into smoke. His eyes were bloodshot like a mad god of war. Jianghu. Jianghu. The savage beast let out a strange cry, turned around and ran away. Of course, while running it didn't forget to grab the cub's head. If it could win, it would fight. If it couldn't, it would run. This was a savage beast's characteristic. Lin Ling breathed heavily, but he didn't continue the chase. He quickly took out several pills from his rune bag and stuffed them into his mouth, then sat down cross-legged. The aftereffects of the flaming up pill and dragon tiger pill were very serious. He had to treat them immediately. On the other side, Lin Ling was still fighting with the savage beast. The time he spent was longer than Lin Ling, and the more he fought, the more he was at a disadvantage. This didn't mean that he was weaker than Lin Ling, but that Lin Ling relied on pills to defeat the savage beast. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was strong, but his strength was fire attributed. His strength was absorbed by the savage beast, and the more powerful the savage beast was, the stronger Lin Ling was. After that, Lin Ming knew that he couldn't win. Helpless, he could only withdraw from the battlefield and give up on the second-generation flame technique. His gaze fell on the mystic 6th-grade martial art. Of all the Lin family disciples, only Lin Ling was able to go the furthest. Inside the cliff, Lin Ling rested and slowly walked forward. On both sides of the cliff, there were fewer fist and palm prints, but each one was clearly visible. Clearly they were all powerful martial arts. Looking at those fist prints, Lin Ling hesitated. If he wanted to learn a high-grade martial art, it would take a long time. But now, a lot of time had passed and he still needed to spend some time to break through. So, he didn't want to learn these martial arts. Along the way, Lin Ling searched for the second-generation flame technique. On one of the cliff walls, a slightly different imprint attracted his attention. That imprint wasn't a fist print or palm print, but the imprint of a huge palm's index finger. On that finger, a flame was engraved on the rock. Second-generation flame technique. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that this imprint might be a martial art passed down by the ancient race. Immediately he approached it carefully. Then, with a loud bang, Lin Ling felt as if his ears were struck by lightning. The scene before him changed. In the sky, fiery clouds rolled. A man stood proudly, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and on his index finger, a flame danced quietly. Second-generation flame arts, condensed the might of heaven and earth. A low voice came from the man's mouth. The flame on the man's index finger spun wildly, and the flames in the surroundings were absorbed and suppressed by the flame on his finger. It was as if he had absorbed all the fire in the world. 3,000 burning flames. The flame on his finger was thrown out by the man. Boom. It was as if all the flames in the world had been ignited. The 3,000 burning flames had turned the world into a sea of fire. Everything was incinerated. Other than fire, there was nothing else. At this moment, the sky was also burned away. Lin Ling's forehead was dripping with sweat. This second-generation flame technique was so powerful that it could even burn the sky. Information rose in Lin Ling's heart. It was the second-generation flame technique, 3,000 burning flames. The 3,000 burning flames gathered all the flames in the world and condensed them into a single finger. It was controlled by the instinct to control fire. The higher the realm of the instinct to control fire, the stronger the flames that could be absorbed. One's realm was the foundation. In the process of absorbing the flames of heaven and earth, one relied on one's realm to support it. Generally speaking, if one wanted to use the second-generation flame technique, they would need to be at least at the earth spirit realm. Only then would they have enough spirit chi to support it. However, it wasn't that the martial spirit realm couldn't use it. That would require spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were the essence of spirit chi. When using the second-generation flame technique, a cultivator wouldn't run out of spirit chi and would provide a powerful support. However, it would require 10 spirit crystals to use it once. Carefully digesting the information, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that using the second-generation flame technique with his cultivation level would definitely require spirit crystals. However, he didn't expect it to cost 10 spirit crystals. This was a martial art that burned money. It costs 10 spirit crystals to use it once. I hope this martial art won't disappoint me. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and decided to cultivate. Fortunately, his instinct to control fire was high, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Time passed slowly. While cultivating in the Savage Valley, Lin Ling began to refine the Indigo Soul Dark Pill, striving to reach the 3-star martial spirit realm. A month passed quietly. The disciples of the Savage Valley walked out one after another. Everyone had benefited greatly and a smile hung on their faces. Ancestor Tai Yen secretly sighed. If it wasn't for the Cloud Sea Hunt approaching, he actually didn't want to open the Savage Valley. These disciples didn't have a solid foundation. Once they saw a large amount of martial arts, they wouldn't be able to suppress their curiosity and would not be able to concentrate. However, the Cloud Sea Hunt was of great importance. If the ancient race was swallowed up, it would be useless no matter how high their strength increased. Therefore, Ancestor Tai Yen finally decided to open the Savage Valley. Lin Ming, how is it going? Ancestor Tai Yen was the first to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the key to the Cloud Sea Hunt. The other disciples also looked at Lin Ming. My realm didn't increase, but my strength has greatly increased. Unless I meet a 6-star martial spirit realm, I'm not afraid of anything else. Lin Ming said with a smile. Good. Ancestor Tai Yen nodded with satisfaction. The other ancient race's geniuses were also 5-star martial spirit realm. Lin Ming didn't seem to be afraid of any 5-star martial spirit realm. This was a good thing. As for Lin Ming not breaking through, he wasn't surprised. The advancement of the martial spirit realm wasn't something that could be achieved in a few months. It was usually calculated in years. Lin Ling, how about you? Ancestor Tai Yen looked at Lin Ling again. My realm has increased. I've reached 3-star martial spirit realm. On the other side, Lin Ling smiled confidently. Ah, that's great. Everyone has benefited greatly from this short period of cultivation in the Savage Valley. Ancestor Tai Yen was stunned and then laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast beyond his imagination. If this continued, Lin Ling could catch up with Lin Ming. Brother Lin Ling, congratulations. Lin Ming was shocked and then smiled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to break through so quickly. Lin Ling's speed was even faster than his. One had to know that most people would spend a year to advance in the martial spirit realm, but Lin Ling used a year to break through 3 stages. So, it would be strange if he wasn't shocked. However, although Lin Ling's improvement was obvious, Lin Ling was still in charge of the Cloud Sea Hunt. After all, although Lin Ling had improved, his strength hadn't reached the standard. Everyone take care of your beasts for the next few days. 3 days later, follow me to the Cloud Sea Hunt. Under Ancestor Tai Yan's command, the disciples returned home one after another. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Ancestor Tai Yan personally led the Fire Ancient clan to the north of Cloud Sea City. This hunt wasn't like the beast tide from Mount Zhongnan. The location was the royal hunting ground of the Cloud Sea Empire, Donghua Mountain. Chapter 162. The Four Kings of the Cloud Ocean. It was close to the winter equinox, and it was time for the demon beasts to turn into fossils. The stones formed from these demon beasts were priceless, and the Cloud Ocean Empire wanted to collect them all. However, there were some demon beasts that were slower to transform into stones, and the Cloud Ocean Empire didn't want to waste their forces to capture them. So, they let the various powers do it. Between the 8 ancient clans and the various powers, whoever collected the most summer demon winter stones would be the winner. The supporters behind this hunt were the 4 kings of Cloud Ocean City. They were Shi, Li, Sima, and Wang respectively. The members of the Fire Ancient clan traveled all the way to the north of Cloud Ocean City. At this moment, many people had gathered there. Among the 8 ancient clans, the Jiang clan and the Withered Tree clan had arrived first. "Ha, old ghost Jiang, it's so early. Your Jiang clan is so leisurely. At the end of the year, you don't even need to do any liquidation. You can just slap your butt and come here. Unlike our Lin clan, we are busy from morning to night." Ancestor Extreme Flame chuckled when he saw the Jiang clan's ancestor. He was mocking the Jiang clan's ancestor. What he meant was that the Jiang family had compensated them with 3,000 spirit crystals last time. Now that it was the end of the year, the family didn't need to do anything because they had compensated them with a year's worth of profits. They were very busy because the 3,000 spirit crystals that the Jiang family had compensated them with had led to a windfall. The family was discussing how to spend the money. When Lin Ling heard that, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. He thought that his grandfather was the patriarch of a clan and was highly respected, so he should be very elegant. Who knew that he would also put down his pride and mock the Jiang clan's ancestor? However, Ancestor Extreme Flame liked such a person even more. He scolded whenever he felt like it and didn't fake anything. "Old Ghost Extreme Flame, my Jiang clan is going to swallow half of your territory in this hunt." In the distance, the Jiang clan's ancestor's expression became unsightly as he snorted coldly. "Alright, let's see who swallows who. I'm also very jealous of your Jiang clan's mines and streets." Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't back down, and then he led them to the Lin clan's place. "Brother Lin Ling, among the 8 great ancient clans, the ancient Jiang clan, the ancient Dead Tree clan, and the ancient Yin clan are our mortal enemies. When we meet, we can't wait to devour each other," Lin Ling explained. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't very familiar with the situation in the outer city. Then Lin Ming said, "Our allies are the ancient clan of Anji, the ancient clan of Wind, and the ancient clan of Mountain. Of course, this alliance is only on the surface. However, we can be sure that the primary enemy of these 3 ancient clans is not us." Ancient clans: Jiang clan, Withered Tree clan, ancient Yin clan, ancient Anji clan, ancient Wind clan, ancient Mountain clan. A total of 7 ancient clans. Lin Ling asked. "That's the heaven-defying clan. This group of ancient race cultivates rage chi. Each and every one of them is extremely powerful. However, they don't ally with any other ancient race. If we don't form an alliance, how can we be independent in the city?" The ancient race was indeed strong. Yes, their strength is one of the reasons. Otherwise, our alliance would have been able to devour them as well. However, because they possess rage chi and are blessed by the heavens, Sima Zhenshan King thinks highly of them, and they belong to Sima Wang's estate. Lin Ming explained. Lin Ling's expression changed. The 4 kings of Ocean of Cloud City reigned supreme over the world. Since one of the kings thought highly of them, then they definitely possessed a formidable backer. No wonder the heaven-defying clan disdained to form an alliance with the other ancient clans. Besides these ancient clans, we have to be careful of other smaller powers as well. Those powers have a long history as well. If we obtain Dong Shi from the summer demon hunt, then it's very likely that they'll replace the other ancient clans. Lin Ming continued, and then he had a solemn expression on his face. "In the past, our Fire Ancient clan was always at the bottom of the rankings, and we were almost replaced by other smaller powers. Only the year before last did we charge into the 6th position and enjoy some glory for a year." He couldn't help but sigh when he spoke up to this point. The ancient clans were lacking in manpower, and that was a sign of decline. On the other hand, Lin Ming's growth was too slow, and he'd only started to rise this year. In the past, the younger generation of the ancient clans didn't have anyone to support them at all, and they were disdained by the other powers in Ocean of Cloud City. "Big brother Lin Ming, don't worry. We'll definitely obtain a good ranking this year and show the might of our Fire Ancient clan," Lin Ling said. "Alright. Your word is enough. Even though I'm the one leading the team this time, your status isn't inferior to mine in my heart. So long as I can strengthen the ancient clans, then it's fine even if I don't become a genius. Lin Ming said with a smile. He was thinking wholeheartedly for the sake of the ancient clans and didn't have any selfish motives, and that made Lin Ling feel admiration for him. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel pressure, jealousy, and unwillingness when they saw a younger generation slowly catching up to them. They might even find an opportunity to suppress them, but Lin Ming didn't. Such courage was worthy of Lin Ling going all out in the Cloud Sea hunt. As time passed, people from the various ancient clans and powers arrived one after another. Lin Ling secretly observed them, and the results were as he expected. For example, the Withered Tree Ancient Clan was an ancient clan that controlled plants, the Ancient Yin Clan was a Ghost Imperial clan, and as for the Heaven-Defying Clan, all of them were arrogant as if they wanted to go against the heavens, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Spirit of Wrath. It's the same as Nu Ba from the Ancient Face sect. Lin Ling nodded secretly. None of the 8 great ancient clans were weak. The Cloud Sea hunt wouldn't be simple. Calm Ancient Clan? Their auras are very familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Calm Ancient Clan. That clan was allied with the Fire Ancient Clan, but Lin Ling was certain that he had seen this aura before. The Cloud Sea hunt. Clouds rise, mud falls. The strong will rise to the clouds and the weak will fall like mud. If you want to divide the territory of the outer city, then it will depend on your strength. Roar. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a square face and his eyes were resolute. He sat there with a golden blade, exuding an inviolable majesty. He was one of the 4 kings, Sima Zhenshan. Beside him, the other 3 kings were also exuding their own unique charisma, as if they were the rulers of the world. What a powerful aura. Roar. Lin Ling looked from afar and was secretly shocked. Under the perception of his soul force, the 4 kings were like a huge whirlpool. His soul force couldn't even get close before it was shattered. To Lin Ling, this kind of strength was like that of a god. 2 of the 4 kings looked in the direction of the Fire Ancient Clan. Obviously they sensed that someone was watching them. Although Lin Ling quickly withdrew his soul force, the 4 kings were able to detect even the slightest movement. Although he knew the general direction, Lin Ling was alert. Therefore the 2 kings of the Fire Ancient Clan didn't know who was spying on them. Only Duke Duan looked deeply at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. Lin Ling's expression was calm, but his heart was beating like a drum. Especially after he sensed Duke Duan's mysterious smile, he guessed that Duke Duan should know it was him. Chapter 163. The hunt begins. The Cloud Sea hunt will last for a month. During this time, the royal hunting ground will be sealed. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. Rumble. Along with the words, clouds rose from the vast Donghua mountain and sealed off the entire hunting ground. Subsequently, the disciples of various major factions entered one after another. Most of them were young, and the oldest was no more than 25 years old. This was also the rule of the Cloud Sea hunt. Only the younger generation would be tested. Lin Ling followed the disciples of the Fire Ancient Clan into Donghua Mountain. As soon as they entered, a mysterious aura spread out. Looking up, the sky was hazy and the sun could no longer be seen. When they looked back, the path from before had also disappeared. They have sealed this place and will only open it after a month. The first reason for sealing the mountain is to prevent the summer demon winter stone beasts from escaping. The second reason is to prevent others from running in and stealing the winter demon winter stone beasts. Lin Ling looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. We have just entered and there are winter demon winter stone beasts everywhere. We have to collect them quickly before they steal them all. Yes. The winter demon winter stone beasts are only the size of a fist. When they turn into stone, they enter hibernation. However, if they haven't hibernated yet, they will run when they encounter them. Those beasts love to drill into people's bodies. Once they do, that person is dead. Yes. Now, everyone split up and search in groups of 5. We will gather again after 10 days. Yes. The first generation disciples spoke one after another. They had been here last year, so they had experience. Remember, the first place of the Cloud Sea hunt depends on which faction has the most winter demon winter stone beast. Yes. Shio. The disciples of the Fire Ancient Clan scattered and searched for the winter demon winter stone beasts. The same went for the other factions. Donghua Mountain was very big. In the beginning there were winter demon winter stone beasts everywhere. Therefore the major factions wouldn't compete with each other. They would focus on collecting the winter demon winter stone beasts first. When all the winter demon winter stone beasts were found, there would be conflicts. Lin Ling, we have to work hard and support brother Lin Ming. Yes. 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 Lin Ling's team consisted of 4 people. Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, Lin Feng, and Lin Qingqing. Oh, I found it. Look at this pig-like rock, it seems to be the summer demon winter stone beast. Not long after, Lin Changqiang stared at a rock. There was a mushroom under the rock, but upon closer inspection, it was not a mushroom but a rock that looked like a pig. That's it. Collect it. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Before coming here, Patriarch Extreme Flame had shown them the appearance of the winter stone beast, so everyone had an impression of it. My luck is not bad. I've only just entered the mountain and I've already reaped a harvest. Everyone keep looking. Along the way, Lin Ling's group gradually collected more and more winter demon stone beasts. Along the way they also met people from other forces. Where are the people of the Fire Ancient clan? That's a new generation of geniuses. What do you think? Are you going to touch them? Generation of Geniuses is just a title given to them by the ancient clans. How strong can a 16 or 17-year-old junior be? I only acknowledge Lin Ming as the generation of geniuses of the Fire Ancient clan. Let them be proud for now. Let's find the Winter Stone Beast first. The ancient clans glanced at Lin Ling's group and ignored them, continuing to search for the Winter Stone Beast. At present, compared to fighting, finding the Winter Stone Beast was more important. As for Lin Ling, almost everyone in the 8 great ancient clans did not know him. Even the disciples of the Heaven-Defying clan had heard of him. Of course they knew Lin Ling's name, but that did not mean they took Lin Ling seriously. They all knew that Lin Ling was just a cover. He had the title of a generation of geniuses, but he did not have the strength of a generation of geniuses. Of course, there were also some who wanted to step on the Fire Ancient clan's generation of geniuses to vent their anger, especially those from the Zhang clan. Lin Ling? A month ago you used the name of Ancestor Taiyan to make our Zhang clan lose 3,000 spiritual crystals. It's good that you didn't come to the Cloud Sea hunt this time. Since you dare to come, it'll be inexcusable if you don't leave something behind. On top of a huge rock, 5 figures stood proudly as they stared down at Lin Ling and the others. They were from the Jianghu family of the ancient race. Brother Fei, this is a generation of geniuses. Stepping on a generation of geniuses from the Fire Ancient clan must feel good. There are no elders here. Let's see who can save him. The disciples of the Zhang clan sneered. They were the first generation disciples, and the weakest of them was at least a 3-star martial spirit realm. You guys are so free. Instead of collecting the Winter Stone Beast, you came to block my path. Are you tired of living? With his path blocked, Lin Ling did not move forward. He stared at them and shook his head. Since you dare to block my path, let me ask you a question. How many Winter Stone Beasts do you have? What does that have to do with you? Right now you should take care of yourself. A disciple of the Zhang clan said coldly. Of course it has to do with me. Because all the Winter Stone Beasts you have belong to me, Lin Ling, tell me, how can I not care? Lin Ling smiled mockingly. His words caused the Zhang family's disciples to be stunned. Then their faces turned ashen. Lin Ling had already taken the Winter Stone Beasts in their rune pouches as his. You're just a 3rd-generation disciple. Others treat you as a generation of geniuses, but you really think you're a generation of geniuses. Deal with him. The Zhang clan disciples gritted their teeth and jumped down from the rock. Lin Ling, the 4 of us can only help you deal with one. The rest is up to you. Lin Aofing and the others shouted and joined the battle. They were 3rd-generation disciples, and their strength and age were not comparable to the Zhang clan disciples. Therefore they could only work together to deal with one person. As for the remaining 4, it was up to Lin Ling. Even so, they were still worried about Lin Ling. They knew about Lin Ling's strength. He could fight against a 1st-generation disciple, but there were too many people on the other side. There were 4 of them. However, they also knew that this battle was unavoidable. Alright, leave the remaining 4 to me. Lin Ling drew his resurgent sword and shot it at the 4 people. Lin Aofing and the others were stunned. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. You really think you're some big shot? Lin Ming still has this strength. You're still far from it. Take my move, Heaven Battling Black Water Slash. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Even if you're alone, any one of us can deal with you. The 4 of us are just trying to save time. I'll let you see what a 3-star martial spirit realm is like. The 4 of them shouted proudly and attacked one after another. They were all martial arts of the Zhang clan related to water. The 4 of them were all 3-star martial spirit realm experts, and one of them was even a 4-star martial spirit realm expert. How could Lin Ling block them all by himself? Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling be an ordinary 3-star martial spirit realm expert? One person. You'll die faster and the 4 of you can live longer. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. His body exploded with blue flames and disappeared without a trace. Only a large amount of blue flames could be seen rising from his original place. Chapter 164. Join hands. Bang bang bang. Flames burst out. Lin Ling had learned a large number of martial techniques in Savage Valley. His foundation was very solid. Now, even if he chopped lightly, the might of his attack would reach 100%. Furthermore, with his ability to control fire, the might of Lin Ling's fiery dance of the brilliant sun increased by several times. One of them condensed water to attack, but Lin Ling's blue fire slash exploded. Moreover, the blue fire did not stop, splitting that person's body into 2. Just as the second person made his move, he saw a wisp of fire coming at him, and then he was burned to ashes. As for the third and fourth person, they suffered the strongest slashes of fire dance and bright Sunday. Their bodies were blasted into smithereens by the 9 nether heaven flame explosion. In a single exchange, all 4 of them had died. How is that possible? Brother Yu is a 4-star martial spirit realm martial artist. The disciple who was fighting with Lin Outyin and the other 3 stopped and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. This Lin Ling was truly terrifying. His strength had already reached the level of a first-generation disciple. It's your turn. Do you want to show me what a 3-star martial spirit realm is? Lin Ling turned around and calmly stared at the Zhang clan disciple. The Zhang family's disciple's face was pale. Although he was a 3-star martial spirit, did he have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? It was Lin Ling who showed him what a 3-star martial spirit realm was. I admit defeat and beg for my life. The Zhang clan disciple immediately knelt down and said, in the Cloud Sea Hunt, the major forces would fight with each other and death was unavoidable. In the past, many disciples of the major ancient clans had died, so he knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, no one would be able to stand up for him. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously, those 4 wanted to kill him and trample him, a heaven's chosen of this generation. That was why he acted. Although this person before him was an accomplice, at least he didn't act. Leave the rune bag behind and get lost. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling decided not to kill the Zhang clan disciple. The other party no longer had the will to fight, so there was not much difference between killing him and not killing him. Thank you, thank you. The Zhang clan disciple felt grateful and fled in terror. Lin Aofing and the others ignored him and picked up the rune bag. There were actually hundreds of summer demon winterstone beasts inside, which made them all happy. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they were secretly shocked. Lin Ling was a disciple of the same clan as them, but now that he was getting stronger and stronger, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. They really didn't know how Lin Ling cultivated. Lin Ling, you're really something. A month ago, your strength had just entered the ranks of the first-generation disciples. Now, I'm afraid that other than brother Lin Ming, no one in the first-generation disciples is your opponent. Lin Aofing said with admiration. That's good. They all think that Lin Ling's identity as this generation's heaven's chosen one is fake, but they don't know that Lin Ling is not much weaker than brother Lin Ling. Our team will become a surprise force. Lin Xianxia chuckled. Lin Ling also smiled and waved his hand. Let's continue on our way. Let's go. As time passed, most of the winter stone beasts in Donghua Mountain were collected. The remaining people began to look for the hidden winter stone beasts. In a huge valley, several disciples of the Withered Tree ancient clan slowly walked in. When they saw the densely packed winter stone beasts in the valley, they were all overjoyed. This seemed to be one of the nests of the winter stone beasts. Many of them were hibernating here. Inform the heaven's chosen one immediately. Yes. The disciples of the Withered Tree ancient clan took out the mother-child worm and informed the others. Is that so? That's great, but I can't go now. I'll let Atang go. You must protect those winter stone beasts. A voice came from the mother-child worm, which made the disciples nod. Atang. The second strongest disciple of the Withered Tree ancient clan, the heaven's chosen one. His strength was also at the 5-star martial spirit realm. With his arrival, these winter stone beasts should be safe. We must find something to cover the valley. It'll be bad if others see us. A disciple suggested. However, at this moment, a cold voice came like a ghost. That's a good suggestion. Unfortunately, it's too late. These winter stone beasts belong to my ancient Yin clan. Boom. In the valley, black clouds surged. A young man was standing there. His face was green, which was extremely strange. It's Yi. Boom. The disciples of the Withered Tree Ancient Clan looked over and their expressions changed. The Ancient Yin clan is said to be a very strong clan. However, it's because they're strong that I'm interested in them. Therefore these winter stone beasts belong to my ancient Anji clan. Boom. At this moment, at the entrance of the valley, two figures walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man's white clothes fluttered in the wind, while the woman's white clothes were whiter than snow. She walked lightly and golden light enveloped her body. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as if she would fly away at any time. And Ziyuan and Yuer. The expressions of the disciples of the Withered Tree Ancient Clan changed again when they saw the two of them. They were third-generation disciples of the ancient Anji clan, but their strength could enter the ranks of the first-generation disciples. They had outstanding reputation. For example, all 4 ancient clans had participated in the Genius Summit in Ocean of Cloud City, and in Ziyuan and in Yuer were amongst them. Both of them had risen like shooting stars, swept through all the geniuses and seized the 3rd and 4th positions. Another example was when the ancient Yin clan had caused trouble in the ancient Anji clan's restaurant. The ancient Anji clan had only sent a single person, and it was in Yuer. However, she possessed outstanding talent and tyrannical strength. She had defeated 3 first-generation disciples of the ancient Yin clan and made a name for herself. Those were true accomplishments, unlike Lin Ling, who had relied on his identity as a genius to make a name for himself but had never displayed his strength. So, many people were extremely fearful of Ziyuan and Yuer. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. However, there are only so many winter stone beasts. I wonder who they should belong to. Yin Yi from the ancient Yin clan looked coldly at Ziyuan and Lin Ling. His meaning was obvious. He would never give up on the winter stone beast. We're late. Since that's the case, let's rely on strength. All right. At this moment, on a cliff far away in the valley, a vine slowly extended down. There was a flower on the vine, and sitting on the flower was a handsome youth. He was the ancient Withered Tree clan's Tang. The situation had changed again and again. Currently, no one knew who would get the winter stone beast. One was the Withered Tree Ancient Clan. The other was the ancient Yin clan. The other was the ancient Anji clan. None of them were weak. Obviously, a fierce battle was unavoidable. The ancient Anji clan insulted my ancient Yin clan last time. How about we deal with the two of them first? All right. That's an interesting suggestion, but I agree. All right. Yin Yi and Tang looked at each other and suddenly sneered. They had both suffered losses at the hands of the ancient Anji clan, so they formed a rare alliance today. Now the situation had changed to the ancient Anji clan facing 2 other ancient clans. This caused Yuer and Ziyuan to frown. In all fairness, it would be difficult for them to obtain this batch of winter demon beasts. The ancient Yin clan destroyed my fire ancient clan's dark iron mine last time. How about this, ancient Anji clan? I join forces with you. All right. Chapter 165. The strength of a generation's prodigy, Lin Ling. And Yuer turned around and couldn't help but feel delighted. During this period of time, Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the outer city. Even though Yuer didn't leave her residence, she still heard a little about him. The result was the same as what she'd guessed when she was in the ancient face sect. This youth was absolutely not a mediocre person, and his name would finally shake the entire city one day. Senior sister and Lin Ling smiled as he walked over. When he saw Yuer, he was slightly surprised. However, when he thought about it, Senior sister and had given him an unfathomable feeling when he was in the ancient face sect. Coupled with the fact that she had the surname of the ancient clan, it wasn't uncommon for her to be a disciple of one of the 8 great ancient clans. However, what made him happy was that at least he was able to see an old friend in Cloud Sea City. Little sister, do you know him? And Ziyuan frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. That youth had threatened to form an alliance with them, but he wasn't familiar with that youth. And Yuer smiled and nodded. The Fire Ancient Clan's new prodigy. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, and Ziyuan had an impression of him. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Tang laughed disdainfully. They'd naturally heard of the Fire Ancient Clan's new prodigy. However, this prodigy was only in name, yet he actually dared to join in on the fun. Lin Ling, there's nothing for you to do here. Leave immediately and I'll let bygones be bygones. Tang from the Withered Wood Ancient Clan said indifferently. His tone was dignified. Lin Ling sneered and ignored him. Instead, he walked over to Yuer's side. How about we form an alliance? Then we'll split the Winter Demon Winter Stone beasts equally. Yes. Just as Nziyuan was about to say that Lin Ling wouldn't be of much help to them, and Yuer spoke first. Alright, let's form an alliance. Yes. Little sister and Nziyuan frowned slightly. He really couldn't understand why Yuer would ally with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a third-generation disciple. He didn't know how strong he was. He only knew that his status was high. Wouldn't it be a loss for the Nziyuan ancient clan to ally with Lin Ling? Believe me, this alliance is good for us. And Yuer, on the other hand, was very confident in Lin Ling. She knew Lin Ling too well. This made Nziyuan want to say something, but he hesitated. He could only give up. In the distance, Yin and Yi laughed mockingly. If Lin Ling was here, they would be afraid. But Lin Ling? It was just an empty name. Since we have the upper hand, let's let them make the first move. The loser will leave this place and not touch the summer demon Winterstone beast. Atang smiled. Last time at the West Demon Mountain Mine, the Fire Ancient clan tricked us. It was said that it was Lin Ling's idea. Today, leave this brat to me. Yin Yi coldly stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, little sister Yuer and I will join hands to deal with Atang. Against Yin Yi, you can only rely on yourself. Fight. And Nziyuan looked at Lin Ling and said. There were 5 people on Lin Ling's side, but the other 4 were weaker. Obviously, they weren't qualified to enter the battlefield of first-generation disciples. Lin Ling could only rely on himself. Yin Yi isn't weak. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. And Yuer also said. Lin Ling nodded, took out the resurgent sword, and looked at Yin Yi indifferently. The disciples of the 8 great ancient clans are divided into third-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, first-generation disciples, and first-generation geniuses. My strength is below the first-generation geniuses. Although you have the title of first-generation genius, it is only in name. Today I will let you wake up and see what a first-generation genius is. Yin Yi stepped forward. That was the strength of a 4-star martial spirit realm expert. His aura was extremely strange, gloomy and evil. His whole person was like a ghost king that came out of the ground. Jianghu. At the same time, ghost shadows appeared behind him. They were ghost heads. These ghost heads looked ferocious. Some of them had bleeding eyes, some of them bared their teeth, and some of them were smiling evilly. 8-faced ghost demon. This was his innate spirit body. This spirit body allowed him to control 8 kinds of ghosts. Through continuous blood sacrifice, the 8 kinds of ghosts could become a ghost king. After the appearance of the 8-faced ghost demon, a cold wind blew in the valley. Even in Yuer, Tang, and the others who were already fighting frowned. The ancient Yin clan was too mysterious. They usually hid in the dark, but once they came out of the water, it was as if they came from the underworld. The Imperial Ghost clan was indeed worthy of their reputation. 8 ghost whales, you will become food for me, the Ghost King. I hope your soul is strong enough. Go. Morning Ghost, go. Go. Yin Yi arrogantly pointed, and one of the ghost heads behind him let out a woo-woo sound as it flew out. It covered the sky and covered the sun, and a cold wind blew. The yin chi made people's bodies feel cold and they felt sleepy. So cold. Go. Lin Aofing and the others' faces turned pale. Obviously the yin chi had affected people's souls. You guys leave the valley first. Come back when it is over. Lin Ling turned around and said. Lin Aofing and the others did not dare to stay and quickly left. This level of battle was not something they could watch. You should take care of yourself. Ha. Yin Ye's disdainful laughter came from the distance. His Ghost King could devour souls, so how could Lin Ling block it? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than his. Fire counters Yin. I want to see if your ghost is stronger or my flame is stronger. Lin Ling sneered, and blue flames erupted from his body. The ghost rushed over and was immediately burned by the flames, making it cry out in pain. Ha. Yin Yi frowned. He did not expect Lin Ling's flame to be so strong. Go, dismemberment ghost. Ha. Yin Yi waved his hand again. Another Ghost King shot towards Lin Ling. As soon as this Ghost King appeared, a large number of cries could be heard around the valley. Many indescribable illusions appeared. They were images of people being executed by 1,000 cuts. The scene was horrifying. You're right. The 8 great ancient clans' disciples are divided into different strengths. But I think you are only a second-generation disciple. Ha. Lin Ling was fearless. Holding the Brilliance Resurgent sword, he stepped on the ground and shot towards Yin Yi. His sword was currently filled with flames. Swish. Along the way, all the scenes of dismemberment were cut off by Lin Ling's sword, and the flames continued to burn. 4 ghost coffin bearers, go. Go. Yinye's expression was somewhat unsightly. After 2 moves, Lin Ling was still unscathed. This made his previous boast extremely mocking. Below the heavens chosen of the generation, he was only SOSO, therefore he used his true strength. 4 ghost kings drew a strange trail and rushed towards Lin Ling suddenly. A cold wind blew. Fire danced bright sun. Blue flames erupted from Lin Lingjian's body, emitting explosive sounds. His entire body disappeared as he slashed at the 4 ghost kings. The ghost kings were very fast and ordinary people would not be able to catch their tracks. However, Lin Ling's fire dance bright sun was even faster. Pop, 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 pop. In the air an explosion sounded. No one could see who made the move. They could only see that the 4 ghost kings were inexplicably injured by the flames and exploded into pieces. 3rd generation flame technique. Boom. Yinye's gaze froze. He had heard of this technique before. It was an extremely powerful technique in the fire attribute martial arts. However, Lin Ling was only 16 years old. How could he learn the 3rd generation flame technique? You have a good eye, but let's see if you can take it. Boom. At this moment Yinye heard a cold voice. Then a blue light flashed in front of his eyes. He saw blue flames dancing in the air, and his heart instantly became heavy. The 3rd generation flame technique was not over yet. After killing the 4 ghost kings, it was actually coming for him. Chapter 166. Deserving of fame, Dark Ghost Mask. In the blink of an eye Yinye roared. The 4 ghost kings behind him screamed in pain. They twisted and merged together, turning into a huge human face mask and then blocked in front of him. Rumble. As soon as the mask appeared, fire danced dazzling sun slashed at it, producing a deafening explosion, causing small cracks to appear on the mask. However, the last slash fire dance brilliant sun was blocked in the end. Kiki. The mask let out a strange laugh. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a human face, but it also looked like a fox's face. However, it seemed to be laughing because of pain. His strength has increased tremendously. On the other side, Yuera was secretly astonished. Although she had long guessed that Lin Ling's growth would be so fast, seeing it with her own eyes still made her feel like she was dreaming. As for Ziyuan, he was even more surprised. Lin Ling's title as the heaven's favorite of this generation did not seem to be a pretense created by the extreme flame ancestor. He really did have the corresponding strength. Not bad, you have some strength. You can barely enter my eyes. But now I'm going to be serious. Yinye's face was a little distorted. He had underestimated Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was using his full strength. Unfortunately, he hadn't used his full strength yet. 8 ghosts enter the body. Woo woo woo. The ghosts behind Yinye exploded, turning into countless ghost heads, and then surged into Yinye's body. Every time a ghost entered, Yinye's body trembled, and he let out a cry of pain. His face twisted even more. However, every time he swallowed a ghost, Yinye's strength would increase by a bit. Clearly this martial art was extremely powerful. It used the strength of the ghost to strengthen itself. The peak of the 5-star martial spirit realm. In a sense, Yinye might have already entered the 6-star martial spirit realm. Looking at this scene, Ziyuan's expression became extremely grave. The Ghost Imperial clan was simply too powerful. From another perspective, Yinye probably already had the strength of a prodigy. You're just a junior disciple, yet you forced me to use this move. Even if you die, you'll die with honor. I originally wanted to use this move against Lin Ming. After the 8 ghosts entered his body, Yinye's voice also changed. It became sharper, sounding neither male nor female. His body had also changed. He was taller and there were complicated runes on his face. His claws were long and his tongue was like that of a hanged ghost. You keep talking about Lin Ming. Unfortunately, you can't even defeat me. How can you be my brother Lin Ming's opponent? Don't tell me you think you're the only one who has a hidden trump card? Staring at Yinye, who was neither a human nor a ghost, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with coldness. With a clap of his left hand, 2 pills appeared, the flaming pill and the dragon tiger pill. He then swallowed them. The current Yinye's strength had indeed increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate him and used medicinal pills. As the elixir entered his body, the same tyrannical aura burst out. On the other side, Ziyuan and the other 2 were stunned. Lin Ling was only at the 3-star martial spirit realm. He should be proud that he could force Yinye to use his full strength, but he still had a hidden killer move. How could Lin Ling be so strong? What puzzled them the most was that Lin Ling was so strong, but he didn't have much of a reputation in Ocean of Cloud City. He only had the reputation of being a genius of the generation. Rumble. The flaming pill caused the flames on Lin Ling's body to burn even more vigorously, and the flames around him had already reached a radius of 10 meters. On the other hand, the Dragon Tiger pill made Lin Ling seem like an enormous demon beast, and the ground beneath him cracked. At this moment, everyone wasn't looking at a human but a demon. Whoosh. Lin Ling took a step forward and pounced towards Yin Yi. His surging baleful aura caused the rocks in the distant valley to creak. If Lin Ling was a demon, then Yin Yi was a ghost. It had turned into a battle between demons and ghosts. You actually hit a trump card when facing me? Yin Yi was deeply humiliated in his heart. He roared towards the sky, opened his arms and pounced towards Lin Ling. During this process, his entire body surged with Yin energy, and ghosts appeared from time to time. Swoosh. The ghost claw and enormous sword collided in midair, causing a wave of scorching energy to assault the face and shake the valley. And Ziyuan and the others stopped fighting and looked over with shock. Swoosh. A moment later, a figure was blasted flying like a sandbag and smashed heavily against the ground. How could this be possible? I've 8 ghosts in my body and intimidated the world. How could I possibly lose to you? It was Yin Yi who'd been blasted flying. There was a sword mark on his chest and blue flames were burning on the wound. Is 8 ghosts in your body something to be proud of? My physical strength is 50,000 kilograms, and my innate spirit body is at the 5th grade. Now it's at the 6th grade. You can be proud before me? A low voice resounded from Lin Ling's mouth. He was like a god of flames as he walked step by step towards Yin Yi, causing the ground to tremble. And Ziyuan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling probably possessed the strength of a genius of the generation. A genius of the generation at the age of 16 was simply terrifying. No wonder Ancestor Taiyan thought so highly of him. He truly deserved the title of genius of the generation. You. On the ground, Yin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely ferocious. With your strength, you dare to be proud of being a genius of the generation. Don't tell me there's no one else in your ancient Yin clan. Lin Ling continued forward. Yin Yi spat out another mouthful of blood. His pride had been trampled on by Lin Ling, not to mention you. Even if it's a genius of your ancient Yin clan, I'm not afraid. Lin Ling arrived in front of Yin Yi and said indifferently. Yin Yi spat out a third mouthful of blood, and then his whole body twitched as the ghosts in his body clashed back and forth. The next moment his eyes turned white, and he completely lost consciousness. No one knew if he was dead or unconscious. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment, but he was too lazy to pay any more attention to him. In his heart, Yin Yi was not even an opponent. Perhaps only the young man he met in the West Demon Mountain could catch Lin Ling's eye, and that young man was also a genius of the ancient Yin clan. With Yin Ye's defeat, only A Tang of the Dead Tree clan was left. He was no longer a threat. Although he was one of the geniuses of the Dead Tree clan, he was no match for Lin Ling. The Fire Ancient clan is about to rise. Other than Lin Ming, the other genius of the generation is not weak. A Tang's expression was extremely complicated. He knew that it was useless to stay any longer. His body emitted a green aura and then he disappeared. Only a vine was left in the place where he was originally standing. This was a kind of speed movement technique and it worked every time when he was escaping. Flaming sky cross slash. Boom. Lin Ling looked indifferently in a certain direction and gently slashed out. Puff. In that direction, a mouthful of blood was spat on the rock. Obviously, Lin Ling had grasped A Tang's tracks and slashed out. Of course, this slash was just to teach him a lesson. You want to leave without saying goodbye? Lin Ling's cold voice came out of his mouth. Lin Ling, you. Chapter 167. Surprise troops. Lin Ling, your strength has risen so quickly. After the battle ended and Yuer walked over. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of shock. This young man had surprised her time and time again, as if there was no limit to what he could do. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't continue on this topic. Then he looked at the winter stone demons in the valley. Lin Ling, you can take 60%. After all, you're the one who put in the effort. We're just taking advantage of you. And Ziyuan knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled politely. His attitude and disbelief at the beginning had already changed 180 degrees. This was because Lin Ling's identity as a heaven's pride was well deserved. Currently, in Donghua Mountain, aside from the 8 prodigies of the 8 great ancient clans, there was one more prodigy. Perhaps this unknown prodigy could change the situation of this hunt. If that's the case, then I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling nodded and did not refuse. After all, he had contributed a lot. Then he asked Lin Aofing and the others to come in and collect the summer demon winter stone beasts in the valley. Time passed slowly, and all the winter stone beasts in the Donghua mountain were finally collected. The hunt was not over yet, so it was time to plunder. Plundering was the key to hunting. No matter how many summer demon winter stone beasts you collected, if you couldn't protect them, you would only be making a wedding dress for someone else. For a moment, the atmosphere of Donghua mountain became heavy. The people of various ancient races and powers began to gather to prevent others from plundering them. At the same time, they were plundering the winter stone beasts of others. At the same time, Lin Ling received a message from Lin Ming, asking them to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's camp. Lin Ling, do you have any plans? Along the way, Lin Ling said to Lin Aofing and the others. Lin Ling frowned. He did not want to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's camp. He had other ideas. Winter snow danced in the air, and a hazy gray fog covered Donghua Mountain, adding an oppressive atmosphere to the mountain range. At this moment, within the endless mountain range, the various ancient races and powers were already in a state of conflict. For the sake of their family's honor, they were fighting over the winter demon stone beast. Hand over the winter stone beast. I don't want to kill too much. Dream on. We, the ancient mountain tribe, have never been afraid of anyone. If anyone is going to hand it over, it's you. Kill. You're from the ancient Yin race? You actually pretended to be one of us and ambushed us. You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. I'll kindly accept your winter stone beast. He alone? You are unlucky to have met a first-generation disciple of the ancient Wind clan. Really? There are 12 of you, but that's still too few. Stop putting on an act. Hand over the rune pouch, and we might spare your life on account of the fact that you're a prodigy of the ancient race. Looks like the pride of our ancient race is pretty big. However, do you know my name? Sima Zhangtian. Sima Zhangtian? You're a prodigy of the ancient Deadwood clan. Correct. Unfortunately, there's no prize. On the contrary, all of you are going to die here. Although Donghua Mountain was in chaos, there was no doubt that as the prodigies of the various ancient races, they were the backbone of the ancient race disciples. The prodigy of the ancient Zhang clan's water controller clan, Xianxia. The mysterious youth of the ancient Yin race, Mei. The prodigy of the ancient Deadwood clan, Sima Zhangtian. The prodigy of the heaven-defying clan, Lion Roar. The prodigy of the ancient mountain tribe, Zhang Tashan. The prodigy of the ancient Anji clan, An Tianling. The prodigy of the ancient Wind clan, Zhou Fengyi. And the prodigies of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling and Lin Ming. These geniuses had risen to fame. Among them, Lin Ming was considered to be one of the new geniuses. However, his strength was not recognized and many people still ignored him. The 8 prodigies were like flags that made the disciples of the clans gather around them, forming a base camp to protect their fruits of labor, the winter demon winter stone beast. Time passed quietly, and a temporary silence appeared on the battlefield of Donghua Mountain. Currently, the 8 ancient clans had set up their own camps, and the disciples of the clans gathered together. It was obviously very difficult to plunder. As for the other factions, they didn't have any outstanding performance this year. They were either eliminated or joined the 8 ancient clans. However, the 8 ancient clans were biding their time and maintaining the same situation. This wasn't something that many people wanted to see, especially those ancient clans with lesser gains. They weren't willing to be last place in a month's time. This kind of situation had been like this in previous years. Over time, an unwritten rule appeared. The prodigies of the 8 ancient clans would start the Rising Dragon Battle. The Rising Dragon Battle was a single elimination tournament. The loser would have to offer up a portion of the Winter Demon Winter Stone Beast to the other ancient clans. If they kept losing, they would go bankrupt and be eliminated. In this way, this was the time to compete with the prodigies of a generation. Donghua Mountain Heaven's Lookout Corner. 8 figures appeared on the mountain range. They were the prodigies of the 8 ancient clans. They didn't bring many people with them, only one follower. This was because they were wary of any tricks. Although the Rising Dragon Battle was an unwritten rule, there were still many people who did not abide by the rules. The Imperial City Hunt valued results, not rules. Thus, no one would be so foolish as to bring an ancient clan disciple with them. Once an accident occurred, all the Summer Demon Winter Stone Beasts would be snatched away. The prodigies of the Zhang clan, the Withered Tree clan, and the Ancient Yin clan are all here. I'm not afraid of them playing any tricks. On a mountain peak, Lin Ming looked at a few people in the distance. If these prodigies didn't come, then Lin Ming would have to leave. This was because the other side's prodigies might sneak attack their base camp. Without Lin Ming in their base camp, no one would be able to stop the other side's prodigies. In the end, everything would be stolen. Similarly, the prodigies of the other ancient clans had the same thought. Good, it seems like everyone is following the rules. This is the best. We can avoid unnecessary deaths. Next, let's start drawing lots. If we lose, remember to let the people of the clan give us the Winter Demon Winter Stone Beast. 30,000 pieces each time. The ancient clan's Xianxia's voice rang out. He seemed to think that he was the leader of the prodigies. The others snorted coldly. They were extremely unhappy, but they couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Hehe, Lin Ming, I heard that your harvest this time was pretty good. Therefore, I'm looking forward to winning against you and then snatching your ancient clan's harvest. Sima Zhangtian, bring it on. Before the battle started, the prodigies of the generation were already opposing each other. These people are looking down on us too much. My brother Lin Ling is also a prodigy of the generation. They actually didn't invite him to this rising dragon battle. Lin Ming said to a disciple of the Lin clan beside him. Perhaps they're afraid that with one more person from the Lin clan participating, the chances of losing would be higher. Therefore they didn't invite brother Lin Ling. Humph, in the end they still don't acknowledge brother Lin Ling's status as a prodigy of the generation. However, I sent a voice transmission to brother Lin Ling, but he didn't want to come. He said that he had something important to do. I don't know what it is. Lin Ming said. Chapter 168. What a crazy idea. Atop a cliff within Donghua Mountain, Lin Ling stared off into the distance. Has the rising dragon battle begun? Lin Ling, you're also a genius of this generation. Why won't they allow you to participate? This is too unreasonable. Lin Aofing and the others said unwillingly. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. If he had participated in the arena battles, he might have been able to win a few rounds and bring glory to the ancient Yan tribe. In the end, who knew that the other ancient clans wouldn't recognize Lin Ling's identity as a prodigy? They wouldn't allow anyone from the Lin clan to participate in the arena battles. Wasn't this the same as the other ancient clans ganging up to bully the Fire Ancient clan? Hehe, I'm not interested in participating in that kind of arena battle. Moreover, I've discovered something that interests me even more. Lin Ling was still looking into the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What? Not interested? Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang and Lin Feng all looked at Lin Ling. They blinked, their faces filled with confusion. Lin Ling turned to look at them and smiled. Right now, all the heaven's favorites of the various clans have gone to participate in the rising dragon battle. This means that there are no powerful cultivators among the ancient clans. How could we miss out on such an opportunity? You mean? Lin Aofing sucked in a breath of cold air. He somewhat understood what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling wanted to seize the summer demon winter stone grass while the geniuses of the various clans were away. This was a crazy idea. However, it wasn't impossible. Currently, the geniuses of the various ancient clans weren't at their headquarters. If Lin Ling's strength was enough to defeat the disciples of the various ancient clans, then this idea could very well be realized. Alright, what do we need to do? Lin Aofing and Lin Changqiang looked at each other and became excited. One could imagine that when the various prodigies of the various clans finished their arena battles and were about to return with a full load, they would discover that the treasures of the ancient clans had been stolen. That kind of depression would probably be even worse than raping their wives. You guys need to find the person who owns the summer demon winter stone grass. Lin Ling said. There were many disciples from the various ancient clans. If they could not identify the person who possessed the winter demon beast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the various ancient clans would not place the winter demon beast on one person. Instead, they would split it into 3 portions and let 3 people hold on to it. This was the case for the ancient Flame clan. This time, the 3 of them were in charge of keeping all the loot from Donghua Mountain. This is difficult, but we will definitely. Lin Feng was Lin Feng. Lin Ling smiled. As long as you find him, you can leave the rest to me. The ancient Zhang clan. If he wanted to go to the ancient race's Jiang family, he had to get a few sets of clothes from the ancient race of Deadwood. Because the ancient race's Jiang family and the ancient race of Deadwood were allies, those clothes would increase their trust. The clothes were easy to get. They just had to kill a few disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan. Soon, a few fake disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan walked toward the ancient Jiang clan's base camp. Stop. This is the territory of the ancient Jiang clan. Who allowed you to come near? The disciples of the ancient Jiang clan were on high alert. They occupied a mountain range. When Lin Ling and the rest approached, a cold voice rang out. Don't be nervous. We are disciples of the ancient Dead Tree clan. We are here on orders from our clan to make friends. Lin Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. At the mountain range, a few disciples of the Jianghu family frowned. After exchanging glances, one of them jumped down from a high place. Obviously, if the person who came was a disciple of another ancient family, they would immediately start fighting without saying a word. However, if it was the Withered Wood ancient clan, the two families would not openly compete with each other, even though they were allies on the surface. Big brother, how many summer demon winter stone grass have you found? This time we are here to find out. We have no other intentions. Lin Xianxia smiled politely. At the same time he passed over a rune bag with a few thousand bottles of energy-gathering pills. The disciple of the ancient Jiang clan smiled. His attitude was much better. Find out? What do you mean? Currently we are the 8 great ancient clans. None of us know how much the other ancient clans have gained. So we are here to find out where our clan will be ranked. Besides, last year, there were a total of 900,000 winter stone beasts in the hunting ground, and they were divided among the 8 great ancient clans. This year, based on that number, we know how many winter stone beasts the ancient clans have. Then we'll know how many winter stone beasts the other ancient clans have. Lin Xianxia smiled and found an excuse to get closer. That's a good idea. Know yourself and know your enemy. You will be victorious in every battle. Follow me. The disciple of the ancient Jiang clan nodded and led the group into the mountain range. There were many disciples of the ancient Jiang clan in the mountain range. Some were cooking, some were on guard, and their discipline was very strict. The disciple brought Lin Ling and the rest to see the current leader, who was the second strongest disciple of the generation. When the youth saw Lin Ling and the rest, he frowned. Especially when he looked at Lin Ling, he felt a sense of familiarity. Senior, we are here on Sima Zhangtian's orders. We would like to ask about the ancient clan's gains. Lin Xianxia knew this very well. He got closer and took out a spirit crystal. The youth's eyes lit up. He no longer looked at Lin Ling and smiled. We know why you are here. However, how much did your ancient Dead Tree clan gain? We counted. A total of 70,000. Lin Xianxia immediately said. The youth nodded. The ancient Dead Tree clan had 70,000 summer demon winter stone grass. It didn't seem like much. This meant that the other ancient clans had more. Our Jiang clan still needs to count. The youth waved his hand to the person behind him. Immediately that person turned and left. Lin Ling remained silent. However, his soul force spread out and locked onto that person. He knew that as long as he followed that person, he would know where the ancient Jiang clan was hiding the summer demon winter stone grass. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled. That person went to a total of 3 places. 2 of them were out of the range of Lin Ling's soul force, so Lin Ling lost track of them. However, one of them was nearby, so Lin Ling's soul force locked onto him. As long as he could get one person's rune pouch, the summer demon winter stone grass would be enough. Not long after, the person in charge of asking about the number came back and said, Our Jiang clan has a bit better. A total of 90,000. 90,000. This means that one person has over 30,000. Lin Ling was secretly delighted. Thank you. Our 2 clans have a total of 160,000. The total number of Winterflower Mountains people is about 900,000. Damn, the Fire Ancient Clan, Anji Ancient Clan, and other ancient clans have gained quite a lot. Lin Xianxia pretended to be angry. The youth was a little unwilling to give up. Through this method, they could indeed calculate the gains of the other ancient clans. He coldly snorted and said, Don't worry, our Jiang clan will make them spit it out during the Rising Dragon battle. That's right. Our ancient Dead Tree clan is not to be trifled with. Senior, I will take my leave first. I still have to go to the other ancient clans to take a look. Lin Xianxia coldly snorted and left with Lin Ling and the others. Chapter 169. Snatch. Lin Xianxia and the rest slowly left the mountain range. Lin Ling, on the other hand, quietly turned around and headed towards the mountain range of the Jiang family. His soul force was extremely powerful and he was able to sense the people around him. His journey was extremely smooth, and his target was one of the people who possessed the winter flower beast. In truth, if it wasn't for the little episode from before that allowed Lin Ling to find that person, it would really be like finding a needle in a haystack. But now, as long as he knew who that person was, things would be much easier. At present, there were not many people in the Jiang family that could stop him. A moment later, Lin Ling arrived at the hill where the disciple was hiding. At this moment, that disciple was roasting meat with a few others. On the surface he looked extremely ordinary. Even among the disciples of the Jiang clan, only a few knew that he was the person who was hiding the Winterstone beast. Who is it? Lin Ling's appearance was extremely open and aboveboard, causing those barbecuing youths to be stunned. The person who stole your Winterstone beast. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward slowly. What do you mean? If you want to snatch the Winterstone beast, why are you looking for us? We're just ordinary third-generation disciples. One of them frowned and said. He seemed to think that Lin Ling still didn't know his background. Moreover, when he said this, he secretly gave a look to the people beside him, telling them to immediately inform the other disciples. You hid it very well. If it were any other time, I would definitely have been fooled. Unfortunately, once you saw through it, it's useless to hide it anymore. Lin Ling looked calm, but his pace quickened. When he arrived in front of that disciple, he waved his hand. Unknowingly, the muscles on his arm had become solid, just like an ape's arm. He abruptly grabbed that disciple's neck with one hand, while his other hand searched the disciple's body for a symbol bag and quickly kept it. What are you doing? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for bullying a third-generation disciple like me? That disciple immediately panicked. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Since you're a third-generation disciple, then your rune bag shouldn't have anything valuable. Why are you so nervous? That disciple immediately didn't know what to say. At the same time, the other Jiang clan disciples that received the news had arrived in succession, and they completely surrounded this group of hills to the point not even a drop of water could pass through. Since you're a third-generation disciple, why do they value you so much? Almost all of the clan's disciples have been mobilized. Lin Ling turned and stared into the distance, his words causing the countenance of that disciple to turn even more unsightly. He guessed that this young man must have seen through his identity. Involuntarily, he coldly laughed. Seems like you are smart enough to know that I'm the owner of the Winterstone beast. But so what if you know? Can you even escape from here? You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling tossed the disciple aside. Looking at the endless stream of Jiang clan disciples, he smiled faintly. With a stomp of his foot, he shot forward, intending to use brute force to open up a path. Stop him. You're courting death. How dare you come to the headquarters of our Jiang family? Since you're here, then stay. Rumble. Unfortunately, these people couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling didn't use the ability of flames. Instead, he swallowed the dragon tiger pill, which gave him boundless strength. It wasn't difficult for him to open up a path in a short period of time. He forcefully tore open a path in the sea of people and rushed out along the path. Then he tyrannically rushed out of the mountain range. By the time more people of the Jiang clan arrived at the mountain, Lin Ling had already disappeared without a trace. Bastard, who is that guy? The second strongest disciple of the Jiang clan rushed over after hearing the news. However, he was too late. He was so angry that smoke came out of his throat. That young man looks familiar. I think he's the one from the Withered Tree clan. A disciple recalled. So it's him. I was wondering why he would suddenly come to our Jiang clan's territory. It turns out that he already had ulterior motives. Since the Withered Tree clan made the first move, then don't blame our Jiang clan. The young man coldly said, therefore the disciples of the Jiang clan are preparing to head to the Withered Tree clan's territory. At this moment, far away from the mountain range, Lin Xianxia and the rest were anxiously waiting. Not long after, they saw a figure rapidly approaching and immediately felt relieved. Lin Ling was back. How was it? Lin Alfing hurriedly rushed over and asked. Lin Ling smiled and waved his right hand. The rune bag from the Jiang clan appeared. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. 30,000 summer demon winterstone beasts are in my hands. Good job, huh? Awesome. Lin Alfing and the rest were overjoyed and extremely excited. Lin Feng laughed a few times and said, then which ancient clan is our next target? Ancient Yin clan. Let's use the old method. Lin Ling looked into the distance and revealed a cold smile. Good. If the Ancient Yin clan also succeeds with these two gains and our Fire Ancient clan's previous gains, we will definitely be able to rush to the top 3. Lin Alfing and the rest were all in high spirits. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The few of them ran towards the Ancient Yin clan's territory. The Ancient Yin clan was naturally fond of the dark. They were in a dense forest where no sound could be heard and no traces of anyone could be seen. It was like a ghost forest. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ling and the rest. The Ancient Yin clan and the Jiang clan were allies. As long as they wore the Jiang clan's clothes, they could naturally sneak in. While Lin Ling and the others were heading to the Ancient Yin clan, the Ancient clan's Jiang clan's disciples found the Ancient Deadwood clan's people in a rage and started fighting. The disciples of the Withered Wood ancient clan were confused. However, since the other party had come knocking, they naturally wouldn't be lenient. As the disciples of the two ancient clans fought, the ancient Yin clan's summer demon Winterstone beasts were also snatched by Lin Ling and the rest. After Lin Ling and the rest snatched them, they immediately rushed towards the Withered Wood ancient clan to fish in troubled waters. For a moment, the Winterflower Mountain was in chaos. As for the Rising Dragon battle, the arena battle was the main theme in previous years. However, it didn't seem important this year. The geniuses of the Jianghu clan, Withered Wood ancient clan, and ancient Yin clan all received voice transmissions from their disciples that the summer demon Winterstone beasts had been snatched. If that was the case, what was the point of the Rising Dragon battle? Good, Sima Zhangtian, your Withered Wood ancient clan isn't righteous. You actually want to form an alliance. Zhang Yixiao, your Zhang clan isn't any better. I received a voice transmission from the ancient Yin clan's disciples. You guys actually came to snatch our harvest. What nonsense are you talking about? The ancient clans of the three alliances started to suspect each other. As for the geniuses of the Fire Ancient Clan and Anji Ancient Clan, they were all confused. Of course, they were happy to see this kind of thing happen. They just wanted to watch a good show. Let's go. Let's go. After the Rising Dragon battle was cancelled, the geniuses of the various ancient clans were worried about the Winterstone beasts and rushed back. After going back and asking, they naturally felt that something was wrong. For example, the Withered Wood ancient clan snatched the Zhang clan's harvest. With the personality of the Withered Wood ancient clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian, if he really did it, it wouldn't be a big deal if he admitted it. However, Sima Zhangtian insisted that he didn't give the order at all. Similarly, Zhang Yixiao also patted his chest and said that he didn't let anyone snatch the ancient Yin clan's harvest. Then there was a problem. Who was it that used the name of the ancient clans to snatch the harvest of their allies? Chapter 170. I remember now. That young man looks familiar. He's the one who extorted 3,000 spirit crystals from our Zhang clan at the Immortal Gathering Tower. I think he's the new Heaven's Pride of the Fire Ancient Clan. The young man from the Zhang clan recalled. Lin Ling. Zhang Yixiao's eyes were spitting fire. Their Heaven's Pride had organized the Rising Dragon battle. Although Lin Ling was also a Heaven's Pride, they didn't invite him. This was a form of contempt. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to participate in the Rising Dragon battle. Instead, he took advantage of their absence to rob them of their loot. This action was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. Find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Roar. Zhang Yixiao roared and issued an order to the clan's disciples. At the same time, he notified the other two ancient clans. The Dead Tree Ancient Clan and the Ancient Yin Clan were also furious. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Thus, the three ancient clans frantically searched for Lin Ling in Donghua Mountain. They had to capture Lin Ling before the end of the hunting competition. When the news spread out, the other ancient races were shocked when they caught wind of it. Lin Ming, on the other hand, burst out laughing excitedly. Lin Ling had plundered the spoils of the three clans. Once the hunt was over, the ancient flame race would definitely be number one. Brother Lin Ling, they're all looking for you. Come back to me. Lin Ling hurriedly used the mother-child worm to notify Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently hiding in the mountain range. He smiled and replied, there are many disciples in the clan. Although it seems to be the safest place, if Brother Lin Ling can think this way, then so can the Zhang clan. Right now they're probably hiding nearby waiting for me to appear. Therefore it's better to separate from you guys. Alright. That's a good idea. You have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you must notify us. Lin Ming nodded. If it was just the Zhang family, the Fire Ancient Clan wouldn't be afraid at all. However, now that the other party had joined forces with three other ancient clans, the Fire Ancient Clan couldn't act rashly. Haha, sister, the Lin Ling you know is really amazing. He robbed the three ancient tribes. That's really a big deal. And Tianling, the prodigy of the Anji Ancient Clan, couldn't help but laugh. And Yuer was also surprised. She laughed and said, brother, what do we do now? Lin Ling stole the spoils of the three ancient clans. Once the hunt is over, the three ancient clans will definitely be ranked behind us. That's why we have to help this Lin Ling. However, the most important thing right now is to join forces with the Fire Ancient Clan and form an alliance. And Tian said coldly. His eyes shone with wisdom. After all, after the Zhang clan and the others were robbed, the three ancient clans have formed an alliance. They might use the alliance's name to wipe out any of our ancient clans. Good. And Yuer nodded. The Mountain Ancient Clan also had the same idea. In fact, they were one step ahead of the Anji ancient clan and had already reached the borders of the Fire ancient clan's territory to form an alliance. No matter how one looked at it, this matter was beneficial to them. After all, as long as they could hold on for a while, the Zhang clan and the other ancient clans would definitely be ranked lower than them. For a moment, the entire Donghua mountain was stirred up because of Lin Ling alone. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer to opening the hunting ground. Aha, our heaven-defying clan has benefited from this. Lin Ling is just a piece of rat shit. If we can catch him, our heaven-defying clan will definitely get first place. The heaven-defying clan was an independent ancient clan. Their prodigy Shiho couldn't help but be overjoyed. In his opinion, Lin Ling was a free lunch. Little ones, listen to my orders. Sense the heaven and earth and find a young man called Lin Ling. The heaven-defying clan cultivated with rage energy. This ancient clan had a long history and had been passed down since ancient times. Their cultivation method was different from ordinary warriors. Although they had few members, they were born with soul power, which was their advantage. Hundreds of disciples of the heaven-defying clan released their soul force at the same time and slowly searched the entire Donghua mountain. They were confident that they could find Lin Ling faster than the other ancient clans. As long as they found him, with Shiho's strength, Lin Ling's summer demon Winterstone beast would still belong to the heaven-defying clan. Hundreds of people's soul forces spread out like dark clouds, passing through the mountain range as they continued their search. At the same time, Lin Ling, Lin Aofing, and a few others were in a cave. They were burning a fire and roasting meat as they waited for the hunting ground to open. Someone is checking on us? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. His soul power was even more sensitive. He could clearly feel that someone was using their eyes to observe them. Since they were in the cave, it was obvious that the other party was using their soul power. He did not expect that there would be someone with such a sensitive soul force in Donghua Mountain. This made Lin Ling secretly surprised. Found you. Hand over the Winterstone beast and I will spare your life. At this moment, a proud voice rang out in the cave, causing Lin Aofing and the others to change their expressions. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. That's just soul force. The other party is still far away from us." You know about soul force? Seems like you know more than I thought. But it's useless. Soul force is a unique ability of the heaven-defying clan. Even if you know about it, can you resist? Hand over the Winterstone beast or you will die. The proud voice rang out again. Lin Ling's soul force continued to spread out. He gradually smiled. At first he thought that someone's soul force was stronger than his. Who knew that after a while, he realized that the other party's soul force was extremely mixed. It seemed like it was formed by many people and then controlled by one person. What if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling shrugged and said lightly. If you don't hand it over, you will die now. The voice was extremely domineering. Alright, then I will see how you will kill me. Lin Ling did not care at all. He sat down again and continued to roast meat. Ignorant child. You will never know the strength of the heaven-defying clan. Since that's the case, I will tear your soul apart. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly became oppressive. A small white person half the height of a human appeared. He held a white sword in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling with an imposing aura. This was an attack formed by soul force. Lin Aofing and the others could not see or sense it at all. Only Lin Ling could sense it. He was secretly shocked. This was the first time he saw a soul force attack. It was really strange. However, although the small person was lifelike and had an imposing aura, he still had a feeling that the small person's soul force was not as strong as his. It was just that he did not know how to use soul force. Chi-chi. With that thought, Lin Ling's soul force rushed out crazily and turned into a big hand. He suddenly grabbed the small person's sword. How is this possible? You blocked my sword of raging soul. This sword should have shattered your soul. The small person said in surprise. Why is it impossible? You are not the only one who has soul force. Moreover, your soul force is not as strong as mine. Lin Ling was still sitting and eating, but his soul force had firmly blocked the small person's sword. Chapter 171. To stun the audience, it was no wonder that Lion Roar was unwilling to give up. After all, the White Dwarf was a prodigy of the heaven-defying clan. Lion Roar's soul power was blocked by a young man who was a few years younger than him. This was a great insult to him. Unfortunately, the cultivation of soul force was very difficult. Currently, he only knew one kind of attack. After his attack was blocked, he immediately had no other choice but to personally come. As for the soul power of everyone in their race, none of them would be a match for Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. They could only team up to search for Lin Ling, The heaven-defying clan? Humph, I thought it was some kind of proud clan, but it's just SOSO. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he ate the barbecued meat. Don't be too arrogant. Just you wait, I'll find you myself. Then I hope you come quickly because the hunt is about to end. Lin Ling replied fearlessly. Then he sensed carefully and found that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. It seemed that the people of the heaven-defying tribe knew that soul power was useless against him, so they had come personally. Leave the cave. The heaven-defying clan is here. Lin Ling knew that time was of the essence, so he hurriedly instructed. A moment later they left the cave and began to flee in the mountains. Not long after Lin Ling and the others left, the people of the heaven-defying clan arrived at the cave. However, they were still too late. Time is running out. We must find Lin Ling before the hunting ground opens. Shiho's face was extremely cold, and his hair stood on end like steel needles. Yes. This time, the 4 great ancient clans were all looking for Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the others were on the run. Halfway through, Lin Ling asked Lin Aofing and the others to return to the Fire Ancient Clan's headquarters. It would be easier for him to escape alone. Lin Aofing and the others weren't fools. They knew the crux of the matter, so they quickly left. It's him? Seems to be Lin Ling. I found him. Capture him? Due to the soul power of the heaven-defying tribe, it was impossible for Lin Ling to stay in one place for a long time. He had to move around constantly. In this way it was easy for others to find him. After all, the 4 ancient tribes had joined forces to search for him. However, Lin Ling didn't care. Even if the heavens' favorites from the 4 ancient clans came to stop him, they might not be able to stop him. Bang bang bang. Blue flames erupted. Within the mountain range, the gorgeous blue flames floated like clouds. Everyone who tried to stop Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of flames. Human wave tactics are useless against me. Goodbye. Tell your clan's prodigy that he's late. Within the mountain range, Lin Ling's body was like a wisp of flame, disappearing into the distance. That guy is too strong. Even with so many of us, we can't stop him. The disciples of the various ancient clans gritted their teeth. Lin Ling was a heaven's favorite from the Fire Ancient Clan. Although he was a heaven's favorite in name, he wasn't weak. None of the heaven's favorites from the various clans could stop him. Damn it, it's getting closer to the opening of the hunting ground. When Xianxia and the others rushed over, they could only grit their teeth. They were getting more and more anxious. The search and arrest lasted for 3 days. On this day it finally started to snow on Donghua Mountain. The gray sky had disappeared at some point, and thick clouds were now visible. The hunting ground had opened. This also meant that a month had passed. It was time for the 8 great ancient clans to decide the rankings. Outside Donghua Mountain, the 4 kings of the various major factions looked up in anticipation. They wondered who would be the top faction today. At the same time, the disciples of the Fire Ancient Clan and the other major ancient clans took the opportunity to leave Donghua Mountain. However, the other 4 major ancient clans were unwilling to give up. They were still looking for Lin Ling, preventing him from leaving Donghua Mountain. After all, if Lin Ling left and he handed over the Summer Demon Winterflower Beast, the Fire Ancient Clan would definitely be the top faction this year. The northern wind whistled and a chill came from the snowy mountains. At the outermost area of Donghua Mountain, everyone was looking at Donghua Mountain. Gradually, a team began to appear in front of them. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be from the Fire Ancient Clan. The Fire Ancient Clan is the first to leave the hunting ground. Looks like they didn't get much. The patriarch of the Zhang clan gloated. In the history of the hunting ground, the first faction to appear usually didn't get much. Because they appeared early, it meant that they had nothing to do in Donghua Mountain. Therefore, even if they did get much, it wouldn't be much. Why did Lin Ming and the rest come out so quickly? The patriarch of the Extreme Flame clan frowned. He couldn't figure it out. Although the hunting ground had opened, there was still half a day before the end of the hunting ground. If they came out now, wouldn't it mean that they had given up half a day of competition? This year's hunting ground is a little abnormal. The Fire Ancient Clan appeared early. Even the Anji Ancient Clan, the Mountain Ancient Clan, and the Wind Ancient Clan appeared. At this moment, the Wang Hai King of the 4 Kings exclaimed. Yeah, it's strange. When the crowd took a closer look, they were all stunned. In the mountains, there was an endless stream of disciples from the other ancient clans. Haha, the 4 great ancient clans must be ranked last. Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared so early. After all, you got little harvest. Even the time to settle the scores is shortened. The patriarch of the Withered Tree Ancient Clan gloated. Old man, we still don't know who will get the hunting ground. Don't be too proud. The Anji ancient clan's patriarch replied coldly. However, when he looked at the disciples of the other ancient clans in the distance, he was puzzled. After a long time, the disciples of the four great ancient clans finally walked out of the hunting ground. What happened? Why did you come out so quickly? Where are the other ancient clans? How's the harvest? The patriarchs of the ancient clans asked the Sky Prides. Lin Ming and Qianling and the other Sky Prides looked at each other and smiled. Then they told them about the current situation in Donghua Mountain. What? Lin Ling alone snatched the summer demon winter stone beast from the three ancient clans? The patriarch of the extreme flame clan exclaimed. He was a little tongue-tied. He couldn't imagine that Lin Ling dared to snatch the harvest of the three ancient clans with just a few people. Moreover, he succeeded. What the hell is wrong with that little guy? Ah, interesting. Although our Anji ancient clan doesn't have a share in this plunder, if that little guy named Lin Ling comes out safely and smoothly hands over the summer demon winter stone beast, then our Anji ancient clan will be ranked above the other three ancient clans. The Anji ancient clan's patriarch laughed. The patriarchs of the Jiang ancient clan, the Witheredwood ancient clan, and the ancient Yin clan had ugly expressions. They didn't expect the four ancient clans of the Fire ancient clan to come out so quickly. That was because they had a bountiful harvest, while the ancient clans had been robbed. He didn't leave the hunting ground, so it doesn't count. Maybe that little guy Lin Ling can't come out. The patriarch of the Zhang clan snorted. His eyes were cold. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Ling leave the hunting ground. The four kings naturally knew this. Lin Ling didn't bring the summer demon winter stone beast out of the hunting ground, so it still didn't count. If it was snatched back midway, the result might not be the same as what they saw now. Of course, even so, that young man named Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the four kings. Chapter 172. 3,000 Burning Flames. It's that little fellow. When he first delivered the ore, I already felt that he was extraordinary. This kid is very good. Duan Wangye stared at the mountain range in the distance and nodded in satisfaction. King Duan Lin Ling's name can be considered to have shaken the city this time. However, it's probably not easy for him to leave the hunting grounds. The geniuses of the various ancient clans should be obstructing his path right now. A refined middle-aged man spoke with a smile on his face. That's true. He's still young and his strength can't compare to the geniuses of the various clans. It's indeed troublesome for him to leave the hunting ground. Duke Duan nodded. He's out. At this moment, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Far away in the mountains, a silhouette was like a ferocious beast dashing madly towards the periphery of the hunting ground. And behind that silhouette, there was a large number of people chasing after that silhouette. They could even vaguely hear voices. Lin Ling, with me around, it's impossible for you to leave the hunting ground. Stop him. He has the spoils of the three clans on him. We absolutely cannot let him leave the hunting ground. Rumble. Above the mountain range, sand and dust billowed and spiritual energy rippled. It was like a beast tide, but in reality, it was a dense crowd of people chasing after Lin Ling. What boldness. He's able to command an army of thousands by himself. This kid is like a dragon among men. The crowd watching from afar was shocked. The most important thing is that no one can stop him. His strength is so strong. Another person cried out in alarm. As Lin Ling sprinted madly, there were people blocking his path. However, Lin Ling merely waved his sword, causing flames to soar up into the sky. He was akin to a fiery devil from the depths of the earth. Everywhere he passed, no one was able to stop him. Even the people following behind Lin Ling weren't much better off. Wherever Lin Ling walked, the ground was covered in blue flame footprints. When people stepped on them, the flames would burn. His martial prowess attracted the attention of even more people. Even the four kings were staring at Lin Ling in the distance with focused gazes. Since he possesses such strength at such a young age, then he'll definitely become a great general in Ocean of Cloud City in the future. Such a genius should be taken under our wing. For a moment, the four kings each had their own thoughts. Shirho has appeared. He's blocking in front of Lin Ling. And behind Lin Ling are Zhang Yixiao, Sima Zhangtian, and a few other geniuses. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. If the lion roar of the heaven-defying tribe was able to stop Lin Ling, even if it was only for 10 breaths of time, then Lin Ling's situation would be dire. If the remaining geniuses were to surround him, then Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. The cockroach's complacency should come to an end. At best, it's just a joke. The patriarch of the Zhang family smiled sinisterly as if he could see Lin Ling being killed by a few geniuses. As for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, they were frowning. It would be very difficult for Lin Ling to escape. Heaven's wrath, Earth's wrath, and human's wrath. Linling, I want you to die here in 3 moves. At this moment, Shiho stood proudly on Donghua Mountain. His long hair stood on end, making him look like an angry lion. At the same time, waves of air gushed out from his body. That was anger. Moreover, this anger had already materialized. Within a radius of 100 meters around him, not only people but even plants were shattered. This anger was like the wrath of the heavens. Anger was also a type of innate spirit body. 3 generations of Wrath King's seal. When the anger condensed to the point of eruption, Shiho's hands moved repeatedly and slapped out. With this slap, the surrounding spiritual energy surged as if it was stirring up heaven and earth. A huge palm slapped towards Linling. This palm was completely condensed from anger, and its power was extremely terrifying. This move was the 3rd generation of the heaven-defying tribe's seal of wrath. It was a secret technique that was not passed down. What a powerful martial art. Even from here I can feel its power. The crowd in the distance was secretly shocked. As expected of the heaven-defying tribe. With such arrogant martial arts, it was no wonder that they disdained to associate with other ancient tribes. Linling is in danger. Then everyone looked towards Linling. Facing a genius of the heaven-defying tribe, how could Linling block it? What a powerful sealing palm. Let me test its power. At this moment, Linling's vision was white. He couldn't see heaven and earth, nor could he see far. He could only see a huge palm. The palm's power was earth-shattering. Linling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to block that move. With a wave of his right hand, he swallowed the flaming elixir and dragon tiger elixir. Linling stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear. Within the cracks, blue flames shot up into the sky. Linling was like a nirvana in the flames. He leaped into the air and put away the resurgent sword. At the same time he stretched out his right hand. Heaven and earth have flames, all things return to the origin. With me as the origin, I will impart the Tao of flames. A cold voice came out of Linling's mouth. His right palm quietly changed and a wisp of blue flame quietly appeared. Then the temperature in the surrounding area suddenly rose. On the ground and in the sky, scorching fire element spiritual chi rolled over and condensed towards the blue flame in his hand. This was the 2nd generation of the flame technique, 3,000 burning flames. This technique gathered 3,000 flames and absorbed all the flames in the surroundings, forming a new flame. Chi-chi. The flames in Linling's hand were still blue. They danced slightly, but they emitted an indescribable majesty. This was the majesty of flames. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the flame in Linling's palm in disbelief. Before they could react, they saw Linling holding the wisp of flame and swinging it at the huge palm in front of him. What is that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, a beautiful flame exploded, as if it had ignited the flames of heaven and earth. Not only the ground, but even the sky was filled with blue flames. It was a shocking sight. The place had turned into a sea of fire. As for the huge palm formed by Shiho, it seemed to have been burned by the flames at that moment. The disciples who were chasing after Linling forced themselves to stop and stared in front of them in disbelief. That flame energy was produced by a 16-year-old boy? Chi-chi. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been burned. How terrifying. The crowd in the distance looked at the sea of fire and was momentarily at a loss for words. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure flew out from the sea of fire. That person's body was burning with flames and his face was ashen. Was Shiho. How can you be so strong? A roar came out of the lion's mouth. You're not the true heaven's pride. In the sea of blue flames, Linling's figure appeared. He rushed forward again. His words stunned Shiho. His face was full of blue veins. As a proud member of the heaven-defying clan, it was humiliating that he could not defeat a junior. Linling, take this moxie glass finger. At that moment, Xianxia, the heaven's pride of the Jianghu family, caught up. He raised his right hand high and formed a sword finger. At the tip of his finger, a ray of light like a sea urchin appeared and shot towards Linling. That finger was like a white icicle. Wherever it passed, the ground and clouds were frozen. In the distance, the snow was even more intense. Chapter 173. Unstoppable Fire Dance Dragon Tiger Strength. At this moment, Linling was sprinting forward. An ice pillar shot towards him from behind, forcing him to pull out the resurgent sword and slash with both hands. Previously, he had used the 2nd generation flame technique and the spiritual chi in his body was almost depleted. Now he could only rely on the dragon tiger pill. Clang. The icicle collided with the Sword of Brilliance resurgence. The tyrannical power of the Dragon Tiger Force exploded and split the icicle into two. Xianxia, who was watching from afar, was stunned. Lin Ling was so strong. Both he and Shi were unable to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling used the aftermath of the collision to continue sprinting. However, at this moment no one was chasing after Lin Ling. Or rather, no one dared to chase after him. The disciples of various clans were all shocked. Lin Ling was only 16 years old. Although he was a genius of the Fire Ancient clan, none of them treated Lin Ling as a true genius. In their hearts, Lin Ling was someone who did not live up to his reputation. However, today this so-called junior had single-handedly blocked the attacks of two geniuses. No one could stop him. How could they believe this? This kid is only a 3-star martial spirit realm, but he can block the attacks of 5-star and 6-star martial spirits. His potential is so strong. The four marquises narrowed their eyes. They knew that if they did not recruit such a talent, it would be a waste. He's getting closer. After the crowd recovered from their shock, someone suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was sprinting forward. He was getting closer and closer to the periphery of the hunting ground. If he were to rush out of Donghua Mountain, this year's Cloud Sea hunt would be over. Stop him. The Jianghu family's old ancestor shouted, extremely unwilling. Unfortunately, his words were powerless. At this moment, who could stop Lin Ling? Whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the hunting grounds. He exhaled lightly, yet his heart was filled with joy. Earlier he had blocked the attacks of the two geniuses. In truth, it wasn't easy for him either. This was especially so for Shi, who was extremely difficult to deal with. If he hadn't executed the second-generation flame art, the 3,000 blazing flames, he wouldn't have been able to block his opponent's attacks. Fortunately, the 3,000 burning flames required 10 spirit crystals to condense the flames of heaven and earth. However, its power did not disappoint. Grandfather. Slowing down, Lin Ling shouted at Ancestor Extreme Flame in the distance. He raised his right hand and grabbed a rune bag. Inside the rune bag was his harvest. Good, good, good. Ancestor Taiyan was overjoyed. He never thought that Lin Ling would be able to restore the Fire Ancient clan to its former glory. Furthermore, Lin Ling was only a 3-star martial spirit realm martial artist, but he had learned the second-generation flame technique. His talent was comparable to Lin Xin of the past. The Fire Ancient clan finally had a successor. Brother Lin Ling, good job. Lin Ming laughed excitedly. He wasn't jealous at all. On the contrary, he felt proud because he was of the same bloodline as Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. In the Fire Ancient clan, the clansmen were cheering excitedly. At this moment they felt proud. They had thought that Lin Ling was the main character of the Fire Ancient clan in this hunt. However, they now knew that Lin Ling was the real main character. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had already counted the number of winter stone beasts. Do you want to count them again? At this moment, an old man smiled and asked. He was the referee and was responsible for counting. Of course. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed and nodded. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had obtained 85,200 pieces. Now, with the addition of Lin Ling's harvest, the number would definitely be more. All right, please wait a moment. The old man nodded. Lin Ling was also well aware of this. He took out the rune bag he had obtained and handed it to the old man. The old man counted carefully. After a moment, he raised his head and said, a total of 107,600 pieces. In addition to the previous 85,200 pieces, the Fire Ancient clan's harvest this year is 180,000 pieces. As soon as he said this, the crowd gasped. 180,000 pieces of winter stone beasts. This was the most in history. It seemed that the Fire Ancient clan was going to get first place this year. As for the ancestors of the Ancient clan, and the Ancient clan, their expressions were extremely ugly. They had lost. Lin Ling had snatched more than 30,000 pieces from each of the ancient clans. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to rank in the top 4. They could only have their territories divided by others. Alright, I announce the first place of this year's Cloud Sea Hunt, Fire Ancient Clan. Second place, Anji Ancient Clan. At this moment, Sima Jin Shan King's loud voice rang out, announcing the end of the Cloud Sea Hunt. Next, according to the rules, the Fire Ancient Clan has the priority to seize the territories of the last 4 major forces, Sima Jin Shan King said. Haha. Hearing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame was elated. Everyone in the Fire Ancient Clan was also smiling. With the 4 kings holding the fort, the Ancient Flame Clan would not dare to object if they seized a portion of the territories of the other ancient clans. Moreover, if their territories were seized, such as mines, restaurants, and markets, the ancient clans that had been seized would have a hard time in the future. Damn it, it's that Lin Ling brat. The ancestor of the ancient clan gritted his teeth. His heart was burning with rage, but there was nothing he could do. When Zhang Yixiao returned, he scolded Zhang Yixiao even more. Zhang Yixiao lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. It was the same for the other ancient clans. Although the Cloud Sea hunt had ended, the envoys of the four kings congratulated Ancestor Extreme Flame at the same time. It seemed that they wanted to recruit him. After a long while, the crowd finally dispersed one after another. However, the news of the Fire Ancient clan taking first place this year had spread throughout the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, and it faintly allowed the Fire Ancient clan to show signs of becoming the #1 ancient clan. Many smaller powers had started to draw close to the Fire Ancient clan. Besides that, Lin Ling's name had finally spread throughout the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City. He was a genius at the age of 16, and he deserved his reputation. Presently, no one dared to underestimate his potential. Night within the enormous volcano of the Fire Ancient clan. At this moment, the volcano was bustling with noise and chatter. There was a huge square at the center of the volcano, and a huge number of tables were around it. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were eating and drinking around the tables. Today was a joyous day for the Fire Ancient clan. Ah, we can hold our heads high today. Fifth brother, did you see that old bastard from the Zhang clan? I think he'll definitely be so angry that he won't be able to eat. Ah. Ancestor Extreme Flame was seated at the largest table, and he was laughing as he drank wine. Those bastards from the Withered Wood Ancient clan were so angry that their faces were like leaves. If it wasn't for the presence of a great figure, I would have definitely burst out laughing. Last year, the Ancient Yin clan even said that the members of the Fire Ancient clan were trash. They still dare to say that this year? All the elders were in high spirits as they drank wine, laughed, and shouted. The 14th elder, Lin Ling, had a gratified expression on his face. He'd brought Lin Ling back from the Ancient Face sect, and he'd never imagined that in less than a year, the kid would grow so much. Not only had he become a genius, he'd even made numerous great contributions. Lin Ling, come and sit here. Chapter 174. 4-star Martial Spirit Realm. The table that old Ancestor Extreme Flame was sitting on was passed down from generation to generation. It was said that it was made by Feng Luomu, and it was rumored that it was a branch from which a phoenix had built its nest. And in the Fire Ancient clan, unless one had the status of an old ancestor, no one else was allowed to sit on this table. They weren't even allowed to touch it. But today, old Ancestor Extreme Flame was allowing Lin Ling to enjoy this table with him. It had to be said that this was a great honor. However, no one in the Fire Ancient clan was dissatisfied. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was qualified to sit there. Lin Ling raised his head and his eyes flickered. Then he smiled and nodded. Okay. After speaking, he arrived at the table where Ancestor Extreme Flame was seated and sat down without any hesitation. How bold! Great Flame Ancestor praised. If it was any other disciple of the ancient clan, perhaps they would hesitate before sitting down, but Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. This made him very satisfied. Drink this bowl of wine. Such a big bowl. Lin Ling stared at the wine bowl on the table and helplessly shook his head. The people of this world didn't drink with cups but with bowls. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary small bowl but a bowl as big as a plate. This gave Lin Ling a headache. He wondered in his heart, are you drinking wine or drinking water? However, today was a happy day. Lin Ling cursed in his heart for a moment, but he didn't care. He picked up the wine bowl and drank. When a real man drinks, he can't use spiritual energy to get rid of the alcohol. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about cheating, Ancestor Extreme Flame's playful voice rang out. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he could only helplessly allow the alcohol to numb his body. However, this alcohol was not ordinary. While it was spicy, there was also a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. It seemed to be of great help to his cultivation. Old Ancestor Taiyin, the G Leopard gang wanted to join us. Our Fire Ancient clan is becoming more and more powerful. Also, the Hall Master of the Iron Fist Hall has come to congratulate us. He's just outside the volcano. One by one, the clansmen reported. Tell them to scram. Today is our big day, we don't have time to entertain them. Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand domineeringly. But some of the clansmen felt that something was wrong. Right now, our Fire Ancient clan is the #1 ancient clan. Do we need to give them face? Tell them to wait. In the past, they relied on the Zhang family and the Ancient Yin clan. Now that our ancient Yin clan has become stronger, they're acting in hindsight. There's no need to give face to these fence-sitters. Tell them that if they want to rely on us, they'll have to go home and wait a few days. We'll consider them when we're in a better mood. Go ahead, there's no need to give him any face. Yes. That clansman shouted excitedly. They didn't need to give him any face? This was what he had been waiting for. Everyone began to drink in high spirits. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit drunk. He sighed and said, Ling, in the past your father let down our race but he left you behind. This can be considered an explanation to the ancient race, but you made up for the regret your father left behind. If your father were still alive he would be proud of you. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. Hearing this, the surrounding people gradually quieted down. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. His father had indeed left behind a regret for the ancient race. He wasn't able to lead the ancient race to glory. Now Lin Ling had to shoulder this mission. Time passed quietly amidst the bustling days. Cloud Sea City was still peaceful, but the wind and clouds were faintly surging as if a storm was about to pour down. All of this wasn't noticed by many in the outer city. Lin Ling returned to his peaceful days. He cultivated every day and strode towards the 4-star martial spirit realm. Currently, although he wasn't afraid of any genius, he had to spend a lot of spiritual crystals to execute the second-generation flame technique. That was something he didn't like. Therefore, only when his cultivation level increased and the spiritual qi in his body became denser, it would be easier to execute the second-generation flame technique. While Lin Ling was cultivating, a large number of invitations were sent to the Fire Ancient clan from time to time. They were all invitations from some forces in the outer city. To put it bluntly, they were trying to build connections. Currently, the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city. Various forces wanted to climb up to this thick thigh. As for Lin Ling, as a famous person in the outer city, there were naturally many who wanted to get to know him. However, Lin Ling rejected all of these social engagements. He didn't have the time to entertain them, because he was very clear that it was more practical to improve his strength than to spend time building connections. As long as he had strength, then even if others were dissatisfied with him, they wouldn't dare to rashly provoke him. As for the 4 kings, their attitude towards the Fire Ancient clan was still calm. They didn't send any invitations, which made Ancestor Taiyan feel relieved. Currently, although the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city, they still didn't dare to offend the 4 kings. The 4 kings were secretly fighting with each other. If the Fire Ancient clan joined any one of the kings, then they would offend the other 3 kings. Ling, here is an invitation from the inner city. It's signed by Fanny Yun. Do you think you should reply? On this day, Ancestor Taiyan walked into Lin Ling's small courtyard with an invitation. The invitation in his hand was golden and looked extremely exquisite. Most importantly, it came from the inner city. The inner city was as deep as the sea. The Fire Ancient clan couldn't afford to offend any of the forces in the inner city. Lin Ling took the invitation and carefully looked at it. The words on the invitation were extremely delicate. On the surface, it said that Lin Ling should go to the Gathering Immortals Pavilion for a gathering. However, between the lines there was a domineering aura. It was as if he could only go and couldn't refuse. That was exactly why Ancestor Taiyan felt that this matter was of great importance, so he'd personally come to ask Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered deeply and said, I have a feeling that undercurrents are surging in the city. It's best if I don't rashly agree at this moment. Grandfather, you can reply that I'm in closed-door cultivation to break through, so I can't spare the time. Ancestor Taiyan nodded. He'd noticed that a strand of danger was hidden in the air of the city. So Lin Ling's decision wasn't wrong. If he rashly moved forward and was noticed by the other hidden powers, then they would think that the Fire Ancient clan had joined their forces. At that time, it was very likely that they would treat the Fire Ancient clan as an enemy. Presently, the 4 kings were in an abyss of suffering. Moreover, rumor had it that the princes in the inner city were fighting for the throne as well. So, it was an extraordinary period. Lin Ling chatted with Ancestor Taiyan for a while longer before he entered into a state of cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Ling had refined another blue soul pill, and he'd obtained the medicinal materials from the pavilion master of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Yumun Yun. Needless to say, Yumun Yun's origins were mysterious indeed. The rare ocean-cracked dark dragon's whale soul seemed to not be difficult to obtain in her possession. But just Yumun Yun was like that. This clearly displayed that the experts in Ocean of Cloud City were numerous like the clouds. The experts who could annihilate the Fire Ancient clan with ease were probably numerous like the hairs on an ox. Lin Ling shook his head and then he swallowed the blue soul pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, a strand of flames arose from within him, and the sea of flames within his dantian burned vigorously like lava beneath the ground. Time passed silently, and 7 days passed without him noticing. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and 2 strands of blue flames leaped about within them before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 175. A mysterious middle-aged man with the help of the indigo soul dark pill, Lin Ling had finally stepped into the 4-star martial spirit realm. Flame Arts. Lin Ling took out the stone book to see if he could open a new page. Then he poured his spiritual energy into it and tried his best to open a new page. However, although the stone book looked small, it hid a mysterious power. Even though Lin Ling had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm, he still could not open a new page. This made Lin Ling somewhat disappointed. There are 7 realms in the martial spirit realm. For the Big Dipper 7 stars, perhaps only when I reach 6 or 7 stars will I be able to open the Blazing Flame Arts. Lin Ling shook his head. The Blazing Flame Arts was extremely powerful, and on the new page there would definitely be a new Flame Nirvana technique. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, Lin Ling's strength was still not up to par. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Ling left the hut. "Brother Ling, you're done with your cultivation." Seeing Lin Ling walk out, Yu hurriedly trotted over. She had been feeding the fish in the pond. She was so busy that her little nose was full of sweat. Lin Ling smiled and wiped the sweat off Yu's face. You don't like to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be more convenient for you to take care of the courtyard. Cultivation will make people ugly. Yu pouted. Who said that? Look at Lin Ling. The more she cultivates, the more beautiful she becomes. You don't always think of martial artists as muscular people. In fact, martial artists cultivate by borrowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to transform their bodies, making them more agile and otherworldly. Lin Ling laughed. Oh, is that so? But I heard that cultivation can increase one's lifespan, right? Yu asked. Of course. Then I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, when I'm old and Big Brother Ling is still very young, Big Brother Ling won't want me anymore. You're thinking too much. Even if you're so old that all your teeth are gone, Brother Ling will still want you. You're my family. Annoying, you're the one whose teeth have all fallen out. The two of them exchanged a few words and then Yu said, Right, a big sister from the Immortal Assembling Tower came to see you last time. She said that there will be an auction at the Immortal Assembling Tower this month, and the sea-rending dragon whale soul that you want will be there. Yun. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That woman was really mysterious. She was very well informed. Anyway, she is very beautiful. Moreover, when she talked about Brother, she was full of admiration. I knew that Brother was not an ordinary person. In the future, there will definitely be many girls who will like Brother. Yu said meaningfully. Is there anything else in your little brain other than thinking about these things? I just play some songs for her occasionally, that's all. Lin Ling flicked Yu's smooth forehead with his finger. Forget it, I'll take you with me to the auction. Alright, I haven't been out for a long time too. Several days later, Lin Ling brought Yu out of the Fire Ancient clan and headed towards the Immortal Assembling Tower. After not coming to the outer city for a few months, the outer city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were still lingering in this giant city. Lin Ling was currently in the outer city and had a rising reputation. It was fortunate that not many people had seen him before. Hence, as they walked along the main street, they didn't attract any unnecessary trouble. This song is very nice to listen to. Right at this moment, a beautiful song came from the side of the street. There was a river by the side of the street, and there was a small ancient bridge over the river. The song came from the bridge. Right now, there was a large number of people surrounding the small bridge. This song is just SOSO. Lin Ling dug his ears and spoke honestly. To be honest, the people in this world had good taste and liked to listen to music. However, the melody of the song was very ordinary. I know that Big Brother Ling is multi-talented and doesn't put this song in your eyes. However, this young lady feels that it is not bad. Accompany me to take a look. Yu smiled gently and pulled Lin Ling's hand as they ran towards the small bridge. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly but didn't object. This Mr. Zither's skills are not bad. This song is something that I have never seen in my life. Did you see that? That Mr. is blind. This song is filled with deep emotions. On the small bridge, many people were discussing. At the side of the bridge, a refined middle-aged man was sitting indifferently. He ignored the surrounding voices and looked at Yu's river while playing the zither. This middle-aged man's eyes were closed and he was indeed blind. However, he had a jade-like complexion and had an indescribable charm. His song had a similar charm that made people yearn for it. It seemed to be pouring out his heart and reminiscing at the same time. This middle-aged man is blind. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He remembered that when he first came to this world he was also blind. Blind people couldn't see this world, couldn't see heaven and earth, but were more sensitive to heaven and earth and things. He keeps looking at the river. I wonder what he is looking at? Sigh. Subconsciously, Lin Ling condensed his soul force and also looked at the river. At the same time, his eyes quietly changed and lost time began to appear. The reason why Lin Ling wanted to see what the middle-aged man was looking at was just a spur of the moment. The river flowed quickly and time seemed to flow along with the river. The sun rose, the sun set, the song began and the song ended. Scenes of the past accompanied the river. He seems to come every year at this time. He has already persisted for many years. Sigh. Lin Ling's intuition told him that the middle-aged man had been persisting in doing one thing. Every year at this time he would play the song on the bridge. Sigh. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes focused. In his eyes the scene changed. On the bridge, a scholarly young man wearing a long gown and carrying a guzheng was looking at the emerald river with an innocent smile. At this moment, on the river of Yuyu, a small boat was drifting with the current. On the boat stood a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her face was slightly round, and her appearance was very sweet. Her big eyes were pitch black and bright, and the corner of her mouth was curved in a smile. Do you know how to play a song? Play a song for me. The little girl's voice was as clear as a bell. The young man on the bridge was surprised and somewhat shy. But his big eyes stared at the little girl and he nodded. Then he sat down and played. I can play, but you have to tell me your name. I like you. Yes. After sitting down, the young man seemed to have gathered his courage to say this sentence. Love at first sight? Little brother, my name is Xianxia. If your song is to my satisfaction, then I will marry you. The little girl on the boat was clearly more bold and lively than the young man. A gentleman keeps his word. No, you are not a gentleman. You're a girl. Anyway, you have to keep your word. The young man finally raised his head and said somewhat excitedly. Then hurry up and play. Okay. Time froze there, and the innocent boy and girl met for the first time just like that. This kind of encounter did not have any psychological burden. It was like a pure youth love. Because of the words of their first encounter, the young man came every year to play a song, until he became a middle-aged man. A moment later, the passing of time disappeared from Lin Ling's eyes. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had appeared here. Perhaps he had been waiting on the bridge all these years, wanting the young girl to marry him. Unfortunately, something had gone wrong along the way, causing the young girl to never appear again, causing the young man of the past to regret it to this day. Chapter 176. Jushin House Auction. Brother Ling, this song is very nice. Makes me feel a little sad. On the bridge, Yuyu pulled Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling shook his head and thought to himself, of course, the middle-aged man had been waiting for the girl, so the song would definitely be a little sad. Yuyu, it's fine as long as it sounds good. Don't think too much. Lin Ling smiled. When he was talking about Yuyu, the middle-aged man on the bridge moved imperceptibly. Brother Ling, didn't you say that the music you play is also very nice? Is there anything that sounds better than this, seniors? Yuyu said again. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. This little girl was treating him as a music player. Just as he was about to speak, a magnetic voice rang out. Little friend, if you have any, please advise me. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man. At this moment he had already turned around. Lin Ling was stunned. I promised someone that one day I would let her hear a song that would satisfy her. At that time she would agree to marry me. All these years the songs I've composed have not satisfied her. Therefore, I hope that little friend can satisfy my wish. The middle-aged man said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew what the middle-aged man was talking about. It should be the little girl on the ship. But he didn't know where she had married. Even if she heard it, she might not marry him again. He had waited here alone for so many years. Wasn't this a waste of time? He was just about to refuse, but when he thought about how the middle-aged man had been waiting for him even when the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he finally nodded. Music and martial arts are the same, there is no end. I hope I can help you. Lin Ling walked out. He didn't take the middle-aged man's guzheng. Instead, he took out the wooden guitar that he had made back then from his rune bag. Then he recalled a song that he used to like very much in the past, Love Story. This song was not a Chinese classical song, but a famous song from abroad. It was written by Clayderman, but this song used a simple melody to create the romance of love. In the past, Lin Ling liked this song very much. Especially when he was studying, the moment he met his first love, this song would rise in his heart. A moment later, on the bridge, a song with a different style and different instruments floated out. The song flowed with Yuyu's river, swaying along with the willows on both sides of the river, as if it was going to float into the sky. The people on the bridge were all intoxicated. They had never heard such a beautiful song. Brother Ling, so amazing. Yuyu looked at Lin Ling's figure, her eyes flashing. Even the middle-aged man was slightly moved. It is indeed as Yun'er said. What a pity it is fate. If I had known him earlier, perhaps she would not have left. The middle-aged man's heart rippled. He stared at the emerald green river as memories surfaced in his mind. After a long time the song ended. Today my little friend has broadened my horizons. I'm afraid my wish will be fulfilled. If she was still here she would definitely agree to my request. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Sir, you flatter me. This song is not my original composition. I'm just borrowing flowers to pay respects to Buddha. Lin Ling said with a smile. Although he was the first composer to play this song in this world, Lin Ling did not want to take credit. Today, after hearing this song, my life was not in vain. Thank you, my little friend. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully again, and then left with the zither on his back. His back was lonely and desolate, with an indescribable loneliness. That mister is so mysterious. Yuyu stared at the middle-aged man's back and muttered. Let's go, the auction is about to begin. Lin Ling said with a smile, but his gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man's back. Under his soul force, he had long since noticed that the middle-aged man was somewhat mysterious. However, Cloud Sea City was so vast, so there were naturally many hidden experts. So, there was nothing to be surprised about. The two of them continued forward, heading to the Immortal Gathering Tower. After a while they climbed up the tower. At this moment no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Although not everyone knew Lin Ling, the Immortal Gathering Tower had an unwritten rule. If they could not offend someone then they would avoid them. In the Immortal Gathering Tower some people knew Lin Ling so they stayed far away. When others saw this they naturally did the same. When Lin Ling appeared on the top floor, the originally clamorous top floor quieted down. In the private rooms people of various status looked meaningfully at the youth who walked in. They were very clearly aware that the youth was the genius of the current generation, Lin Ling, who was like the scorching sun in the midday sky. Many people felt that it was best not to offend such a young man who had risen up like a shooting star. Of course there were exceptions. After all, while the Fire Ancient clan was strong, there were still numerous powers in the city that the Fire Ancient clan feared. Young Master Du, you seem to be in a good mood today. Could it be that you've taken a liking to some treasure? Don't worry, so long as it's something that young Master Du takes a liking to, then just tell us and our Zhang clan will pay for it. Xianxia gazed indifferently at a young man who stood before him in a private room. The young man wore a white robe that was embroidered with golden threads, and it was obvious that he was either rich or noble. Moreover, the young man's complexion was pale and he seemed weak. His cultivation couldn't be considered to be very strong. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the attendant in the private room, and it was filled with lust. The young man replied lazily, "What treasure could there be in an auction in the outer city? I just had nothing to do so I came here to take a look." Men call Xiaolan and Xiaozhu over. Let them accompany young Master Du. Zhang Yixia waved his hand towards the servant. How could he not know that young Master Du was a profligate young master who didn't like to practice martial arts and only liked beauties? It was obvious just by looking at his naked body. Zhang Yixia felt disdain towards such a person from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Because young Master Du's identity wasn't light at all. He was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city. Which one of those who could survive in the inner city wasn't an expert who could annihilate a clan with a wave of their hand? Ah, young Master Zhang knows me well. Haha. Young Master Du immediately embraced the two 16-year-old girls when they walked in. His hands weren't well behaved and they groaned incessantly. Looks like young Master Du has an ulterior motive for coming to the auction this time. However, I'm afraid young Master Du will be disappointed. The pavilion master is already taken. Zhang Yixia pointed out after drinking a cup of wine. He knew that Do Jun had actually come for the pavilion master. Young Master Du's gaze narrowed. Which bastard is so bold as to have designs on my goddess? See? It's him. Last time he won the wine wager. I heard that the pavilion master personally invited him to her boudoir and stayed there for a few hours before coming out. Zhang Yixia shrugged his shoulders and said, "What's more, this person was from the outer city. What was certain was that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was no one who could make young Master Du fear other than the inner city. Chapter 177. Young Master Du. As time elapsed, the auction began. A large number of rare items from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were being auctioned off one after another. Lin Ling and Yu Yu waited quietly in the private room. With Lin Ling's current experience, the other treasures weren't worth his attention. Hence, he waited quietly for the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul. Time elapsed silently, and after a long time, it was finally the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale's turn. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This kind of demon core wasn't very useful to other martial artists, and the competition shouldn't be that intense. Sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul, the starting bid is 1 spirit crystal. A clear bell-like voice echoed in the floor, but everyone in the floor had a dull reaction. It was obvious that the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale didn't attract their attention. 2 spirit crystals. After waiting for a moment, Lin Ling finally made his bid. He made his bid at a good timing and wasn't in a rush. It made people feel that he was just buying the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul on a whim. Hence, the floor was still peaceful and no one competed with Lin Ling. Kiki, young Master Du, aren't you tempted by the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul? In another private room, Xianxia casually mentioned. Opposite him, young Master Du was playing with the beautiful body of a beautiful lady in his arms. When he heard the question, he didn't even raise his head and said, "What use is the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul to me? It isn't as tempting as a beauty." "Is that so? That is something that your love rival wants to buy." Zhang Yixia smiled and said. Young Master Du's eyes lit up as he finally looked at the floor outside the window. "You dare to snatch my Du Jun's woman? I will make sure that you won't be able to live your life. Young Master Zhang, name a price and suppress him." Zhang Yixia nodded helplessly but despised him in her heart. What else does this lecherous young master have apart from women? He would be exhausted to death by women sooner or later. However, young Master Du was useless and this was what Zhang Yixia liked to see. Otherwise, how could she get someone else to do the dirty work for her? 5 spirit crystals. Zhang Yixia shouted to the outside. "Wow, it can't be. It is just the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul, and it is actually sold for 5 spirit crystals." Young Master Du Jun is indeed a man with authority. On the floor, the sound of discussion rose from all directions. Zhang Yixia. On the other side, Lin Ling frowned. That guy was really meddlesome. It seemed like he wanted to go against him. 10 crystals. Lin Ling made another bid. The sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul was related to the improvement of his strength, so he was determined to get it. "Ah, young Master Lin, I happen to have a friend who is interested in the sea-cracking dark dragon whale soul, so I am just following orders." Zhang Yixia drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Then he said, 20 spiritual crystals. "This bastard." Lin Ling's expression turned cold. From the looks of it, Zhang Yixia was not purposely raising the price, but was clearly trying to snatch the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul. "Young Master Zhang, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him that even I, young Master Du, want to buy it. Moreover, this is only the beginning. In the following auction, as long as he takes a fancy to something, I, young Master Du, will make sure that he won't be able to buy a single item." Just at this moment, young Master Du came to the window of the room and coldly looked at Lin Ling. How domineering. Who is this young master? He actually dares to provoke a genius of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone was shocked. That's not impossible. After all, experts are as common as clouds in Cloud Sea City. The Fire Ancient clan is just arrogant in the outer city, but there are countless forces in the inner city that are stronger than them. Someone said calmly, "Must you go against me?" In the room, Lin Ling's voice became lower. This was the first time he had met this young man, and he didn't have any impression of them having any conflicts. "Who do you think you are to have the right to talk to me?" Young Master Du snorted disdainfully. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and sat back down. He was going to give up on those few sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls. Spending some unnecessary money to fight with others was something that only a fool would do. He would not do such a foolish thing. Trash. Young Master Du sneered proudly. Then he sat back down and continued to hug his beautiful wife. The 3 sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls were obtained by young Master Du in the end. He spent 20 spirit crystals each, and that was a total of 60 spirit crystals. That price made many people sigh. Being from a powerful force was indeed different. Spirit crystals were like dirt. The auction continued. Lin Ling didn't participate anymore and just drank quietly. "Big brother Ling, that person is too bad. He knew that Big Brother Ling wanted the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls, but he wanted to snatch them. We didn't even offend him. In the room, Yu was extremely dissatisfied. That's normal. No matter where you are, there will always be people who use their family's power to show off. These people will suffer sooner or later. Lin Ling was used to it. However, he was deep in thought. How did he get those sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls? Secretly snatching them? Maybe he could consider it. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done such things before. While he was deep in thought, the auction gradually came to an end. Young Master Lin, our house master invites you. Lin Ling and Yu had just walked out of the room when a young servant girl walked over and said to Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling nodded and was about to bring Yu over. Big Brother Ling, they invited you. Yu won't go over. Yu will wait for you on the first floor. Yu said with a smile. She was extremely obedient. That pretty face that was like a porcelain doll made Lin Ling feel a little touched. Yu was always thinking from his perspective and thinking for him. Okay. Lin Ling didn't refuse. After all, he didn't know why the house master invited him over. After a while, he left with the servant girl. Yu went to the first floor alone and quietly waited for Lin Ling there. The first floor was quiet and elegant. After the auction ended, the martial artists also left one after another. Those who stayed were the people from the various major forces in the outer city. Yu ordered a cup of tea and sat down at one of the tables. Thinking of the song that Lin Ling played just now, she felt a sense of longing. She didn't know when she would be able to hear Big Brother Ling play again. Big Brother Ling was so powerful. He was already a prodigy at the age of 16. Moreover, he was so handsome. She really wanted to accompany him for the rest of her life. She was like a little girl next door, fantasizing about a beautiful future. At this moment, she didn't see that a few figures were walking down the stairs. These people were talking as they walked. It was Do Jun and the others. It's rare for me to come to the outer city. I asked to see the house master earlier but was actually rejected. Sigh, I haven't seen the house master for a long time. I miss him very much. Do Jun said with some regret. Different people have different lives. Young Master Do, it's not that I want to discourage you. Previously, I saw that young man called Lin Ling was asked to see the house master again. This is the second time. Xianxia said lightly. What? Do Jun's eyes narrowed. That trash doesn't know his place. Looks like I have to teach him a lesson. Anger surged in his heart. The house master rejected him, but secretly asked to see that young man. The difference in treatment made him extremely jealous. Chapter 178. Kidnapping. Servant girl? Do Jun followed Zhang Yixiao's gaze. At the table by the window, a young girl dressed in green sat quietly. She held a cup of tea in her small hand and gently placed it into her mouth. Her elegant movements seemed ordinary, but when it came from a 15 or 16-year-old girl who was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of cities, it was like a beautiful scene. I must have this girl. A smile appeared on Do Jun's face. Even if she wasn't Lin Ling's maid, he would still be moved. You want it? Unfortunately, it's too late. That's Lin Ling's maid. Lin Ling won't let you have her. Zhang Yixiao said softly. Do I need him to? The woman that even I, Jun, have taken a fancy to, other than the Tower Lord, who else can escape? Do Jun sneered, then waved his hand. Men, take that girl to Cloud Forest Villa. Cloud Forest Villa was Do Jun's own villa, and it was located at a corner of the outer city. Do Jun usually stayed there when he came to the outer city. At this moment, Yu was still waiting for Lin Ling. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of her and sneered. One of them pointed his right hand and a ray of light shot into Yu's forehead. Yu fainted. Be quick about it, young master is waiting. Young master really has high standards. Even I am moved by this little beauty. At such a young age, she already captivates the birds and beasts. In the future, I'm afraid she will become a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. You don't even think about it. This kind of beauty is not for us to profane. Those people were secretly drooling. On the other side, Lin Ling was in a large hall. This hall was ancient and fragrant, and there were vases of mountains, rivers, clouds, and flowers. It was extremely elegant. In the hall, other than Yu Yun, there was another middle-aged man. Lin Ling had seen this middle-aged man before. It was the middle-aged man he had met on the bridge not long ago. It's you? Staring at the scholarly middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Little friend, we meet again. Although the middle-aged man could not see Lin Ling, he could sense Lin Ling's aura. He smiled and said, the little Mr. you mentioned should be this young friend. At first, I thought that at this young friend's age he would not have much experience. But clearly I was wrong. Little Mister's famous piece is not something that anyone can play. Lin Ling blinked his eyes in confusion. Yuman Yun saw Lin Ling's puzzled gaze and said with a smile, "This gentleman is called Tian Chuzhe. He is my guide and master. He taught me the way of the Guqing. Not long ago he heard of your name, so he came this time." Yun, I've already seen our young friend's zither skills. I can only say that our young friend's music should only exist in the heavens. The middle-aged man added with a smile. Lin Ling finally understood. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the building master's master. No wonder their zither skills were so superb. However, Yuman Yun asked to meet him just to let this Tian Chuzhe see him? This time, I invited you here to discuss the way of the Guqing together. The middle-aged man continued. Lin Ling was speechless. He really had no interest in studying the way of the Guqing. Just as he was about to speak, Yuman Yun smiled and said, "Little mister, I saw that you didn't get the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul in the auction earlier. Coincidentally, I still have 2 sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls. As long as you are willing to stay, these sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls will belong to you." She also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Naturally, she had to give Lin Ling some compensation for letting him stay. "Thank you, building master." Lin Ling was not pretentious, but Yu was still waiting for him. This discussion would definitely not be short, so he had to inform Yu. He voiced out his thoughts. "Don't worry, little mister. I will send someone to inform her." Yuman Yun nodded with a smile. However, not long after, a servant girl walked back and whispered, "Building master, we did not see the girl that little mister was looking for. Moreover, we did not see anyone similar in the entire Immortal Gathering Tower. We only heard that the girl seemed to have left with someone else." What? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He believed that Yu could not have left. Moreover, even if she had really left, Yu would have informed him. Yuman Yun also frowned. She hurriedly said, "Who did she leave with? Did anyone see her?" "Building master, I will ask the servant on duty again." The servant girl bowed respectfully and left. Not long after, she walked back again. That girl was supported by someone. The person who took them away seemed to be young Master Dou's subordinate. Do Jun. Yuman Yun's voice became low. "Who is Do Jun?" Lin Ling's expression became icy cold. Yuman Yun said, "The son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city. This person is a hedonistic young master. He does not do proper work and is fond of women. He usually comes to the Immortal Gathering Tower. However, I did not expect him to be so bold as to dare to kidnap someone in my Immortal Gathering Tower." The son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city. Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. Suddenly he recalled the arrogant and overbearing young master at the auction. It was very likely that Do Jun was him. "Building master, I am sorry. Looks like we can only meet again next time." Lin Ling did not say anything else. He stood up and wanted to leave. Do Jun was a hedonistic young master who was fond of women. Yu had been kidnapped by him, so her fate was obvious. Therefore Lin Ling had to quickly chase after him. Yu was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Since Do Jun dared to touch his reverse scale, he must die. "Little sir, Do Jun's background is not simple. Shouldn't you weigh the pros and cons?" Yuman Yun seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but advise him. She did not want Lin Ling to be too impulsive. "Thank you for your reminder, building master. However, even if he is the king of the Cloud Sea, I will make him regret being born if he dares to touch Yu." Lin Ling's voice was low and hoarse. There was no possibility of compromise. He left the hall as soon as he finished speaking. "Little sir, if you want to find Do Jun, you can go to the Cloud Forest Villa." Yuman Yun quickly reminded him. After Lin Ling left, only Yuman Yun and Heaven Melody were left in the hall. After a while, Heaven Melody's cold voice sounded. "The son of the Imperial Guard commander is really audacious. Master, should we do something? After all, no matter what, little sir's friend was lost in the Immortal Gathering Tower." Yuman Yun frowned slightly. With her status, she was naturally not afraid of Do Jun. However, it would be troublesome to deal with Do Jun with Lin Ling's status. After all, compared to Yuman Yun, Lin Ling's status was still much lower. Of course. Because of that hedonistic young master, I did not hear little sir's beautiful song today. This Do Jun really ruined my mood. Heaven Melody shook his head. It was obvious that because Lin Ling had left, he did not discuss the Guqing Dao. He was not in a good mood. Of course, Yuman Yun's mood was the same. Chapter 179. Come to the door at this moment, Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Assembling Tower and was rushing towards the Cloud Forest Manor. This was also the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Cloud Forest Villa. However, this villa wasn't a well-hidden villa, so he only needed to ask around to find out its whereabouts. Of course, Lin Ling also informed the Fire Ancient clan on the way. As the son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city, his identity was too powerful. This matter was not a small matter. After all, he came from the inner city. Even the Fire Ancient clan did not dare to offend him. Therefore Lin Ling informed Ancestor Tai Yan. If the Extreme Flame Ancestor didn't want to provoke this great power, then Lin Ling would shoulder this responsibility alone. Even if he had to die, he would not be afraid. Ever since I came to this world, the first family I had was Yu. Do Jun, if anything happens to Yu, I'll bury your entire family with you. Whoosh. Lin Ling's body quickly crossed the street. That billowing murderous aura made the passers-by tremble with fear. They seemed to have seen a god of death walking past them. After he arrived at Ocean of Cloud City, Lin Ling sensed warmth from the Fire Ancient clan, and his resolute killing intent from before was buried deep within his heart. However, that didn't mean that his killing intent had vanished, and it was just better controlled by Lin Ling. And now, this murderous aura had been stimulated once again, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the days when he was in Gu Yen sect, where the strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, the Cloud Forest Villa was extremely lively. Although not many people in the outer city knew Do Jun's name, those who knew him were all people with significant backgrounds. With Do Jun's status, everyone gave him face. Therefore, it was rare for Do Jun to come to the outer city, so the various powers came to pay him a visit. At the same time, it was also because of these cumbersome visits that Do Jun could not touch Yu for the time being. He could only restrain his lust. Young Master Do, you are a dragon among men. In the future, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom will definitely have a seat for you. I wonder if your father is doing well. I haven't visited him in a long time. The guests presented their gifts, bowed politely and flattered Jianghu. Do Jun was thoroughly enjoying that round of flattery and was in high spirits as though he represented the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right at this moment, a servant reported respectfully, "Young master, there is a youth named Lin Ling outside the manor. He said he is here to ask for someone from you." Lin Ling. Do Jun, on the other hand, was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to come knocking on his door right after he returned. Do Jun was studio servant. Everyone present was from the outer city. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. They were all secretly shocked. They had not expected the genius of the ancient Yen clan to dare to provoke Do Jun. Haha. He was too arrogant. That Lin Ling said that he had given the opportunity. Since young master didn't cherish it, he had no choice but to do it himself. Right now he is fighting his way in from outside the manor. Soon after, the servant ran in a panic. "How dare you? You actually dare to barge into my villa. Men, kill him." Do Jun sat on the main seat of the hall and waved his hand. He was furious in his heart. He was just a peasant. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased in his Cloud Forest manor? Pong, 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 pong. Right at this moment, a booming sound echoed from outside the hall. A figure strolled in from the entrance of the hall. "Kill me? I am going to kill you today." The person was Lin Ling. He barged in and defeated all the guards in the Cloud Forest manor. Those guards might be strong, but they were from the outer city. They might be strong to others, but they weren't worth mentioning to Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, who had suddenly barged in, Do Jun's face was extremely ugly. Since he was young, he had never had someone come to his door so blatantly. "Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Young Master Do's background isn't someone you can provoke. Apologize immediately. I will put in a good word for you so that young Master Do won't bother about your mistake." An old man walked out from the hall, seemingly trying to mediate the situation. "Get lost." Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man. "I'm Uncle Cha. Your Fire Ancient clan's ancestor Tai Yan is also a friend of the same generation. I can't bear to see you offend a big shot today, so I gave you some advice. How dare you not know what's good for you?" The old man acted like he was old and complained. "One more word and you will die today." Lin Ling's face was indifferent. How could he not see that the old man seemed to be trying to persuade him, but in reality he was also trying to flatter Do Jun? How laughable. That old man thought that because he was a person of virtue and prestige in the outer city, Lin Ling would give him face. Unfortunately, no one would give him face today. "It seems like you don't want to give Uncle Cha face. Then you should at least give me some face. Your Fire Ancient clan's territory is all collected by me on behalf of the Cloud Sea Empire. Today I only want to say one thing. Don't be impulsive. If there's anything, let Ancestor Tai Yen do it. Yes. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked out. This person's background was not small either. Whoosh! Lin Ling sneered. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of blue flame shot towards the middle-aged man. The flame immediately burned the middle-aged man's clothes. Who do you think you are? Yes. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything else and directly attacked. You. The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He kept extinguishing the flames on his body, but his beard was also burned away. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect that when he tried to mediate the relationship between the two sides, not only did he fail, but he was also directly slapped by Lin Ling. How domineering. Do you think that the outer city is your Lin clan? Young man. He wore a green robe and had a rather dignified expression. Such a domineering person at such a young age. I'm afraid he will become a demon in the future. Young Master Do, I'll take care of him for you. Young man. This person was the ancient Dead Tree clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian. During the Cloud Sea Hunt, Lin Ling snatched the ancient Dead Tree clan's summer demon Winterstone beast and caused him, Sima Zhangtian, to be punished by the ancestor. Today new and old grudges could be considered settled together. Moreover, with young Master Do as his backer, what did he, Sima Zhangtian, have to fear? Kill him. Young man. Do Jun nodded coldly. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Ling into pieces. Beside him Zhang Yixiao sneered. This situation of borrowing someone else's knife to kill was orchestrated by him. The current situation was as he imagined, and it was even developing faster than he imagined. At least, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to come to his door alone. Ancient Dead Tree clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian, you're just a person with an undeserved reputation. You want to stand up for that trash? Lin Ling coldly stared at Sima Zhangtian. Even if he was alone and the other side had a large number of experts, he was still fearless. Today, even if the Cloud Sea King is here, as long as you don't hand over my people, I will still kill you. Bang. Boom. Lin Ling's body erupted with flames. The surging temperature caused the air in the hall to become illusory. Chapter 180. Killing a Heaven's Pride. As the genius of the Withered Wood ancient clan and one of the strongest geniuses in the outer city, Sima Zhangtian naturally lived up to his reputation. He possessed the 6th-rank spirit body, invisible dragon divine body and was a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. In the 8 great ancient clans, there weren't many people who could fight against him. Evading dragon beating divine physique. According to legend, this kind of innate spiritual physique will eventually transform itself into the deity beating whip. Zhang Yixiao said indifferently. As a prodigy of the same generation, he didn't dare to underestimate Sima Zhangtian. Invisible dragon slaying god. An angry shout resounded in the hall. Sima Zhangtian had disappeared without anyone noticing. Only a vine could be seen growing crazily from the ground. The vine was green in color, but it was rotating like a dragon. It emitted popping sounds and then like a whip, it lashed towards Lin Ling. God-beating whip. Even if it was a heavenly deity, it would still be whipped without exception. It was rumored that the martial artists who were struck by this whip would lose all of their cultivation. It was extremely strange. Smash him to pieces. Do Jun laughed coldly. Then he picked up his wine cup and drank. In terms of strength, he was the weakest person present. However, in terms of status, all the experts present had to give him face. Invisible dragon slaying gods? You think you can fight? Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he looked at the whip that was flying towards him with a mysterious trajectory. Now that he had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm and had many trump cards, he no longer put the geniuses of the various ancient clans in his eyes. Fire dances in the sun. Lin Ling pulled out the brilliance resurgent sword with his right hand and a destructive flame rose from the blade. Lin Ling's body disappeared at the same time and only blue flames could be seen jumping around like fairies. It was incomparably dazzling. Whoosh! The flames slashed at the vine with an aura that could burn everything. In the next moment, the dragon-like vine was split in two, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken vine. How is that possible? Said a terrified voice. At the same time, Sima Zhangtian appeared, his face was filled with terror. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate spirit body to whip Lin Ling with his vines and cripple him. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's blue flames to be so tyrannical. His sword slashed towards his vines. Not only was it powerful, it also carried an indescribable mysterious power. Explosion. That explosion directly exploded from the inside of his vine. causing it to be cut in half. This scene made him unable to believe his own eyes. Could it be that Lin Ling's innate spirit body was stronger than his? What he didn't know was that although Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames seemed to be a 5th grade talent, it was actually a 6th grade talent. In addition, Lin Ling had swallowed the flaming pill, which increased the power of his blue flame by a bit. Sima Zhangtian was only a 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. How could he block Lin Ling? Don't you know that fire restrains wood? In the hall, Lin Ling held the resurgent sword with a cold expression. Blue flames constantly appeared around his body, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. A genius of a generation is only SOSO. You have the face to be arrogant in front of the Fire Ancient clan? Lin Ling took a step forward. The flames on the ground exploded, making him look as if he had walked out of magma. Sima Zhangtian's face turned pale. This was the first time he felt fear. Compared to when he was hunting in the Sea of Clouds, the current Lin Ling was obviously stronger. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a sword light attacked, causing a sword mark to appear on his neck. The most terrifying thing was that there were flames burning on the sword mark. Sima Zhangtian wanted to say something, but a large amount of blood flowed out from his neck. He heard a cold voice in his ear, "Sima Zhangtian, if you want to flatter others, I won't stop you. However, if you step on me to flatter others, then you can only die." This sentence might be the last sentence that Sima Zhangtian heard in his life. Plop. His head fell off. A genius of the Withered Wood Ancient clan. Dead. Everything was as Lin Ling said. Sima Zhangtian wanted to flatter others, but he stepped on the wrong person. The surroundings suddenly became silent as they stared at the youth as if they were looking at a god of death. Fire restrains wood. Brother Sima is naturally not a match. Young master, let me do it. My Imperial Water clan can restrain fire with water. Xianxia walked out with a solemn expression. Clearly he felt some pressure after Lin Ling easily killed Sima Zhangtian. Lin Ling was only 16 years old. If he was so strong at such a young age, it would be even harder to control him in the future. Therefore this was also an opportunity. They had to kill Lin Ling before he grew up. Zhang Yixiao, a genius of a generation. However, you are only SOSO. Lin Ling was fearless. He held his sword diagonally and walked forward step by step. That flame-like aura made everyone in the hall secretly admire him. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone made all the geniuses of the 8 great ancient clans incomparable to him. Is that so? Let's see who's stronger. Zhang Yixiao opened his hands and his body became transparent as if he was formed by water. Behind him, the sound of waves sounded as if he had turned into the master of the sea. In the Imperial Water clan, other than controlling ice, Zhang Yixiao was also very strong in water. Last time during the Cloud Sea Hunt, he and Lin Ling fought to a draw. However, at that time it wasn't a real fight. Now he could fight to his heart's content. Moreover, he could also kill Lin Ling with his full strength. What? Turbulent waves appeared. What was surprising was that this wave was earth-shattering, but it didn't affect Zhang Yixiao at all. Do Jun and the others couldn't sense the terrifying power at all. This also meant that Zhang Yixiao's control of water had reached the point of perfection. Dragon Tiger Strength. Dragon Tiger Strength. Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. His eyes were resolute as he looked forward. The flames on his body exploded with a boom and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, everyone saw a large number of firefly-like flames shooting over from afar. It was as if all the flames in the world were being attracted. At the center of the hall, a scorching sun appeared, making everyone's mouth dry up. Lin Ling seemed to have absorbed all the fire-type spiritual energy in the surroundings. Water restrains fire, but it depends on the situation of equal strength. However, when the fire is stronger than the water will be burned to nothing. The scorching sun gradually condensed and turned into a wisp of flame. Although the flame was small, no one dared to underestimate its temperature. 3,000 burning flames. Ice. A cold voice sounded in the hall. A wisp of flame floated out as if it came from outer space. Then let's see if your fire is stronger or my water is stronger. Ice. At the same time on the other side, the crazy seawater also erupted and rushed towards Lin Ling. Boom. Fire and water collided in the hall. A terrifying shockwave swept out, destroying the entire hall. Do Jun and the others frantically retreated, their faces full of shock. Rumble. Water and fire were incompatible. When the two forces collided, a large amount of water and fire conflicted with each other and then disappeared. However, although water was strong and represented the sea, the power of fire was stronger by a bit. Just as Lin Ling said, if the power of water was the same as his fire, then it would be the fire that would lose. Chapter 181. Start a new era. Boom. With a loud explosion, all of the water was incinerated. The ground was covered in flames and a figure stepped out of the flames. Was Lin Ling. A genius of the ancient race's Zhang clan? You're only a so-so. Which other genius wants to go up? A cold voice filled with boundless tyranny rang out. Today, Lin Ling was looking down on the geniuses of the various ancient races. In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was so strong. He was simply above the geniuses of this generation. As for Xianxia, he was lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Half of his body had been burned by the flames, and the flames were still burning. If no one came to save him, he would probably be burned to death. But at this moment he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He stared fixedly at Lin Ling's figure, his mind filled with incredulity. He had originally thought that his plan of getting someone else to do his dirty work was a good one. Not only would he allow the Fire Ancient clan to offend the Imperial Guard commander, he would also be able to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. But who would have known that Lin Ling's growth speed would be extremely terrifying? After the hunt ended, this young man who was younger than him had already surpassed him. Not only did Zhang Yixia fail to defeat Lin Ling, he even died in Lin Ling's hands. Perhaps none of the geniuses of the various ancient clans were a match for this young man. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yixia spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was on the verge of death. Where is Yu? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression extremely indifferent. Don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I am? Do Jun's face was a bit pale. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so strong. None of the people around him could block Lin Ling. I know who you are, but what does that have to do with me? If you don't hand over Yu today, you'll die, even if you're King Cloud Sea. Lin Ling's voice was extremely low, spreading out like the wind. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded, Do Jun said to the people around him. However, the people around him were all silent. No one dared to speak up. Do Jun could only continuously retreat. Young Master Du, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan and other ancient clans are definitely on their way. Lin Ling is just a junior. How could he possibly be a match for the patriarchs of the various clans? An old man comforted him. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword light attacked, burning him into nothingness. Moreover, he didn't see that far away from the Cloud Forest Villa, the ancient clan's Zhang family had indeed arrived. However, they were stopped by the Fire Ancient clan. The Zhang family's patriarch had made his move, but so had Patriarch Extreme Flame. His goal was to stop the Zhang family's patriarch. Ancestor Extreme Flame, are you crazy? Do you know who you have offended? Do you want your entire clan to be wiped out? In midair, the Zhang family's patriarch glared at Patriarch Extreme Flame and shouted angrily. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling is a member of the Fire Ancient clan. If he really offends someone, then our entire clan will be buried with him. Today, your Zhang family must not approach the Cloud Forest Villa. On the other side, a huge cloud of fire condensed into the head of Patriarch Extreme Flame. He shouted with a majestic aura. You're crazy. Let me tell you, if anything happens to young Master Du, then not only will your Fire Ancient clan be wiped out, even our 8 great ancient clans won't be able to escape punishment. I advise you to move out of the way immediately. Otherwise, our Zhang family will fight you to the death. The Zhang family's patriarch was fuming with anger. Let's fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Patriarch Extreme Flame still refused to move out of the way. The two clans soon began to fight. The commotion caused by the battle shocked the entire outer city of the Cloud Sea City. Outside the city, all the forces received the news and were shocked. The Fire Ancient clan was simply crazy. They even dared to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. They were simply provoking the lion. What kind of person was the Imperial Guard commander? He was in charge of all the Imperial Guards in the entire Cloud Sea City. Who in the inner city didn't dare to give him face? However, no one would have expected that his son was currently in a life and death situation in the outer city. Furthermore, the other party was just a bloodline descendant of a small clan. This huge incident caused a commotion even among the 4 kings. Nonsense. Do they think that they can be arrogant just because they obtained first place in the Cloud Sea Hunt? Pass down my orders. Kill the Fire Ancient clan. King Wang Hai of the 4 kings received the news and couldn't help but speak with rage. The Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of the 3rd prince. He had to give face to the 3rd prince. Furthermore, it was currently a sensitive period where a new king was replacing the old king. Any small matter could cause a change in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Therefore, he didn't expect for an ant-like youth to actually break the seemingly peaceful situation. At the same time, the other three kings also sensed a change in heaven and earth. Interesting. Haha, they even dare to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. This situation is going to be fun. King Sima Jinshan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news. My lord, should we stop them? One of the guards asked. There is no need for that. This is a time of change. It isn't good to make a move recklessly. Furthermore, even if we don't make a move, someone else will. According to my guess, King Wang Hai, who is closest to the Imperial Guard commander, will make a move. King Sima Jinshan said with confidence. On the other side, Sovereign King Li was also watching the fire burning across the river. He was extremely interested in the current situation, but he didn't make a move. He knew that this was a time of change and all the major factions were extremely sensitive. This was related to their final stance. It was rumored that the Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of one of the princes. If someone were to make a move to help, it would mean that he was a subordinate of that prince. Therefore, Sovereign King Li wouldn't stupidly make a move and cause the other princes to misunderstand and attract unnecessary trouble. King Sima Jinshan and Sovereign King Li's stances are still uncertain. They probably won't make a move, but King Wang Hai will definitely make a move. TSK. This junior Lin Ling really didn't disappoint me. On the other side, in a secluded bamboo forest, King Duan was seated in a pavilion and drinking tea. He smiled and muttered to himself. What does King Duan mean? Beside him, a scholarly middle-aged man smiled and asked. Lin Ling is just the fuse that broke the peace between the princes. However, since King Wang Hai has made a move, my Duan residence has to help. Pass down my orders. Stop all of King Wang Hai's men outside the Cloud Forest Manor. Let Lin Ling decide everything. King Duan waved his hand and said. He and King Wang Hai were obviously not on good terms. Since the other party had made a move, he had to stir up trouble. Moreover, he wouldn't step forward to help Lin Ling or Do Jun. Similarly, he wouldn't reveal his stance. King Duan's move is brilliant. The scholarly middle-aged man nodded and smiled. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know that his actions had caused a change in the various factions in Cloud Sea City. It was as if a new era had begun because of him. Right now, he only wanted to take back his family. If you don't hand over Yu, it's useless no matter where you run. Chapter 182. Killing Do Jun. At this moment, Do Jun was finally panicking. Currently, no one in the Cloud Forest Manor could stop Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was that no one had come to help or stop Lin Ling even after such a long time had passed. What was going on? He did not know that the times had changed. A new king had risen and the previous emperor had disappeared. Therefore, the various factions did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they used this matter to carefully observe the situation in the world. Unfortunately, he had become a chess piece for the various major powers. Damn it, is no one from the outer city coming? Where are the various ancient clans and the various lords? I'm the son of the Imperial Guard commander. Are they not going to give me face? Also, why didn't anyone inform my father? Do Jun paced around anxiously. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. The door to the small courtyard he was hiding in was kicked open. A figure walked in like a demon. Was Lin Ling. There were many people in the small courtyard. However, when they saw Lin Ling, their hearts skipped a beat. This young man was terrifying. Lin Ling Do Jun's eyes were filled with panic. Since young, he had been willful and arrogant. However, because of his father's status, no one had been able to control him. However, this person had appeared today and continuously crushed his pride. He had been forced to the end of his rope. Hand over the person. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. I, Do Jun, have never handed over anything that I've obtained. Today, I, Do Jun, will not hand over the person. I don't believe that you will dare to touch me. Although Do Jun was panicking, he would not compromise until the last moment. Furthermore, he believed that Lin Ling was only trying to scare him and would not really dare to touch him. Lin Ling, why don't we all take a step back and talk? There's no need to make things so tense. The others also tried to mediate the situation. Of course, they were no longer trying to take advantage of their seniority. Instead, they were practically begging for mercy. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give them any face. Flames shot out and those who pleaded for mercy were burned alive. This Lin Ling is so terrifying. Do Jun seems to have touched his reverse scale. The remaining people felt a chill in their hearts. How could they still dare to help? Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Lin Ling took a step forward. Although he seemed to be moving slowly, he arrived in front of Do Jun in a few breaths of time. That indifferent expression frightened Do Jun so much that he fell to the ground with a plop. His legs trembled and urine flowed out. Trash, other than relying on your family's influence, what else can you do? Lin Ling coldly snorted. He stretched out his right hand and a flame transformed into a chain that tied Do Jun up. He then dragged Do Jun in front of him and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand him over or not?" Do Jun's face was very ugly. He was actually intimidated to such an extent. If this matter were to spread to the inner city, how could he, Do Jun, still have any face left? "You can't touch her." At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky. That voice made Do Jun feel relieved. Finally, someone had appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and saw a man standing in the sky. This man was wearing a yellow robe. He was cultured and elegant. His eyes were half closed, but there was a sense of arrogance that looked down on all living things. "Why?" Lin Ling frowned and asked. The other party was very strong. He had already sensed that this person might have come from the inner city. "You don't have to ask why. If you can't touch her, then you can't touch her," the man said indifferently. He didn't even bother to explain the reason. "What if I insist on touching her?" Lin Ling's face turned cold. "No one can save you." The man's words were concise, but it was a fact that no one could change. Lin Ling's face turned even colder. Just as he was about to say something, a faint laugh suddenly resounded. "His Majesty Yifan is really in a good mood. He's just the son of a small Imperial Guard commander, but he actually personally sent someone to protect him. Ah, little sir, you're really important." A middle-aged man had appeared in the sky at some point in time. He carried a guzheng on his back and strolled in the sky. "It's him?" "Yes." Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and was secretly shocked. Wasn't that middle-aged man Heavenly Melody? Heavenly Melody? What do you mean? Yes. The man in yellow frowned. Clearly he hadn't expected Heavenly Melody to appear. Could it be that Heavenly Melody had decided not to follow that lord? "Go back and tell His Majesty that I, Heavenly Melody, will protect this little sir," Heavenly Melody said indifferently. He also explained that he hadn't joined any camp at the moment. He had only appeared this time to help Lin Ling. Heavenly Melody. At the same time, the four princes of Ocean of Cloud City were slightly shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so important that he actually got Heavenly Melody to help him. Heavenly Melody had a great reputation in the inner city, and his background wasn't small. Looks like it's getting more and more interesting. Heavenly Melody actually publicly went against the third prince's will for a junior. The meaning behind this is very deep. Heavenly Melody is that princess's teacher. The third prince has no choice but to give him face. Looks like the third prince will disappoint the Imperial Guard commander. The four princes all had their own opinions. "Since you've decided, then I'll go back and report to Master." At this moment, the man in yellow pondered for a moment in the sky above Cloud Forest Villa. In the end he turned around and left. But when he left he took a deep look at Lin Ling. He'd always thought that the young man had broken the piece of Ocean of Cloud City out of impulse, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The young man's appearance seemed to have started a new era. "Little sir, you owe me a song." After the yellow-robed man left, Sky Melody said with a smile and disappeared as well. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The changes in the situation were beyond his imagination. However, he quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked at Do Jun. "Is there anyone else who's going to help you now?" Do Jun's face was extremely pale. He'd thought that he would be able to take the initiative with the appearance of the man in yellow. He'd even wanted the man in yellow to capture Lin Ling and slowly torture him to death. In the end, who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so influential that even Heavenly Melody would step forward to help? Was he a junior from a small clan? Why was he more influential than the son of the Imperial Guard commander? "Lin Ling, I lost today because my father didn't rush over. Moreover, he thought that I was an existence that no one in the outer city dared to provoke, so he let you take advantage of me. However, you'd better pray that the person behind you will always protect you. Otherwise, if I return, you'll definitely die and everyone in your clan will die." After the man in yellow arrived, Do Jun calmed down. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him was just a kid from the mountains. So, he became even more confident. "Thank you for your advice, but before that, you won't have the chance to see how I die." The killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes grew stronger. Not only did the man in yellow refuse to let Lin Ling go, he even wanted to kill him. If such a person was still alive, then the Fire Ancient clan would definitely face a great calamity. So, the flames on his body burned even brighter. You dare to kill me? Chapter 183. Chaos and Strife. In order to prove whether I dare or not, watch with your own eyes. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and blue flames erupted and burned Do Jun. The roiling flames were like the cruelest punishment in the world, burning Do Jun until he screamed. This was the most satisfying sound he'd ever made in his life. Moreover, Lin Ling's flames could burn Do Jun to death in one go, but Lin Ling didn't. He only let the 9 underworld's heavenly flames burn Do Jun bit by bit. Every time it burned a bit of hair or skin, Do Jun would be in excruciating pain. Do Jun regretted it. He hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. Moreover, he would kill him in a torturous manner. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't intend to live anymore? I beg you spare me? Do Jun cried out in pain. Lin Ling watched coldly as if he was looking at his most outstanding work of art. He slowly watched as Do Jun was burned to death by the flames. This fellow? Everyone present widened their eyes. They hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill Do Jun. Besides them, the 4 kings of Ocean of Cloud City also widened their eyes. Lin Ling really killed Do Jun? Didn't he think about the consequences of his actions? Obviously they were very surprised as well. He's dead. I'm afraid the Imperial Guard commander will be displeased. A young man stood quietly on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the world. However, he frowned slightly at this moment. Obviously, Lin Ling's actions had exceeded his expectations and made him very displeased. He was the 3rd prince, His Majesty Yun Yifan. Do Jun was the son of the Imperial Guard commander under his command. As his master, he would naturally lend a hand. However, he hadn't expected that a powerless youth like Lin Ling would be able to get a heavenly melody cultivator to help him, causing his plan to be disrupted. Lin Ling, this kid has a pride that doesn't fear heaven and earth. However, he refused to meet me when I asked to meet him last time. This shows that this kid isn't all brawn and no brains. He's really a difficult youth to deal with. Now that you've ruined my plans, do you think I should kill you or keep you alive? The young man muttered to himself. In the end, he flicked his sleeve and left slowly. At the same time, the sky he was looking at earlier was filled with thunderbolts, and it was as if a heavenly king was enraged. The era has finally begun. I hope that you, Lin Ling, will not be the sacrifice of this era. Do Jun's death might seem like the death of a hedonistic son of rich parents, but the undercurrent behind it had quietly opened up a new era. This was the era where the new Cloud Sea King would rise. Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan was the one who started this era and caused the restless forces to gradually surface. For a time, Lin Ling's name was not only famous in the outer city, but also in the inner city. Within the inner city, the various forces were all faintly uneasy. However, they would remember the name Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling that this world-changing situation had begun. And in the outer city, Lin Ling's fame was like the sun in the midday sky. Not only had he defeated the geniuses of various clans, but he had also become the first person in the outer city who dared to challenge the forces of the inner city. The Fire Ancient clan had also become famous because of this. Of course, many people were envious. They thought that Lin Ling had coincidentally encountered the era change and was lucky to be fine. If this had happened at any other time, he would have died long ago. Even the Fire Ancient clan would have perished. However, some people who were aware of the era did not think so. Lin Ling might have been lucky to have killed Do Jun, but in reality, it might have been the work of fate. As for Yu, she was safe and sound. After all, Lin Ling had arrived at the Cloud Forest Mountain Villa quickly, so nothing had happened to her. For the time being, the Fire Ancient clan was still safe. However, the forces of the inner city did not search for the Fire Ancient clan, but the same could not be said for the outer city. After this incident, the other ancient clans' attention fell on the Fire Ancient clan. They intended to join forces to eliminate the Fire Ancient clan. After all, Lin Ling was too terrifying. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would definitely become a huge threat. Furthermore, the Fire Ancient clan was highly regarded by the 4 kings. However, the era was changing and chaos was about to arrive. The various factions didn't dare to act recklessly. Thus, the various ancient clans seized this opportunity to make a move. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion. He had faintly sensed that danger was spreading. Fortunately, he had snatched a few sea-rending mystic dragon whale souls from Do Jun. It was enough for him to break through to the martial spirit realm. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to increase his ability to protect himself during the era of chaos. During the first month, the outer city of the Cloud Sea City was still peaceful. However, at the beginning of the second month, news spread throughout the city that the current King Yunhai had gone missing. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. King Yunhai's disappearance meant that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was without a king for now. It also meant that the great chaos was about to begin, and chaos was about to break out. As expected, on the 10th day after the news spread, the 4 kings of the Cloud Sea City started to fight each other. The entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was affected, and a large number of martial artists died. Everyone was in a state of panic, and all the major factions were afraid of being implicated. The war between the 4 kings was earth-shattering, and millions of corpses were strewn everywhere. The Fire Ancient clan had completely sealed off the city and didn't allow anyone to enter or leave. The volcano that they resided in used a powerful method to cover the entrance with smoke. Even so, Patriarch Extreme Flame was still worried. He only hoped that the war between the kings would end quickly. No matter who became the King Yunhai, it would be fine as long as the situation was stabilized. Remember, if the calamity spreads to the Fire Ancient clan, then the entire clan must preserve their bloodline. Even if all of us seniors are to die, we must allow our descendants to leave the Cloud Sea City. Patriarch Extreme Flame secretly gave the order to the various elders. They were already preparing for the worst. Patriarch, it's not good. The ancient Jiang clan, Dead Tree Ancient clan, and Ancient Yin clan have joined forces and are heading towards our Fire Ancient clan. On this day, a clan member reported in a panic. After hearing the news, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders all had grave expressions. Did they say anything? Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. That clan member said unwillingly, the ancient Jiang clan has sent out news that they only want Lin Ling. As long as we hand over Lin Ling, they will leave. Impudent. Does he think they are the 4 kings and can do whatever he wants? Third elder shouted angrily. Sixth elder looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and said, Patriarch, they clearly came prepared. Why don't we inform the ancient Anji clan and join forces? Impudent. I'm afraid it's too late. The ancient Jiang clan and the others have joined forces and should have finished their work. If we ask them for help, they might refuse. Patriarch Extreme Flame shook his head. Then what should we do? Impudent. All the elders started to panic. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If worst comes to worst, I'll just abandon these old bones. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes revealed decisiveness. He waved his hand. Send out the order. The first, second, and third generations of the clan are to prepare to leave. The branch clan members who are over 30 years old are to stay and fight the enemy. Impudent. We're old. The Fire Ancient clan still needs to rely on the bloodline of the younger generation. The only thing we can do is to let them leave safely. Yes. 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 Chapter 184. The Calamity of Clan Annihilation. At the same time, all the members of the Fire Ancient clan received the news, and all of them were in a state of panic. Lin Ling, what should we do? Does the heavens want to annihilate our Fire Ancient clan? Lin Aofing and the others spoke anxiously and worriedly within Lin Ling's courtyard. Lin Xianxia said, I heard that the ancestor intends to order all of us juniors to leave the city while the older generation of clansmen will stop the enemy. What? You want us to flee? I can't do that. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. The ancestor said that the bigger picture is more important. If we die, then the Fire Ancient clan will have no successor and vanish from the world. Lin Xianxiang sighed. Even though he didn't want to flee, he had to endure it for the sake of the ancient clan's future. Lin Ling sat in the courtyard with a frown on his face. He didn't speak a single word. He clenched his fists tightly, and he was unwilling to give up. Presently, his strength was at the top amongst his peers and even amongst the younger generation. However, as the times changed, his strength was clearly insufficient to change everything. Of course, even the ancestor of the Extreme Flame clan couldn't change the cycle of slaughter in the world. At this moment, Lin Ling was even more desperate for strength. If he possessed sufficient strength, then who would dare to offend the Fire Ancient clan? It was even to the extent that if he possessed sufficient strength to look down upon the world, then even the rise of the new king of the Cloud Sea would be decided by him. But without strength, he could only endure the humiliation and flee. Lin Ling, are we really going to abandon the ancestor and the others and flee? Lin Aofing gazed at Lin Ling. Amongst all the younger generation, only Lin Ling had the most authority to speak. If we leave, then how would we have the heart of a cultivator in the future? If we flee when we encounter trouble, then we won't be able to shoulder the mission of reviving the ancient clan. I think that we should stay and fight alongside the ancient clan during this calamity. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke resolutely. Alright Lin Ling, since you've said so, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Since Lin Ling has spoken, then we will not escape. If we die together. All of the descendants nodded in agreement. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The volcano where the Fire Ancient clan resided and shook violently. Looking up at the sky, one could only see thunder and lightning raining down like arrows. In addition, a huge vine that looked like an ancient serpent poked its head out of the mouth of the volcano, as if it wanted to rush into the volcano. Woo woo woo. What they heard was a terrifying wailing and howling. The three ancient clans were attacking. However, as those powerful attacks approached, the elders and ancestors of the Fire Ancient clan also took action. The entire volcano had turned into a world of magma. A giant head formed by flames floated in the air. It was Ancestor Extreme Flame. Old Ghost Jiang, you're despicable. The furious voice of the Extreme Flame Ancestor accompanied it. Then various heavenly flames of the world rose up, resisting the incoming attacks. Rumble. As the two powerful enemies battled, the mouth of the volcano collapsed. Large amounts of rocks fell down, smashing into the ground and causing many houses to collapse. At the same time, a large number of painful cries could be heard. Lin Ling and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Their eyes were red. For many of them this was their home. But now, this home was being forcefully destroyed, causing a large number of their clan members to die. All of them were unwilling to accept this and were filled with rage. Lin Ling, come with me immediately. There's a way out of the ancestral grave that can lead you out of here. At this moment, 14th Elder Lin Li rushed in from the small courtyard. His face was filled with anxiety and seriousness. 14th Uncle, we've decided not to leave. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked at 14th Elder Lin Li. Nonsense. Lin Li rebuked angrily. The ancestor and the others are doing their best to protect you juniors from leaving this place. Are you going to let them down? As members of the ancient clan, how can we abandon the ancient clan and flee when the ancient clan is in danger? Are you trying to make us sinners of the ancient clan? Lin Ling said one word at a time. Hearing this, Lin Li's face relaxed. He sighed. I know you can't bear it, but the big picture is more important. Although the big picture is more important, we're still men. We have a sense of bravery in our hearts. We can't just watch as our home is destroyed and flee. Lin Ling's gaze hardened. He didn't back down at all. Although he was only 16 years old, he had experienced a great deal. Although his face still had a hint of childishness, it was filled with determination. That determination caused Lin Ling to be stunned. In his heart, he suddenly felt an irresistible desire for Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Li sighed. You're becoming more and more like your father. It seems I can't persuade you otherwise. Then forget it. We stay. Let's fight together. If we die together. All right. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. Fight together. If we die together. The rest of the people shouted one after another. At this moment, their blood was boiling. They were following Lin Ling and representing the younger generation of the ancient Flame clan to fight against the enemy. They were proud of it. Let's go and help the patriarchs. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led everyone into the battlefield. At this moment, within the enormous volcano, the members of the three ancient clans had already charged in. The three patriarchs were fighting against Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders, while the rest of the clans were fighting against the experts of the Fire Ancient clan. However, with the three ancient clans joining forces, the experts of the Fire Ancient clan were clearly unable to stop them at all. Fire Ancient clan? Just a bunch of trash. Today not a single one of you will escape. A youth stood on top of a tall building, looking down at the chaotic battle below. His face was filled with disdain. Then his gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on an elder of the Fire Ancient clan. He pointed out with his right hand. Die. With a point of his finger, a bloody shadow shot out and shot towards the old man at lightning speed. Poof. The elder's arm was instantly pierced through by the blood shadow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the terrifying thing was that his right arm was rapidly shrinking as if his blood essence was being sucked away by something. Ancient Yin clan, what a despicable and shameless clan. The elder knew that the blood shadow was definitely a demon. However, he was also a warrior who was not afraid of death. After laughing out loud, he pulled out his right arm with his left hand, ripping it off. Throughout the entire process, his expression was calm and he did not show any signs of pain. In fact, he even raised his head and looked at the youth heroically, his eyes filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Dream on if you want to make the Fire Ancient clan lower their proud heads." We, the Fire Ancient clan, are all warriors who are not afraid of death. That young man frowned. To him, that old man was just an ant that he could kill with a wave of his hand. He had originally wanted to show off a little to dampen the spirit of the Ancient Flame clan, but who knew that the old man would be so stubborn? Not only did he not feel any pain after ripping off his arm, but he also looked calm. Good. Then I want to see how stubborn the Fire Ancient clan is. I forgot to tell you that the Ancient Yin clan has plenty of means to torture people. The youth sneered, his smile sinister. Whoosh. He opened his arms, and suddenly ghostly cries filled half the sky as a large number of ghosts wandered around. Chapter 185. The experts had arrived. Whoosh. The ghosts scattered and flew towards the members of the Fire Ancient clan on the ground. The members of the Fire Ancient clan had grave expressions on their faces. Bah, the pride of the Ancient Yin clan, how impressive. You dare to behave so atrociously in our Fire Ancient clan? However, I would like to see if you have the ability to behave atrociously. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A silhouette stepped on the roofs and shot towards the young man. The silhouette held a wisp of flame in his hand. The flame didn't seem to be very big, but it seemed to contain a terrifying power. I did come here to show off, but so what? If you want to blame someone, blame it on your Fire Ancient clan for not having enough people. The young man smiled disdainfully. He didn't care about the person who spoke at all. Then he stared at the incoming flames with a look of disdain. Petty tricks. Take this. Blood pool explosion. The young man also extended his hand. On his palm, a scarlet ball of blood was spinning wildly. After which he slapped it out. Rumble. The ball of blood collided with the flames and a deafening sound rang out. The entire volcano seemed to tremble. In the next moment, a figure flew out, his face full of disbelief. In the previous collision, his lower body had been burned to ashes. This figure was the Ancient Yin clan's prodigy, Charm. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. What the hell is going on? You want to show off here? You're not qualified. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing proudly on top of a roof. Blue flames were burning all over his body, making him look like a flame god. Lin Ling. Upon seeing the young man, cries of surprise could be heard. The prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan was here. What was the prodigy of the Ancient Yin clan? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. From afar, the old ancestors of the three ancient clans stared coldly at the young man on the roof. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. As far as they were concerned, although ancestor Tai Yen of the Fire Ancient clan was stronger, he was already old and was not a cause for concern. However, Lin Ling of the younger generation could not be underestimated. He was only 16 years old, but among the geniuses of the various clans, no one could stop him. In the future he would definitely bring glory to the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore Lin Ling and the others must be eradicated. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't run away, but chose to stay and fight. These little fellows? Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was the hope of their ancient race. If they didn't run now, wouldn't that mean that they would all die together? Unfortunately, although they were anxious, they did not have the time to force Lin Ling to leave because the ancestors of the three ancient clans were present. First-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, and third-generation disciples, listen up. Immediately enter the battlefield and make the enemy pay a bloody price. On the roof Lin Ling shouted. He represented the younger generation of the Fire Ancient clan. Yes. All the youths replied in unison. Even Lin Ming was willing to listen to Lin Ling's orders. After all, Lin Ling was stronger than him, and his contributions to the ancient race were greater. Although Lin Ling didn't leave, he was too strong. Other than the elders and ancestors of the various clans, no one could stop him. Even the geniuses of the various clans were no match for him. Yes. Among the three clans the enemies were all frowning. Lin Ling was a difficult opponent to deal with. Right now he was already in existence that surpassed the geniuses of the various clans. However, although Lin Ling was strong, his wings were not fully grown yet. Therefore, as long as the elders of the various clans made a move, they could still kill him. Members of the three clans, listen up. Kill Lin Ling at all costs, then slaughter the Fire Ancient clan. The ancestor of the Jianghu clan issued the order. His voice made many people of the Fire Ancient clan curse him for being despicable. However, the ancestor of the Jianghu clan obviously didn't care about this. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Among the three clans there were more enemies and they were stronger. It wasn't difficult for them to send out experts to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of elders rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood on the roof with an indifferent expression. The Zhang clan, Ancient Yin clan, and Withered Tree Ancient clan are only SOSO. Other than bullying the weak with numbers, what else can you do? Come, all of you, come at me. If I, Lin Ling, take a step back, I'm not a disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. Even in the face of all the experts, he still faced them with pride. His courage was admired by many, and even the members of the three ancient clans were secretly admiring him. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. However, when the experts were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, a beautiful melody suddenly sounded. Just as his voice rang out, a cultivator closest to Lin Ling exploded and died. Then ping 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 ping, more and more cultivators died, their bodies exploding in midair like beautiful flowers blooming in the sky. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Little sir still owes me a song. How can I die here? At this moment, a figure walked down the stairs from the huge volcano in the sky. He was dressed in a dark green robe and his eyes were slightly closed. He had an indescribable expression. Who else could this person be other than the Sky Melody Cultivator? Lin Ling knew the Sky Melody Cultivator, but the others didn't. They all stared at that person in shock. Not to mention other things, just being able to walk in the sky meant that his strength had reached the realm of flying. That was a realm that only cultivators above the martial spirit realm could reach. As for the middle-aged man, he might be stronger than they had imagined. Sir, I hope you can give me some face. This is a grudge between our ancient clans. Don't interfere. After this, I will pay a visit and reward you heavily. The Jiang family's ancestor's expression changed and he immediately cupped his hands. He couldn't see through the middle-aged man's strength, so he didn't dare to go too far. However, the middle-aged man didn't seem to hear the Jiang family's ancestor's words. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling step by step from the sky. Our ancestor is talking to you. You are too rude. Stop. Stop. An elder of the Jiang family's face turned cold. He waved his right hand. With this wave, a powerful martial art was displayed. More than half of the sky was filled with snow, as if winter had arrived. The white fog surged towards the middle-aged man. Wherever the fog passed, all the houses were frozen into ice sculptures. That elder's strength was very strong. Little sir, it's a pity that I didn't hear your song last time. I hope you can fulfill my wish as soon as possible. However, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the fog. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be extremely respectful to Lin Ling. Pa. In the next moment, before the fog could get close to the middle-aged man, it immediately exploded. The icy energy turned into ashes. At the same time, the Jiang family's elder in the distance trembled and exploded with a bang. The Jiang family's elder was dead. Everyone's eyes widened. The elder's strength was obvious to all. He was quite famous among the 8 ancient clans. However, he was killed in an instant. They didn't even see how he did it. The middle-aged man's strength was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 186. Obliteration. All the battles stopped. At that moment, the middle-aged man attracted countless gazes. Lin Ling, who was the center of attention, also attracted a lot of attention. They want you dead, but how can I let you die, especially at the hands of these trash? That's a disgrace to you. The middle-aged man came to Lin Ling and smiled. Disgrace? Everyone's expression changed. They came to kill Lin Ling. That was a disgrace to Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling's status and value be higher than the ancestors of the various ancient clans? Greetings, old sir. Greetings. Lin Ling immediately bowed respectfully. This middle-aged man had helped him twice and he owed him 2 favors. Haha, you and I are of the same generation, there's no need to be so polite. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. He did not put on any airs before Lin Ling. After all, he was a person who loved music, and those who could earn his respect were those who also had profound attainments in the Tao of music. Lin Ling was one of those who could earn his respect. Even if Lin Ling had no background and did not know any martial arts, but his music was better than his, he would treat him like an honored guest. Same generation? Yes. The crowd was shocked again. The middle-aged man's strength was so strong that even the ancestors of the various clans might not be qualified to be his peers, but the middle-aged man claimed to be of the same generation as Lin Ling. This was too shocking. These ants, I'll help you get rid of them. I only hope that young sir can play a song for me when you have time. Yes. The middle-aged man said softly. His tyrannical aura began to spread towards the ancestors of the 3 clans. Senior, everything can be discussed. Lin Ling is just a mountain kid. What he gave you will give you 10 times more. The ancestor of the Zhang clan panicked. He realized that when his clan's elder died, he did not sense the middle-aged man's attack. This meant that the middle-aged man was stronger than him. You? Not qualified? Yes. The middle-aged man shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, the zither behind him floated out, and he lightly plucked the strings. Rumble. It looked like a gentle strum, but it carried an indescribable power. Invisible sound waves surged out. Bang bang bang. A large number of martial artists exploded and died. They didn't even have the chance to defend themselves. Such strength, it's definitely above the earth spirit realm. The Zhang family's ancestor's eyes narrowed, his face filled with panic. The other two families' ancestors were also aghast, unable to believe their eyes. Of course, at the same time as they were shocked, they were also furious. After all, they were so close to annihilating the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be acquainted with such a powerhouse? Bang bang bang. Another large number of martial artists died. No one could stop them. Retreat. The old ancestor of the Jiang family shouted anxiously. He led the people of his family and rushed madly towards the volcano in the sky. At this moment, a huge zither appeared at the mouth of the volcano, blocking everyone's path. Since you've come, then stay. His calm voice sounded as if it was otherworldly. Bang bang bang. The martial artists of the three clans who were trying to escape all exploded under the attack of the gigantic zither sound wave in the sky. It was a one-sided massacre. Even the ancestors of the three clans couldn't escape. The ancient Yin clan's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fear. No, I can't die here. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sound wave spread towards him. His body also exploded and turned into dust. The first generation's ancestor had fallen here. Next, the ancient Dead Tree clan's ancestor controlled a huge vine and shot it towards the sky. He was terrified, extremely terrified. However, the sound of a zither rang out. The ancestor was also hit by the tyrannical sound wave. His entire vine shook and turned into dust. Sound wave attacks couldn't be seen with the naked eye, unless one used their soul power. Another ancestor had fallen. Killing ancestors was like chopping vegetables. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan widened their eyes. Even Ancestor Tian's body trembled. Then he was overjoyed. Linga was truly powerful. Today's calamity had been resolved by her alone. The three clans' ancestors had pressured the border, but instead of gaining any advantage, they were completely annihilated. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Zhang family's ancestor was stronger. In addition, there were more of them, so he finally escaped from the volcano. Even so, he was seriously injured and kept vomiting blood. He sensed that there was a mysterious force in his body that he couldn't get rid of. Gradually, there were no more people from the three clans in the volcano. They were either dead or had escaped. A great calamity had been averted just like that. Lin Ling looked at the scene in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. He could only say that Heavenly Melody was very powerful. One escaped, but my Heavenly Melody entered his body. Even if he doesn't die, his strength will continue to weaken with time. He'll be like this for the rest of his life. Heavenly Melody said indifferently. The person he was talking about was naturally the Zhang family's ancestor. After saying that, he smiled slightly. Little sir, all the troubles have been resolved. Now, can you play a song for me? Yes. From the looks of it, he was addicted to music. He had helped Lin Ling twice, and it seemed that he had come to listen to music. This small matter was as easy as lifting a finger for Lin Ling. He nodded and said, "Okay, but right now our ancient clan has just encountered a great enemy, and the surroundings are still very chaotic, so I can't play immediately. After I'm done, I'll play 2 songs for Sir." In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame widened his eyes. That middle-aged man had helped their clan so much just to listen to 2 songs, but Lin Ling, that little guy, actually didn't play immediately, but waited until he was done. This was neglecting the other party. If that middle-aged man was displeased, it seemed that it would be very easy for him to destroy the Fire Ancient clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were terrified, afraid that the middle-aged man would be displeased. Okay. It's fine. You can go ahead. I don't lack this time. Moreover, if you're not afraid that I'll disturb you, I'd like to stay here for the next few days. Heavenly Melody bowed respectfully to Lin Ling Pu. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others almost spat out blood. Isn't he too easy to talk to? Moreover, he's speaking in a respectful tone. Needless to say, that little fellow Lin Ling has really found a powerful backer. After the calamity of annihilation passed, the members of the Fire Ancient clan displayed a tenacious fighting spirit and started to rebuild their home. As for Heavenly Melody, he'd been staying with the Fire Ancient clan for the last few days. In order to repay Heavenly Melody, Lin Ling had racked his brains and played all the famous songs he'd heard in the last world, greatly satisfying Heavenly Melody's wish. Young sir, actually, besides wanting to discuss the melody of music with you, there's another reason why I'm helping you. On this day, Heavenly Melody spoke to Lin Ling in the courtyard. Presently, the heavens and the earth are changing in Ocean of Cloud City. The great calamity is approaching and a large number of experts will fall. At the same time, a new star will rise after the calamity. I think that you're a superstar and you just lack the time to grow. So I'm helping you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 187. The murderer of one's father. Heavenly Melody smiled and continued, I've seen countless geniuses, but very few of them satisfy me. However, I'm very satisfied with your temperament and talent. You have insight and wisdom that surpass your peers, but you don't lose the courage of a martial artist. You're a rare genius. In the future, the powers of Ocean of Cloud City will be reshuffled. I hope that you've chosen the right side. This decision will affect your entire life and even the future of your ancient race. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew what Heaven Melody meant. The new king of Cloud Sea City was going to rise, and the various princes were competing for the throne. Lin Ling had to choose to support a prince in the future and stabilize his position. In fact, Lin Ling did not like to assist others, nor did he like to be someone else's subordinate. However, with his current strength, it was clearly not enough to change everything. Therefore, for the sake of the future, for the sake of the ancient race, he still had to choose a side. Please enlighten me, sir. Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. Sky Melody smiled. He liked Lin Ling's intelligence very much. He had only said a few words, but Lin Ling had already understood the meaning behind them. Currently, all the princes are evenly matched. The one with the most potential is the Crown Prince. He was born with the spirit body and the Emperor's bone. He has the highest chance of becoming the new King of Cloud Sea. As for the second person, it would be His Majesty the Third Prince. This person knows everything from the heavens to the earth, and is also a natural-born king. It is said that his innate spirit body was formed by the combination of a scripture. However, this person lacks a kind of imposing aura and has a somewhat narrow-minded personality. Previously, when you killed Du Jun, that yellow-robed man was one of His Majesty the Third Prince's men. Third, Your Majesty the Second Prince. He is a benevolent and righteous person, and treats his subordinates and friends well. However, everything about him is very ordinary. Some people say that he was born to be a vassal and not an emperor. These three people are the most famous in the Cloud Sea Empire. Of course, the other princes aren't weak either. It's just that they aren't fully fledged yet. Sky Melody explained slowly. What about the four kings? Lin Ling asked. Although the four kings are powerful, they will never be the king of the Sea of Clouds. Because they have no justification, they can only support one of the wise kings. As for the camp they have chosen, it is still unclear. All we know is that King Wang Hai seems to be interested in the third prince. Heavenly Melody said lightly, the fire ancient world, Your Majesty the King of the Ancient. Heaven's Majesty the Emperor's Bone. Sky Melody the Second Prince. Because I's His Majesty the Crown's Bone King, Crown the His God King, Yang is his God Atlas Ni's Continent his God Emperor his God his this his. Majesty the His. This the S the His T. As for my personal standpoint, although I don't think highly of the second prince, I have always been on his side. So no matter how weak my master is, I will stand on his side. If the crown prince becomes the king of Yunhai and wants to eliminate the second prince, I will die with the second prince. Since I am a subject, I will always be the ruler. Heavenly Melody was a very loyal person. He and Lin Ling felt like old friends at first sight. That was because of music, which made him treat Lin Ling as a friend. However, if one day Lin Ling and his camp became enemies, he would still attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. To be honest, he liked Heavenly Melody very much. What about the third prince? Lin Ling asked again. This person is not broad-minded. If it weren't for Do Jun, it wouldn't be a big deal for you to join his camp. However, you went against his wishes regarding Do Jun. With the third prince's character, even if he is willing to accept you as his support, he will secretly frame you. If he becomes an emperor one day, you will definitely be a ghost under his blade. Heavenly Melody analyzed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fortunately, he had never planned to support the third prince from the beginning. Moreover, even if he really supported any of the emperors, he would not be blindly loyal. They were only in a cooperative relationship. In that case, it can only be the crown prince and the second prince. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice sounded. Ling, the Fire Ancient clan can be the vanguard for any of the emperors, but we will never be the crown prince's dog. A figure walked in from the door. Who else could it be but Ancestor Taiyan? Grandfather, what do you mean? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Ancestor Taiyan looked deeply at Lin Ling and sighed. He has an irreconcilable feud with our Fire Ancient clan. Back then your father fell in love with a foreigner. In order to make a contribution and leave a good reputation, the crown prince represented the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and forced your father to commit suicide. Hence, the crown prince, Yunitian, is your father's murderer. What? Lin Ling's eyes focused, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Forcing your father to commit suicide is actually a small matter to the crown prince. He didn't even put your father in his eyes. What he wanted was to use your father's death to establish a just image for himself. He did it. Your father was forced to commit suicide, and the crown prince left a good reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for placing righteousness above family ties. Back then your father was a famous prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The crown prince seemed to value your father a lot on the surface. When he forced your father to commit suicide, he even shed tears. He told everyone that your father was his right-hand man, but it was a pity that he violated the rules of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even if your father was an important official of the crown prince, he would still bear the pain and part with your father. But in fact, everything was just a mask. He was even happy because your father fell in love with a foreigner. Only then could the crown prince establish a good image. Ancestor Taiyan spoke word by word. His son, Lin Qin, helped the crown prince achieve his good reputation and became a sinner who committed treason. Crown prince. Crown prince. Lin Ling clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on his fist were all popping out. He finally knew who his enemy was. No wonder his grandfather didn't tell him back then. It turned out that this enemy was indeed very powerful. The current him wasn't a match for him at all. Tianchu, it seems like we will be allies. The second prince's influence might be weak, but I will do my best to help him. Lin Ling looked at Tianchu and finally decided on the final side. Tianchu smiled with satisfaction. Your current strength might still be very weak, but your future is limitless. I am very happy that the second prince can obtain the assistance of such an expert like you. Yes. Don't be too confident about the future. I can only say that I will do my best. Lin Ling nodded and wasn't too complacent. In the following days, Lin Ling entered a state of seclusion to cultivate. After knowing who killed his father, Lin Ling's goal in his heart was to kill the crown prince. He might not have met Lin Qin once, but Lin Qin occupied the original owner's body. He had to repay this kindness. The hatred of killing one's father was absolutely irreconcilable. This was a famous saying of heaven and earth, and it couldn't be changed even if heaven and earth collapsed. Of course, the crown prince's background was much better than Lin Ling's. With the current Lin Ling, it was obviously unrealistic for him to take revenge. Chapter 188. 7 Blades of Skyfire. At the same time, Cloud Sea City was completely reshuffled. All the forces were forced to stand on the right side. Some small forces were not even given a choice and were directly wiped out. This great reshuffling started from the inner city and gradually spread to the outer city. In the outer city, many of the martial artists from the major gangs were slaughtered overnight. As long as they did not choose a side at the beginning, they did not even have the right to negotiate. As for the 8 ancient clans, naturally they could not escape the calamity. The entire ancient Yin clan was annihilated. Only 10 people from the Withered Wood ancient clan escaped from Cloud Sea City. They would probably decline from then on. One of the disciples of the Anji ancient clan was married to the young prince of the Duan royal residence. He was lucky enough to escape the calamity and was protected by the Duan royal residence. The Jiang family of the ancient clan had surrendered early and became the subordinates of the Wanghai king. As for the Fire Ancient clan, they faced a great calamity again. The Imperial Guard commander of the inner city personally led the troops and received the orders of the third prince. However, this time, a mysterious person appeared. It was the house master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. Her arrival saved the Fire Ancient clan from being exterminated. Lin Ling was still in seclusion and did not know what was happening in the outside world. His current goal was to reach the 5-star martial spirit realm. Half a month later, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes in the room. As he went deeper into the martial spirit realm, he needed more and more spiritual energy. This made him sigh. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the more difficult it was. Lin Ling guessed that if he wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, he would need 2 indigo soul dark pills. Of course it was only him. If others wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, they would need more time. After all, the indigo soul dark pill was used against the 9 nether heavenly flames. 5-star martial spirit realm. Sensing the huge amount of spiritual energy in his dantian, Lin Ling nodded and then opened the blazing flame art. This time the ancient stone book was finally opened. A new page. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The blazing flame art was the foundation of his strength. It could improve his innate spirit body and give him the ability to defeat opponents of the same level. All this time Lin Ling was not strong enough to open a new page. Now that he had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm, the stone book could finally be opened. On the new page there were many high-level innate spirit bodies recorded. 6th grade, Ice and Fire Dual Lotus. 7th grade, 8 Desolate Earth Flame. There was also the 9th rank, 7 Blades of Skyfire. Among them, the 7 Blades of Skyfire was the strongest and also the most difficult to obtain. The only way to obtain it was through the inheritance. It had a great characteristic and that was its sharpness. It was as sharp as a saber. A martial artist with this innate spirit body could compress the power of fire and turn it into a saber. My current 9 nether heavenly flame is 5th grade on the surface, but it's actually 6th grade. However, compared to the 9th grade 7-edge heavenly flame, it clearly can't compare. Lin Ling was secretly looking forward to it. The 7 Blades of Skyfire was also his father's innate spirit body. As for the inheritance, perhaps others wouldn't be able to obtain it, but Lin Ling might have a chance. Because while his father had passed away, he was buried in the ancestral tomb. Perhaps he could find a trace of the 7 Blades of Skyfire there, and even a trace would be sufficient. After he left his closed-door cultivation, Lin Ling intended to head to the ancestral tomb. When he left, he found out about the calamity that had occurred not too long ago from Ancestor Extreme Flame. The calamity is approaching. I'm just an insignificant ant that can't change anything. Lin Ling was unwilling to accept this. He'd encountered 2 successive calamities during this period of time, yet he was unable to do anything. He felt that he was too weak. Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Do you know how many powers in the city perished during the calamity? How many people had died in the catastrophe? How lucky is our Fire Ancient clan to have been able to survive? All of this was brought about by you. Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't help but console Qin Shi. Lin Ling nodded. To be honest, it was a calamity of the heavens and the earth, and the Fire Ancient clan had been able to survive because of luck indeed. Lin Ling didn't speak any further and just told Ancestor Extreme Flame about his thoughts. Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't refuse, and he thought that Lin Ling just wanted to see his father. So he immediately agreed. It wasn't long before Lin Ling arrived before his father's grave. He swept the grave, kowtowed and burned incense and then sat down before the grave. Father Ling already knows who forced you to death. Ling swears that I'll kill him myself one day, wash away your infamy and take revenge. Lin Ling spoke with a solemn expression, and then he started to search for the 7 Blades of Skyfire. The 7 Blades of Skyfire was Lin Ling's innate spirit body. Although he had already died, there would definitely be some 7 Blades of Skyfire left behind in the grave. Lin Ling wanted to find that trace of 7 Blades of Skyfire. His soul power spread out like water. Lin Ling could feel that the temperature here was very high, and there was a mysterious flame spirit chi. However, there wasn't just one type of spirit chi but many types. After all, this was the ancestral grave, and a large number of ancestors were buried here. Naturally, there wouldn't just be one type of innate spirit body. I can't find it. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He gathered his soul power and his eyes quietly changed. In the ancestral grave, scenes of the past flashed by. Not long after, he finally saw a strange yet familiar middle-aged man. That man wore a blue robe and his face was clean. He looked like a refined scholar, but there was a feeling of sharpness in his gentleness. Moreover, this man's nose was very sharp, and his killing intent was extremely dense. He sat there quietly, and there was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. It's father. Lin Ling's heart was moved. Through the passing time he saw his father for the first time. I've let down the expectations of the ancient race. I have the best talent, but I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. However, I don't regret it. If I could go back in time, I would still choose this path. Right now, I already have a lot on my shoulders. If I don't die, the Fire Ancient clan will be destroyed. I can't let myself drag the ancient clan down. the blue-robed man faintly said. After which, he extended his right hand and placed it on an ordinary rock. His left hand gently cut the wrist of his right hand. Drops of blood dripped down and landed on the rock, causing the rock to emit a dazzling light. Born without bringing it, dead without taking it away. My innate spirit body was given to me by the ancient clan. On the day I die, I will return it to the ancient clan. The blue-robed man's face turned pale. He seemed to have gathered all of his energy and dripped it onto the rock. This was because he knew that he was about to die, so he couldn't bear to see his innate talent die. Therefore he stayed in the ancestral grave and walked back. Father. Lin Ling's eyes moistened. He knew that this passing time should have been left behind the day before his father was forced to die. His father left his essence in the ancestral grave, and then he committed suicide the next day. After a long time, the passing time finally disappeared. Lin Ling was still standing in the same place and he sighed in his heart. His father left his inheritance on the rock because he felt guilty and wanted to do something for the ancient clan before he died. However, in reality, it didn't have much of an effect. It was just a form of spiritual sustenance for his father. However, his father didn't expect that many years later, his son would return to the old place and find the rock. He even used the rock to be reborn. Chapter 189. Invitation from Prince Duan's mansion. I won't let you down, father. Lin Ling took a deep breath. According to his memories, he found the rock. The rock was the size of a millstone. On the surface it looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If not for the passage of time, Lin Ling would not have believed that the rock had a trace of the 7 blades of skyfire. According to the records of the blazing flame art, in order to inherit the 7 blades of skyfire, one must possess a powerful fire attribute spiritual body. This is the only condition. Holding the rock with both hands, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then the spirit chi in his body surged into the rock and burned it. Papa. Under the burning of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the rock immediately let out the sound of frying beans and gradually melted into water. At the same time, it seemed to awaken a mysterious power within the rock. A new flame power rose up and began to clash with the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. The 2 types of flames were obviously not compatible. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and accepted the rebirth of the 7-blade skyfire. Pa. The 2 types of flames collided violently. One was the blue 9 underworld's heavenly flames, while the other was a white flame. This white flame was very dazzling, as if the flame had been compressed to the extreme. Just looking at it would make one's eyes hurt. Gradually, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame lost the battle and began to retreat towards Lin Ling. At the same time, the white flame chased after it crazily, as if it wanted to devour the 9 underworld's heavenly flame. At this moment, nirvana had begun. Crack. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire body had been cut by an invisible blade. Saber scars appeared all over his body, and they were extremely strange. There were traces of burning on the surface. A single wound. 10 wounds. 100 wounds. When the 7 blades of skyfire chased after the 9 underworld's heavenly flame, Lin Ling's body had already turned into a battlefield, being burned full of holes. If the characteristic of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames was explosive, then the characteristic of the 7 blades heavenly flames was sharp. In Lin Ling's words, 7 skyfire blades was a laser. In just a moment, Lin Ling's entire body was drenched in blood, as if he had just walked out of a sea of blood. Bang. This nirvana process was even more painful than the 9 underworld's heavenly flames' nirvana. Furthermore, Lin Ling had a feeling that if the 9 heavenly flames were devoured by the 7-blade heavenly fire, then he would also die without a doubt. Time passed slowly. The 9 underworld's heavenly flame was getting weaker and weaker. There was only a wisp of flame left, but it was extremely tenacious. The 7 blades heavenly flame was no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. It was as if the tenacity of the 9 underworld's heavenly flame had made it feel tired. The 7 blades of skyfire lurked in a corner of the Dantian. It seemed to regard Lin Ling's Dantian as its new home. And at this time, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame displayed the recovery advantage of the 9 dragon's strength. From a wisp of flame, it gradually grew larger and slowly took the initiative. Clearly, although the 9 underworld's heavenly flame could not compare to the 7-blade skyfire, its recovery ability was very strong and was extremely difficult to deal with. By the time 7 nether heavenly flame reacted to it, the 9 nether heavenly flame had already recovered to its prime state. It seemed like it was already impossible for 7 nether heavenly flame to want to devour any more. Thus, 7 skyfire blade gradually began to obey. At the same time, the injuries on Lin Ling's body gradually recovered, and there was a new power in his dantian. It was the Seven Blades Heavenly Flame. At this point, Lin Ling had two spirit bodies. One was the 6th grade 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flame. Although this flame was not as sharp as the Seven Blades Heavenly Flame, its advantage was its strong recovery ability. The second was the Seven Blades Heavenly Flame. This was a flame that was like a laser. 5-star martial spirit realm and 2 spirit bodies. I am invincible in the martial spirit realm. Perhaps I can even fight with ordinary earth spirit realm cultivators. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His strength had finally increased and he had a terrifying foundation. His foundation was so solid that he was likely the #1 person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. After all, Lin Ling possessed 2 innate spirit bodies. His defense was the strongest among his peers, and his attack was also the strongest among his peers. Standing up, Lin Ling kowtowed 3 times to his father's tombstone and then left the ancestral grave. When he returned to the Fire Ancient clan, it had already regained its former prosperity. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling had just appeared when Patriarch Extreme Flame heard the news and came over. He looked carefully at Lin Ling and then smiled with joy. Obviously, he had noticed that Lin Ling had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm. 3 days ago, the Duan Royal Residence sent a letter asking you to go to the Duan Royal Residence for a gathering. After smiling, Patriarch Extreme Flame handed a letter to Lin Ling. The Fire Ancient clan belonged to the Second Prince's faction, and so did the Duan Royal Residence. Therefore, the Duan Royal Residence sent an invitation to the Fire Ancient clan. Are you going? Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. According to the letter, this gathering is for all the factions under the Duan Royal Residence to reorganize. Since our Fire Ancient clan belongs to the Second Prince, then what's the harm in going? Lin Ling pondered and said. Yes, and the Duan Royal Residence seems to be looking for powerful geniuses to focus on nurturing. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Fire Ancient clan. Patriarch Extreme Flame nodded. Yes, I'll go with brother Lin Ming. Lin Ling greeted and then called Lin Ming to go to the Duan Royal Residence together. The two of them had not left the Fire Ancient clan for half a year. When they arrived outside, they immediately realized that the outer city was still in chaos. It was hard to see anyone in the streets. It seemed that the effects of the catastrophe had not yet recovered. Stop, are you guys from the Fire Ancient clan? Just as they walked through a street, a group of soldiers rushed over. This group of soldiers was not weak. All of them were at the 4-star martial spirit realm. They looked serious and stared coldly at Lin Ling and Lin Ming. Lin Ling quickly looked at Lin Ling obviously, he also felt that something was wrong. Yes. Lin Ling signaled Lin Ming not to be nervous with his eyes. He then nodded lightly. You must be Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. You are indeed a dragon among men. No wonder the Royal Highness has praised you many times. The leader smiled and waved to the people behind him. Don't be nervous, we are on the same side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling again. It's still a time of the limelight and no one from the various forces dares to go out at will. There are only 2 of you but you dare to stay on the streets. This courage is not something that ordinary people have. Come with me. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Indeed, the outer city was in chaos. As long as they were not on the same side, if they encountered someone who was alone, they would not ask anything and would be killed immediately. Therefore, at this time, most people did not dare to go out casually. Lin Ling blushed with shame. It was not that he was bold, but he really did not know the danger. Not long after, the group arrived at the Duan Royal Residence. At this moment, King Duan's mansion was like a military camp. A large number of experts had gathered. In addition, there were many people from other forces. Obviously, they had been invited. Young Master Lin Ling, please come this way. A guard cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then he led Lin Ling and Lin Ming forward. They passed through the Green Mountains and finally came to the side of a small green lake. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all young people. The oldest was not more than 25 years old. Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan is here. Men, give him a seat.